What can Gabriel do? Across his borders. The spinning against. He has the ball in hand. Gabriel.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultra.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit held left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Baltimore Regional Championships for the Pokemon trading card game. It has been a fantastic weekend so far, and now we are into Championship Sunday to decide who is going to take down the first regional of our competitive season. My name is Adam Watson, joined in the lounge by the world's biggest Mudkip fan, Kyle Sablehouse, and Shelby Boo. How you feeling, Kyle?
I'm having a good morning, you know. Take a nice sip of my coffee.
Yep, the Dufacino and the
Delicious.
Cubbiato. Delicioso. You got to get those nutrients, get that coffee in, gamers, because it is early for some, late for others, but still a lot of Pokemon action for everyone, certainly. We are almost about to start our first round. We're going to keep it snappy for you viewers, so don't worry. We're just going to cover a very interesting highlight that Kyle and Shelby wanted to show off for y'all. In case you missed the round, this was round 4, actually. We are going to jump into a match with Piper Lapine.
Okay.
So, if you don't remember, Piper was on Charizard, one of my caster picks, and was going up against Raging Bolt. And this was a very dire situation because she got off to a slow start in a couple of these games, and Raging Bolt, known for its aggression, was able to catch up with a clutch rare candy to grab the Charizard right at the very last moment, and then Super Rod into Lumineon, Ultra Ball to fish it right back out to fish a boss's orders. Fantastically done.
Yeah, real clean here to spot. Obviously, your opponent has that Pokestop. You're not usually going to use that on your side, but there's an opportunity there. Flipped over that Super Rod and was able to spot that line, find the Lumineon, get the boss, and clean up the game. Real clean.
I mean, Piper is, again, such a strong player, and it is a shame. I don't believe she made day 2, unfortunately. It's tough out here.
Yeah.
You can't take any ties. I think you had to get 7 and 2 yesterday in order to even make day 2, which is a much taller order, especially against players of this caliber. And we do have a couple more replays for you folks. Oh, was your mic not on?
I don't think so.
She made the best points you've ever never heard.
Honestly, it's such a shame that you didn't hear that one. It was incredibly enlightening. We're going to hear more from Shelby in just a second when we get to our next match highlight. But she, again, Piper, you know, not making day 2 is still such a tall order. But if you want to go again, actually.
Re-elaborate?
Yeah, the director is going to give us a little bit extra time
Okay,
here.
great. I was just saying 21 match points our players had to make to get into day 2 yesterday. It was a super tall order, as tall as Kyle and I's coffee right now.
Cheers.
Cheers. Huge order for them. But even though, unfortunately, Piper didn't make it in, there's still a lot of players out in our field right now seeing success out there. And it's like their first regional that they've ever even attended. So it's really cool to see that balance of maybe some newcomers or the first time they've attended a large event and they're seeing success here in Baltimore. It's pretty awesome.
To add to that, with the field now having to play to the 21 match points, it's what I've been waiting for this whole time, man. Every time you guys ask, are you supposed to take that ID round 9 to get to 19 match points? Absolutely not. Don't go for it. Pokemon's now forcing you to go for it. You have to try to win that
You
final
gotta take
match.
it all. You have
And
no choices.
It worked out so well. If you see the way this format, obviously small sample size, 129 players, I believe, are now in day 2, which is much different than the 200 that we had converting, and the tie rate is down 5%.
Ooh. And there you go. You want the players to win out, even though it is a much larger struggle to get those match points to get to day 2. We're going to be seeing more Pokemon overall. And, you know, in the latter rounds when players normally would ID because they're forced to play, we have some better match choices maybe for our viewers at home. I think it's a big plus overall.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely a plus for the stream for sure because the threshold of skill level is up there for everyone that we have competing here. There's no easy outs out there in the field, so it's going to be cool to see what happens today.
Yeah, we can take a look now at some of the skill level that was put on display yesterday. We've got another highlight. This was from round 7 of Swiss. You want to break this one down for me, Kyle and Shelby?
Yeah, we were watching this from behind the scenes. What a big moment here with Brent Tonneson playing down the Iono, setting up this perfect situation. Kieran finds the professor's research, just looking for Cinccino, and is unable to find it. Not even a way to flip for it. Mesa Goza capturing Aroma. So many potential flips to find the answer, and it wasn't there. And he was so disheartened, but don't be sad for him just yet. He's still out there playing. He made day 2, and he's having a decent run at it. Maybe we can see him in top 8.
Yeah, the heartbreak. You know, sometimes games, especially at this level, are so close that it comes down to one clutch draw here or there. One whiff can be it all, because all the energy was in play. The Minccino was set up, but just no Cinccino to evolve into to take down Charizard EX.
Yeah, and there was some debate about the play as well, because he had an opportunity. Obviously, you're Iono'd. That means that you know what cards are on the bottom of your deck. So then do you use Archeops and start to fish these energies out?
Have to shuffle. Yeah.
And then you have to shuffle, and that led to that issue. If he did play the research straight up, it looked like he would have found Cinccino anyways. And that's just
didn't
what
mess
happens.
with the energy at all, Shelby? Was there enough energy already in play where he didn't need to turbo, or was he just thinning down a little bit too much?
Yeah, no, I think that's all he needed.
He did not have the energy yet, but he searched them all out with the Archeops to get to that point.
And didn't want to research
so
to draw the energy.
It was a sequencing debate,
Right,
really.
it's the classic line of thinking of, I need to take all of these cards out of my deck so I have a higher chance of reaching the Cinccino. But instead, he actually messed up the order because he knew that a certain amount of cards were on the bottom of his deck that weren't Cinccino, so you play to those odds instead.
Yeah.
It's
a different choice.
There's a lot to
sequencing.
think about.
You could have gone either way, and people are debating the other way. But either way, yeah, like it could have worked out, but unfortunately didn't for Kieran.
And I think it's good overall to see gameplay where you can break it down and discuss it and learn from it after the fact. And in order to help our audience do that, we do have our casters already set up at the desk. We're going to kick things over there and get into our first round of action. So let's head over there, folks.
Thank you so much, Adam, Kyle, and Shelby in the lounge. But good morning, Baltimore. Welcome back for day number 2 here. I'm Emily Foreman, still joined here by Jeremy Jalen. We are getting ready to start what will be the exciting conclusion of how Baltimore Regionals is going to shape up. Jeremy, how you feeling this morning?
Listen, first regional of the season. Now it's day 2. We're going to crown a champion, our first Worlds invitee for the season, other than, top 4 of Worlds. But neither here or there. It's going to be a great day of Pokemon.
I am super excited to see how it is all going to lay out. But we do have a quick format video for you guys to just check out before we jump right into our matches today.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Very important website there too. If the excitement here in Baltimore is just having you wanting to go play Pokemon, definitely check it out. But we have our round 12 matchup here. We've got Joe Figliano on the right playing Lugia V-Star, going up against Nolan Randall here on the left playing your caster pick, Jeremy. That's going to be Cornerstone Ogerpon EX and Noivern EX. This is going to be a control match here.
Yeah, my favorite archetype, unclassified. Here at the first seed for Day 2, 10-0-1 up against Joseph, who is 10-1 with that Lugia V-Star. It's going to be an exciting one for sure, especially with the way that both of these players have built their lists. So Cornerstone Mask, Ogerpon EX is all about making sure your opponent cannot knock you out if they have abilities, and you just slowly whittle away. You're going to demolish for 140 damage, 120 damage every turn, and hopefully just get there. Meanwhile, Lugia does Lugia things, right? Primal Turbo, get energies in play, deal massive amounts of damage, take those knockouts, and hopefully win the game. But there's no Cinccino in this list.
Yeah, I was about to say, this could be an okay matchup for Lugia, right? Cornerstone Ogerpon EX's ability, Cornerstone Stance. Unlike some of the other, what we like to call control Pokemon in our game where they can't be damaged by Pokemon with a rule box, Cornerstone Ogerpon EX's ability is just Pokemon with an ability. So things like Cinccino, they actually just go straight through, but capturing Aroma right away are going to be able to find our basic Pokemon here. It is going to be that basic Lugia V that we are going to be grabbing out. This seems just like your very standard Lugia turn 1.
Yeah, and Lugia V, the basic, not the V-Star, is actually going to be the main attacker for Joseph in this matchup. Granted, you're seeing the Noibat on Nolan's side. He's also playing Noivern EX in the deck. This is a deck that Cyrus Davis actually gave to a lot of Canadians coming to this tournament, and they just destroyed Day 1 of Swiss with it, and hoping to make a big splash here into Day 2. Playing that Noivern EX for a lot of those basic decks like Raging Bolt, Ancient Box, really shuts down those cards, but Cornerstone is the name of the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. I also wanted to point out that there are a couple of techs in this list as well. Nolan is playing a Scoop Up Cyclone here too, alongside the Penny as well. So we have tons of ways to eject our damaged Pokemon out of game, and that is just going to mess up Joe's prize mapping completely.
Now looking here, just taking a quick look, prize checking, always the best thing to do. You never want to be surprised by not having your one of tech or maybe a couple energy that you thought were going to be in the deck.
Joe playing 18 energy here. It's also very important to note out that because we are trying to work around Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability here where we don't get damaged by abilities, we still have Iron Hands EX in play technically, but the problem is our one of lightning energy is prized, so maybe not for now. We just have to figure out a way to get around it, but Iron Bundle is also going to come down onto the bench. We can get around a couple of things with that bundle, and I like how Joe is starting to get set up here, but Fluttermane also coming to the bench too. We're just trying to find ways that we can potentially get things going.
Yeah, Fluttermane is also an attacker against Cornerstone, just because of that Midnight Fluttering ability shuts down the ability from the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. So it's not going to be doing a lot of damage, but it still does damage, and that's a great thing to see. You also have the Legacy energy to be able to attack with Iron Hands, so it's not just useless with that lightning in the prize cards. And seeing Carmine here, it's one of my favorite supporters that really hasn't caught on too much, but I love it.
I think in the early starts of getting Carmine into the format, we saw a lot of players tech maybe 2, 3 Carmine, maybe even just completely taking out research from the deck and just putting all Carmines in. But honestly, as long as we're able to Luminion V for Luminous Sign, we can grab that Carmine as soon as possible here. But a great setup turn from Joe. It is going to head on over to Nolan for Nolan's first turn here. I think we did see a Buddy Buddy Poffin, but there is that Town Store Stadium that is coming into play where we will be able to find a tool. Granted, dare I say, Jeremy, here comes that rock chest plate.
It is one of the tools that's very important here, but again, it only really goes on that Cornerstone. One good tool here, especially going second, is going to be that Technical Machine Turbo Energize. Being able to attach that to a Noibat, attach an energy, and then get 2 energies straight on to a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is where you want to be. Although the first thing you're going to need to do is find that Cornerstone.
Definitely a difficult conundrum to be in. But looking over at Nolan's prizes, nothing too crazy in here, if we're being honest. We do see a lot of the fighting energy in the deck. There are 5, and we see 3 miss energy, both of them in the prizes, but not the worst thing in the world. Will be the Technical Machine Turbo Energize being grabbed out of the deck right now. We're going to go back in and shuffle up. This is definitely an interesting type of deck to be running into as Lugia with no Cinccino. What lines do you think Joe needs to do in order to take victory here?
Yeah, well, like I said before, it's going to be Arrow Dive with that Lugia V. It is maybe get some chip damage in with Hex Hurl, maybe even clean up an Ogerpon EX with the Iron Hands. But the thing you run in with there is it's still just not going to be doing a lot of damage.
There are tons of interesting cards in Nolan's deck. Got to call it out. You also have 2 different types of Colress here. You have Colress's Tenacity and Colress's Experiment too. So Colress's Tenacity going into the deck, grabbing an energy, and also grabbing a stadium here. We're only playing 2 stadiums in this deck. It is going to be Town Store and Artisan, I believe. But then I love how Colress's Experiment has kind of found its place in a lot of decks just because looking at the top 5 cards of your deck at any point is a very valuable tool.
Yeah, well, a deck like this where your opponent's not really going to be doing too much to your Pokemon, you're going to have a lot of time. That means your hand is going to build up to a pretty good size, and you don't want to be playing cards like Iono or even Research just to get rid of your stuff. So being able to keep your hand the way it is and then just add 3 more cards each turn is very valuable. And honestly, the Pokegear finding the Arven really opened this hand up, because I think without that, we were going to see something like an Iono. And now you can Arven for the Nest Ball. There's only 2 in the list, so one of them being prized, that's the only Nest Ball, but you're able to find the Cornerstone. And we actually have enough energy in hand that we don't even need to waste energy in the active and Turbo Energize. We might even just see a retreat here.
As the rescue board in hand, but instead going to just say, you know what, you can have this Noibat here because so many Pokemon on Joe's side has that ability. So therefore, Cornerstone Ogerpon is going to stay. Heading on over to Joe's side, though, we do see the Ultra Ball discard of 1 Archeops here. Still have plenty of time to get things started here. There is the second Archeops as well. I'm sure in Joe's hand we just have a way to get both of those into the discard as fast as possible here. But it's very interesting looking at Nolan's list because there's only 1 of the counter catchers here. So we're really going for trying to keep something in the active and then trying to have Joe figure out the pieces of the puzzle. But I have to mention here, Jeremy, that bench is rather full. We do have Iron Bundle, though, where we are going to be able to bring up that Cornerstone Ogerpon, but we actually have to hit into it in order for it to work.
Yeah, Bundle here is going to be able to clear the bench, and I think with Fluttermane being the grab, that is going to be the attacker for this turn. You're going to get both Archeops in play and be able to at least Hex Hurl, get some damage down. And the more damage that you're going to be able to do to this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, the better, because that just forces a Penny or that Scoop Up Cyclone on the following turn. And if that happens, you're not getting attacked.
Speaking of Penny, there are 3 pennies in this deck. And like we said, our A-spec of choice here is going to be that Scoop Up Cyclone. But as Lugia does, we are going to be able to find the V-Star Summoning Star here, and here comes Archeops hitting the bench. And then we will be able to Primal Turbo here. I like the preemptive attach from last turn onto the Weird Deer. I think a lot of the times when you want to play this deck at top level, you really have to be mindful of your energies. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Joe playing 18 energy. I feel like I've seen lists with 14. We saw a list yesterday with 17, 18 energies. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot, and it's really just down to that basic lightning tech in this deck, trying to just give you an extra attack with that Iron Hands, maybe save that legacy energy for a different Pokemon. But here we see that Fluttermane getting fully powered up and the double turbo to retreat. So we're going to get some damage on the board, and Nolan's going to come into a crossroads where you might need to get that Rocky Chestplate down just so you can survive an Arrow Dive from a Lugia V next turn.
As we were talking about it, Town Store in place, so he will be able to do that. But I think it's always important to note out Fluttermane, a Pokemon that has a great ability called Midnight Fluttering, which turns off your opponent's active ability. So that Cornerstone stance now going to go away, and we can still start hitting into the Ogerpon here. Checking on over into Nolan's hand, though, trying to figure out what to do. I believe that is the manual attach of that Mist Energy, and there's the rescue board. So we could just be seeing a priority of let's just get Ogerpon out of the active right now. We'll figure out what to do later, but let's get some energy on it so we could be at least swinging next turn. But there's the Rock Chestplate in hand, though, because rescue board's attached.
Yeah, it's going to be a little awkward because that second Nest Ball's prize, there is 4 Ultra Ball in the list to be able to find more Cornerstone, but this Buddy Buddy Poffin is not really going to be that useful. You can find Noibat. That's the only other basic in the list, but it is not good in this matchup. You're not really going to be able to attack with Noivern efficiently just because Lugia V-Star is there on the bench and easily charged up thanks to those Primal Turbos.
At this point, I think Joe is pretty set up. Honestly, has a really great game plan going into this. I think a lot of control decks do a lot of mental taxing on some players, but has a really great play as the Iono is going to come in for both players right now. There's the Lugia V, the boss as well, and a Mesagosa. So not a terrible hand on Joe's side, but let's talk about Nolan's hand. We are able to find the Noivern EX with that covert flight attack where it is able to not get damaged by basic Pokemon.
Yeah, but again, already attached for the turn to that basic Noibat. There's not really much you're going to want to do other than Turbo Energize, but you can only Turbo Energize to this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX that is already damaged. Don't have the Rocky Chestplate or the Rock Chestplate on it, so not going to be able to reduce damage from an Arrow Die, but since you're not taking a knockout, you're only worried about that Fluttermane attacking.
Still not the worst attacker in the world here, as we're going to shuffle right back up. We'll see what the line is here for Nolan. Once again, 10-0-1. It is not easy to go 10-0-1. Joe also, in his own right, going 10-1 here. So both of these players playing absolutely great. And I think it's also just a very important fun fact as we are going in for the Turbo Energize. This is both of these players' first day 2.
Yeah, insane. And they are 1 win away from potentially locking up a top cut spot here for their first day 2. And honestly, what better way to do it, right?
Absolutely. See what Joe's turn is going to bring us. Once again, we do have Boss's Orders, we have Mesagosa, we have a lot of routes. We also do have the Iono in hand, so could be thinking about getting rid of that Town Store to limit Nolan's options of grabbing some more tools potentially. There's a lot of things that we can do, though. We may just go for the knockout here, but I also think that bringing back up the Cornerstone Ogerpon and then hitting again wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. What do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, you do have to use one of your Boss's Orders, but you're playing 4 of them, as most Lugia decks now do. And you're not going to take the knockout on that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, but you're at least applying a lot of pressure. And the more pressure you apply, the likely chance that your opponent is going to penny just to save it. And especially with Nolan struggling to find multiple copies of that Cornerstone, it seems like a good game plan.
Going to just go on ahead and Primal Turbo to that Lumineon V. So potentially we could also be going for something along the lines of a Aqua return, if you will, just free up a bench spot there. We'll see, though, Joe, reading the ability. It's very important to just read your opponent's cards. You can definitely do that, but it will just be the Hex Hurl that does knock out our Noibat. But now Counter Catcher is online. See what the play is going to be, but there's the lightning pull off the prizes. You know Joe's happy about that one.
This hand is not looking good for Nolan here. Does have a Pokegear to try to get out of it, but again, the struggle to find a multiple Pokemon on the bench is the #1 problem here. Seems like Arven is found, so that is a way to grab Ultra Ball and then find another Cornerstone. But this one is very much threatened to be knocked out by even the Flutter Mane next turn if you decide not to attack.
Probably will just take that Arven at that point, just referencing the hand just in case. Once again, Joe reading Cornerstone stance. That Demolish ability, 140, doesn't really get affected by anything weakness and resistance here. So it is just kind of your perfect blocker there. I've seen a lot of decks try and utilize Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. I've seen it in very early days of Raging Bolt, believe it or not, because it is a great Pokemon, and especially in a format where tons of attackers just have abilities, it's a great idea. And I really do commend the people that came into this regional really respecting that, and even just playing control. I said it on yesterday in day 1 that you just got to respect control, because when you play so many options, you have so many supporters to help you, this archetype does go crazy.
Yeah, with the way this game is shaping up, it seems like Nolan's just going to have to be content with getting another Cornerstone in play, attaching energy, and then get that Rock Chest Plate on it, and then take the knockout with the active one. But the thing you're going to have to worry about is an Iron Hands EX coming down into play for Joe on the following turn, taking 3 prizes off this Cornerstone. That means it is a lone Cornerstone versus the world here for Nolan.
We really just haven't seen what this deck does best right now, and that is the fact that it technically goes and resets the hit points of the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpons. We really haven't seen the 3 pennies in deck. We have not seen the Scoop Up Cyclone, but like you said, Jeremy, it will be the Demolish that does take out Flutter Mane here, and we are going to go on ahead, send Weird Deer back up. We'll see what Joe's play is. It could just be the Arrow Dive onto Lone Lugia V, but going on to the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. I mean, this also works. It has no ability. It can attack.
Yeah, it is a good way to just get the knockout, but it is not going to be as advantageous for the prize trade here, or the prize mapping for Joe. Is still going to need to take down 2 more Cornerstones after this.
Okay, shuffling back up the deck. Don't know what the hands look like just yet, but honestly, if I'm Joe, I'm very comfortable with my lines right now. And we do also get to discard that Town Store as well, so another resource that we have going down here. It will just be 1 lone Cornerstone Ogerpon EX versus the world with that Rock Chest Plate, so at least we get a little bit of that damage mitigation here, but we got to figure out how to get our bench filled back up, because honestly, we need another Pokemon.
Yeah, and again, it's just the way this deck is built, and having to prize the Nest Ball, it hurts a little bit, but we do see another Ultra Ball in hand. It's going to take a few resources to use that, but at least Chloris' Tenacity can maybe grab the last Stadium out of the deck, and you can just discard it if it already isn't discarded.
Could grab the Artisan too. We could grab the... Yeah,
oh, it's prized.
Oh, never mind. We can't grab it. It's prized. So no Noibats either. That's the thing. A lot of the setup cards that you would need in this deck are just not available to be used. And that is the hard part about only playing a certain amount of each card here. It does have the Ultra Ball if we really wanted to do it. But this Cornerstone Ogerpon really can just attack on its own here. So like I said, Demolish, I believe, for 140. But with double turbo energy attached, it will just be that 120.
Thankfully, it is going to be enough to at least 2 hit this Lugia V pretty consistently, and you're going to have to worry about the next Pokemon that Joe's going to be able to play down, and maybe you'll throw in another Iono and just hope to dodge Lugia V or that Iron Hands EX.
It is just going to be, I believe, another Arrow Dive over Joe's hand, I mean, there's not much we can do with a full bench right now. I totally agree with you a couple points ago, Jeremy, that Iron Hands EX definitely would have helped out in this mapping just a little bit more here. Has the Night Stretcher, though, from what I can see. We could go grab another Ogre Pawn here, at least try and save this one. But we definitely want to go on ahead and get some prizes out here too. Could be that Artisan that we have been looking for here, but Night Stretcher for that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn EX definitely will be hitting the bench with a energy on it. And honestly, Nolan is fighting back as best as possible here.
Yeah, the best thing for Nolan in this situation is that Rock Chestplate. It forces the rest of Joe's attackers in the deck to 3-hit a Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn EX. And that's exactly where you want to be. Hopefully grabbing the penny off the prize cards does not. So won't be able to pick it up yet again.
Has the Thornton, though, in hand.
Yeah,
that could be very interesting. We could see just Lugia come right back, especially because the one on the bench is already evolved into that Lugia V-Star and doesn't do any damage here. I like what Joe is doing right now by just checking the energy, making sure that we have enough resources here, because as you can see from the shuffle, the deck is getting very low.
That's Lugia doing Lugia things, though, right? Just try to thin out as much as possible. Give yourself the best opportunity to find the resources you need. And here is that Thornton replacing the Weird Ear V that Joe started with, grabbing Fluttermane yet again. This is going to help soften up the bench Cornerstone for a potential 2-hit in the following turns.
I'm not sure. Both options seem very good, especially because one attacks to the bench, but it will just be the Fluttermane here. Reading Thornton. Thornton, you can choose a basic Pokemon in your discard, and basically you get to just switch it out with your active. It's a very cute tech, as I like to call it. It's very interesting, but it will just be that 6 damage. Hex Hurl does 90, but Rock Chestplate really coming in to play here for Nolan. We're going on over into Nolan's turn. Has how many do we play here? I believe we just played one of these Energy Lotto, but we do also play Earthen Vessel in this deck too. There's a lot of one-ups here, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing a deck that has a lot of time yet again, and you're playing cards that search, like that Corus's Tenacity, you're playing the Arven, you have a lot of just access to basically anything you really want as long as you have a supporter.
Here comes a spec, potentially scoop up Cyclone here to throw Joe's math off here. So we may not have seen a penny yet, but scoop up Cyclone also just takes that E-check button and gets your damaged Pokemon out of here. That's why even a lot of Regidrago V-Stars were trying to opt for it in the beginning, because 280 also, you have to sometimes 2-hit that, but it takes not only just the Pokemon and puts it back into the hand, but it also takes all attached cards. So that, compared to something like a Professor Turo scenario where all of those cards go into the discard, we get to actually recycle that Rock Chestplate and use it for that other Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, and this is why I love the pick of the Fluttermane with that Thornton over that Lugia, because neither of them were going to be able to take that knockout this turn, but now you get that 2 damage counters on that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn EX that will allow future Lugia V to be able to take a knockout in 2 hits instead of 3.
We're lining up to try and find an Ultra Ball here, but Rock Chestplate really is kind of the MVP tool right now, allowing for Ogre Pawn to take, like you said, 3 hits here. Going down for the Ultra Ball, see what we will be able to grab out of the deck, dare I say, that we might be able to just grab another Ogre Pawn. Honestly, at this point, we just haven't been able to really utilize the Noivern line, but the Ogre Pawns are just doing their own thing.
Yeah, well, again, remember, Noivern not in the deck for this matchup. Yeah, you're going to want it for those games against Ancient Box, Roaring Moon, Raging Bolt, which Nolan played last round and won. So it's a card that does very well in those specific matchups. But here, where Joe just has a variety of different attackers, basic and evolutions, no abilities and abilities, you really got to have to play around with just this Cornerstone.
Okay. Lugia going to the bench, and we can imagine just another attack here coming out for the Arrow Dive. Primal Turbo, 1 being activated here. Definitely going on to Lugia. I have to say, I love the way that Joe is always playing the energies really smart. He always has something being just manually attached to get it out of the active. Lugia, not a lot of quote free retreaters in that deck, so really managing the energy resources really well here. Primal Turbo one though, going on over to the Lugia V, but honestly, Jeremy, we're running out of energy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think there's only a Legacy Energy and a Double Turbo left in the deck. This might be a turn where you're forced to use that Aqua return just to put another energy. Even though you're not doing damage, you at least are able to maybe attack again in the future. The one problem we're running into, Joe did that wonderful play of being able to get that 2 damage with that Flutter Mane. That's going to be mitigated by the reduction from Double Turbo Energy. So Lugia still will have to 3-hit this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, and that's not where you want to be with Nolan only at 2 prizes left.
Making difficult too, but the Luminion V also does have an ability.
Yeah, you're not doing that. You're just doing it to get the energy, back
in the deck. Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to see here, but we do see Iono get played here. I love how Nolan is just writing down the cards that are about to go to the bottom here. But like you said, we just have to recycle the energy at this point. The Iono being played. We'll see what Nolan is going to draw as we head on over into Joe's side. Mesagosa here, Archeops, and another Iono, I guess, could be good for next turn. But there's finally, we see Penny. But there goes the other Cornerstone Ogerpon that I believe we used some resources to get back into the hand.
Exactly, yeah. Using the Ultra Ball to grab that Cornerstone, but then not benching it. Granted, with the way this turn has shaped up, Nolan has a lot more time. Seeing the Legacy Energy on the Luminion, it guarantees that it's going to be attacking this turn. So you're not taking damage here, and then next turn, you're only going to be taking, what, 80 from that Lugia?
Barely anything to really kind of scoff at here. But Aqua return for 0 damage. Luminion V going back into the deck. We will see that fish around another time. But like we said, it's the best thing that we can do to keep all of the energy that we can keep in play right now. We'll see what is going to go down for Nolan. I kind of missed the draw for turn here. I know there was a Penny. I believe there may have been another Iono used, but we'll see what we can do. And there it is. There is that Iono. So Nolan going to get a brand new, fresh 2 cards here. We'll see if we can find another Ogerpon, because we definitely need just something to work off of here.
Now, the one good thing going for Nolan is you're essentially 2 turns away from winning this game, maybe 3. Oh, no, never mind, the Double Turbo. So you're not taking the knockout on the Archeops.
Nope.
So this game's going to go on for a little bit longer.
We'll see loops and pulls, Jeremy, if you will. So it's going to be a little bit interesting here. We have to really prioritize our resources right now if we are Joe. Also have to call it out. This has been a very, very long game 1. We're already half of time into round at this point. And while, yes, we're kind of nearing the end, we definitely want to see if we're Joe, if we can either win this game or set ourselves up to at least play a game 3 if possible. But capturing Aroma is going to flip tails, so we are going to grab that Luminion V, activate its Luminous Sign ability. We are able to grab a supporter from the deck. Another Iono here is going to come out for Joe from the deck. And while we're there, we're just going to go on ahead and Primal Turbo.
Yeah, with the Archeops still in the active, you're going to need a way to retreat it. That's going to be that Double Turbo. Iono is going to put the boss's orders from the hand back into the deck. Retreating to the Luminion here, again, you can just loop that. I mean, this is a way to buy time, right?
And I think that's all that we can really ask for Joe here. Just keep disrupting the hand down to 2 cards, and if we're unable to find anything, we can just kind of coast on that. But there it is, that Colress's Experiment. Top 5 cards of the deck. Some of these will go into the Lost Zone, but like we said, Jeremy, we just need another Ogerpon to feel completely comfortable here. We'll check out what this Colress does bring for us.
Getting rid of that fighting energy and Noibat, not bad. You don't really need multiples of those throughout this game, and just finding more energy and Colress with that Colress's Experiment.
I believe it is just going to be another Demolish, and it is going to just be the concede for game number 1 for Joe, and I do believe it is going to be Nolan going up in the set 1-0. Like we said, it's resource management down to a T, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think with Joe realizing just a couple Double Turbos left in the deck, that Legacy Energy, you're not really going to be able to get there in enough time. And like you were saying, only 25 minutes left. You're going to need all the time you can get, especially against a deck like this.
Great stuff coming in from Nolan too, especially not working with, you know, the ideal board state for this deck too. Rock Chestplate once again coming into play a lot here, mitigating some of that damage that Cornerstone Ogerpon EX is going to be taking here. And still, Joe, 100% still in this. It's just so difficult when your energy runs out very, very quickly, even when you're playing 18 of them.
It really all depends on how much you discard early on with those cards like Professor's Research, Carmine, Serena. Again, your prizes matter huge in this matchup, especially with some of those one-of attackers like the Fluttermane or Iron Hands EX.
Jumping on into game number 2 here. Oh, this is huge, actually. On Nolan's side, I'm not liking how not only is the one of Turbo Energize prize, but also the one of Rock Chestplate. Granted, it is at the bottom, but these are very important tools that won Nolan's game number 1 here.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. And the one of Earthen Vessel in the prize cards. So a lot of the ways to get energies pretty easily through Arven are gone. You only have Energy Lotto as the main item to grab that. And on Joe's side, dropping that turn 1 Carmine, having to discard 3 energy, but getting a double turbo energy on a Lugia V could apply a lot of pressure without even needing to go into the V-Star.
I was about to say, I think a rule about Arceus V-Star is as long as you start with an energy on your Arceus, I think you'll be okay. And kind of could be the same thing coming over here for Joe here. But over to Nolan's turn. Double discard of that Noibat for Ultra Ball here, and we're going to start getting to counting. And I think this is going to be the oh no moment coming out from Nolan as we realize that some of our key cards in this matchup are not available to be used. But we're doing our due diligence, Jeremy, and checking some of these energy counts on our Ogerpon counts. We'll see what Nolan does to get around this very troubling situation.
Yeah, interesting going to check all those cards first. Now checking for that Rock Chestplate, seeing it's not in the deck. Granted, you did get probably the best discard with those double Noibat. Not good in this matchup. Usually on the opposite side, you want Ultra Ball, double Archeops. Ultra Ball, Noibat, kind of the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you the same kind of like feeling serene here. But here comes Nolan's notes. Gotta just consider that. We saw this yesterday too with Hunter's match as well. It was just, hey, I'm gonna play all of these one-ofs, but I'm actually not going to be able to use them at all here. So Nolan doing a diligent deck check once more, figuring things out, but it will just be that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon that we're going to be able to find here. And like we said, these Ogerpon are going to be able to do what we need to do.
Now it does have a double turbo energy in hand along with Arven, that Chloris' Tenacity. So has some options here. I think we're probably just going to see an attach of that double turbo to the benched Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Save a little bit of damage before you can start attacking.
Is going to be Colress's Tenacity coming down onto the table here. That's going to be 1 energy card and 1 stadium here. So we have to figure out what lines we're going for. I like a lot of the search cards. Like you said, we already have double turbo in hand. We're not getting an attack off this turn, but with Rock Chestplate being gone for now, it's going to be very interesting lines to try and get it out because like we talked about, it's the fact that Lugia V only now needs to hit twice, and Nolan is not the one attacking first.
Yeah, the big thing to really kind of think about is for Joe to attack next turn and apply pressure, it means another double turbo energy has to come down. That means you're doing 90 damage with Arrow Dive, which is still a 3-hit knockout. So I think because of that, Nolan has a little bit more leeway in this play, but getting that energy on the bench one has the rescue board in hand. So good start here for Nolan.
Rescue board going on to our active Cornerstone Ogerpon EX, and we are over to Joe's side here. Has the Iron Bundle in hand and also Iron Hands. We do have a Professor's Research, Jeremy, but I feel like just out of like view of my camera view, I feel like Joe discarded a lot of energy within that first Professor's Research that we saw. I don't know how comfortable Joe feels of going for something like that again, especially with Legacy energy in hand. Now, granted, he also does have the Iron Hands EX. There is chances that we could do this, but Town Store just to figure out what we have available to us, and I like that to use it as a deck search. Even if we don't play any tools, it's a nice way that we can kind of shuffle up the deck, make sure that we we're doing the right sequencing here because it's big. Weird Deer prize, Luminion V prize, also that Serena, but only one gift energy prize, not the worst thing in the world. But when you've discarded 2 jet energies already, maybe not our favorite play.
Yeah, and a double turbo. So only 2 of those left in the deck. And if you try to even go for it this turn with that attack, you're not setting up Archeops, which means eventually you're going to have to evolve into a Lugia V-Star and try to get those chops out on the bench. But if you do that, you're not going to be able to attack that turn unless you retreat and then try to go into that Iron Hands. We might see something like that here. Yeah, Legacy Energy there could be pretty good. And another research.
Okay, no Iron Bundle going to be used here.
That's interesting. I would have benched the Iron Bundle for sure.
At least the bundle, right? Because the thing is, we can always get the bundle out, but like we said, no Archeops. I don't even think in 2 professors' researches we've even seen an Archeops here. We did see an Earthen Vessel, though, go into Joe's hand. There's the Ultra Bolt, though. So we will be able to see a Archeops here, but that's only one, and it'll probably be discarded by that Earthen Vessel in hand.
Yep, and discarding a second Lugia V, you have another one prized, so that means you have just that much less attackers. Basically all on the board now for Joe here.
Actually going to be Read the Wind here. Discard 1 card from the hand and draw 3. I feel like we love drawing 3 here. You have Rotom Instant Charge, you have Read the Wind, you have Pheasantipity EX too. So we'll see what it is going to be over on Nolan's side. Once again, a nice little look at these prize cards here. A lot of these very detrimental one-ofs in these prizes. The Rock Chestplate especially is what I'm looking at here, Jeremy.
Yeah, this is probably the best case scenario for Nolan, at least the way the game's gone. A little bit slower start from Joe, having to waste the first couple of turns just to even get 1 Archeops in the discard, a couple energy in play. The faster Nolan can get a prize card to get to potentially that Rock Chestplate is the best case scenario.
Also important to note here that Cornerstone Ogerpon does not hit for weakness on Lugia V as well, or
the
on
Iron Hands, yeah.
and on Iron. It doesn't. Well, listen,
Doesn't do resistance
technically
for the
wasn't
Lugia.
wrong. Yeah, it doesn't do the resistance for Lugia, and doesn't hit for weakness onto the Iron Hands as well. So it is still just going to be that 140 or 120 combo with that double turbo energy here. See what Nolan is going to do, but we're definitely loaded up on the Cornerstone Ogerpons now. We're definitely looking a lot more comfortable over Nolan.
Yeah, very different from Game 1, and Game 1 ended up in Nolan's favor, so you have to be feeling it if you're a fan of Cornerstone, which, you know, I am.
I was about to say, yesterday I think a couple people were ripping us for the caster picks, but so far so good for you, Jeremy. See what's going to happen here. Just going to be another pass. There's Fluttermane, though, but here comes our favorite supporter, a one-of Jacques here. We're able to grab 2 evolution Pokemon from the deck here. So I like how we have 2 Lugias out now, because we do probably get to just evolve the 1 onto the bench just so we can see these Archeops hit the bench, find Primal Turbo. But there's that Earthen Vessel discard that we were talking about, and there's our Lightning Energy that we have. I believe that is the only non-special energy lightning or non-special energy in the deck here, but it is going to be the evolve into the active here.
Yeah, it is interesting that Nolan decided to spread out the energy on those Cornerstone on the bench, not choosing to just start demolishing the active. Granted, with the Lugia V-Star evolution, it's not going to be a 2-hit knockout, so probably for the best, especially with Joe just trying to go aggressive here with Iron Hands or the Lugia V.
Double Primal Turbo here, hitting the Lugia V onto the bench here. I like how the double turbo energy, once again, in the active here. So we are just loading up this Lugia V. No double turbo energy onto the Lugia V, though, so we will be able to arrow dive completely for that 130. And with no Rock Chestplate, still, we are able to just get around that. It will just be that 130 onto the active. Now Joe fighting back as best as he can, heading back on over into Nolan's side.
Yeah, I actually love the basic lightning attachment onto the Iron Hands EX. Now that's 2 lightning, which gives you an attack that most Lugia decks don't have access
That's
to,
very
Arm
true.
Press. It does 160, so even with a Rock Chestplate, is able to 2-hit a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX.
Still though, figuring out the line here. I do see a penny in the hand, but we might just go opt for the Arven here. grabbing some more tools there. I think once again, the 4 bosses orders in Joe's deck is really going to come into play. Like you said, double lightning here, arm press for 170. Could be the energy lotto pull here as Nolan doing another very diligent deck search.
Yeah, this is where something like an earthen vessel would be great.
Yes.
That's in the prize card.
The one
Not available.
Fortunate here. So we're going to have to kind of go gambling on this one. Energy lotto, try and find some energy. And it's any type of energy. It could be another double turbo energy. It could be a fighting energy. See what the energy lotto does bring us, because we definitely do not have it in that hand right now.
Big 7 cards here for Nolan. Does find both of those types of energy. Going to grab that double turbo energy and start using that demolish attack and try to even out this pressure a little bit.
See exactly how Joe is going to be able to respond, but it will just be the double turbo energy attached onto the Ogre Pawn with the fighting energy onto the bench. And dare I say, Jeremy, I love those types of energies. Those were, I believe, base set energies, or that style of energy, but it will just be that demolish with double turbo energy, 120 damage onto our active Lugia V on Joe's side here. We'll see what the gameplay is. Maybe we can try and find a Luminion for Luminous Sign boss's orders, and then we even smack, or we just have it in hand already. We could just go on ahead and get up in the prize race, go 2-2-2.
Yeah, playing 4 bosses orders usually does that for your deck.
Listen,
you just try to draw into them a lot.
You would be surprised how many Lugia players I know that are either they absolutely have it, Ultra Ball double Archeops is kind of that golden way through, but it is going to be the penny there. So one of those resources down. We didn't actually get to see it last turn too much, but this is going to be knockout here for Nolan on this side.
Yeah, this hand for Nolan, though, is not looking too good. That penny was really the only thing going for it, and you got Night Stretcher, Rescue Board, and that Cornerstone. So at least with the XP share, you can continue the Demolish train going.
Also talking about the fact that we don't really have any type of draw either, right? The hand is looking extremely low, but here comes that Iron Hands like you were talking about here, Jeremy. Could also be an Ampy very much for 3 prizes if we really want to go that route too.
Oh,
but
we do. We do.
Listen, EXP share also on the Cornerstone Ogre Pawn EX onto the bench as well, but you know what Joe's going for. Dare I say that we could potentially see a little bit of hand motions going back and forth. I love when players perform for the table, if you will. But Ultra Ball discard here, going after the Lugia V-Star. See what our final pitch is, but could we be grabbing either Luminion? We could be, I think.
It's going to be that Flutter Mane,
yeah,
probably.
the Flutter Mane too.
Hopefully would want to grab a Lugia V, but the last one being in the prize cards, not going to be that good. So Flutter Mane is really the only other option you have for Joe.
Has to decide here. If players are grabbing their prize cards in the order that I usually think they grab them in, Lugia V is going to be kind of that, quote, 4th one. But like you said, it is going to be the Flutter Mane here onto the bench, and that is going to be an amp you very much for 3 big prizes here. If you're Joe, but he's actually going to grab the Lugia V, actually not going in the order that people usually grab. What a clutch grab, because like you said, that is the last Lugia V in deck.
Well, listen, it's a 50% chance hitting those middle prizes. Played the odds. Joe did it well. And now you have another attacker to try to put forth in this match. Now, Nolan did get a Colress's Experiment and that Rock chest plate from the prize cards. Not going to be able to play the chest plate down because of the XP share, but at least with the Colress's Experiment, you can try to refill this hand that has been lacking for a couple turns now.
Think about how much we've refilled that hand in a matter of a turn or 2 here. I believe that is the 1 of counter catcher here that technically we could use to try and trap something and just force Joe to use an energy to eject it, but instead we are just going to go on ahead and demolish. Once again, Iron Hands does have the fighting weakness, but Cornerstone Ogre Pawn Mask does not actually hit for weakness there, so we are just going to see the jet energy from hand onto that last Lugia V that we were talking about a little bit earlier. But Jeremy, I gotta say, just from my camera here, we don't have that much energy in the deck left.
Oh yeah, again, it's just a problem when you're discarding a lot of those energies early. It was 2 jet, a double turbo, and a mist energy going down in the first 2 turns. Now, granted, Joe has an energy from hand here. Didn't he already attach the jet energy to bring it up?
He did attach the jet energy from hand, but I don't.
Is that 2 energy attachments?
That might be 2 energy attachments. Mesagosa, though, he definitely did use that from hand to bring the Lugia up this turn.
So basically, the energy from the hand should be to the bottom of the deck. You can still Primal Turbo it out, but just awkward sequence of events here. Should be easily fixable.
Yeah, we haven't done any too much damage yet. We really just kind of can throw that energy back. There we go, though. We love when a board state is fixable, because that means the game will go on. But the huge part of this, Jeremy, is that Joe is unable to attack this turn.
Well, no, he'll still have access to Primal Turbo, grab the gift energy, and then still keep the attack going. It's just did it in the wrong order.
Right. Sometimes your brain goes faster than your fingers, and then it's just all trying to work itself out. Playing up there on that stage can be very scary sometimes, but a very easy solution there. The Iono is going to come down as well as the Mesagosa, but there it is, that Primal Turbo 2, and the gift energy will be properly attached on to this Lugia V. We will be attacking this turn. Sometimes people make mistakes, players make mistakes, and as long as we're able to fix them, we're good to go.
Listen, first time in day 2, first time on the stream, most likely. Nerds
potential winning
in
in, too.
Yeah, potential winning in. The big thing Iono did, though, was put that one of Countercatcher onto the bottom of the deck. That is going to be very important to try to take a knockout on that Iron Hands EX on the bench. That is threatening a lot here. Now, we do see Nolan have Cloris's Experiment in hand along with the Nest Ball, but I would want to see a Nest Ball being played just so you can shuffle that deck, get that Countercatcher back into the mix of you being able to draw it.
Like we said, it's proper sequencing even with a deck like Control, but Nolan is going to go for just the Chorus first.
Now maybe hoping for that scoop up Cyclone potentially, and just a lot of supporters in these 5 cards. Pokegear, Chorus's Tenacity, Iono, and
just one
fighting energy. Yeah.
Not our favorite thing here if we are Nolan, so we are probably just going
I think this might be game over, honestly.
Really? What makes you say that?
Just with the amount of Boss's Orders that Joe has available in the deck, you have a potential... I guess you can't play Lumini on V-Down because the bench is going to be full.
Okay. Still, though, trying to figure out our lines here. There's that Nest Ball. Like we said, it could have been a misplay that we didn't see it first. Going to just go on ahead and grab that Ogre Pawn. We can just go for the retreat here, but I got to call it out, Jeremy. We have not a lot of time left in this game, and therefore in the round, and it could end in a tie if Joe's able to kind of get everything going as fast as possible.
Yeah, and granted, a tie for both these players isn't too bad. You're going to have still a win in next round to try to make it into top cut. But there is the retreat, so it means a simple Boss's Orders will be able to take the game for Joe. And this is all because Nolan didn't get an energy down last turn, isn't able to keep an attack going. And with how fast Joe's saying, oh no, there's no Boss's Orders. There's Luminion, but no bench for it.
Yeah, and that was the thing too with the Iron Bundle discard a little bit earlier. These are the times where you really want to keep it as much as possible. So Joe is just going to have to hit Arrow Dive regularly into the active Cornerstone here. Granted, we're lining ourselves up for something great here, but Pokegear, top 7 cards. There's the Arven. There's the Penny especially. We might be going for the Penny, and we will. There goes all of that math and all of what we were doing to get something going for this game that is very quickly running out of time.
Yeah, this is probably best case scenario for Nolan because with the way time works in the Pokemon TCG, if you have won the first game and game 2 has not concluded after the +3 turns, the winner of the first game is the winner of the match. So as long as Nolan is able to just survive for this game, they will be able to win. But no double turbo in hand. You're not going to be able to attack this turn. Or no, the Penny grabs the double turbo. All right,
yes, so it does.
Good here, but you're not having the counter catcher for the Iron Hands. So just another boss's orders off the top can do it. And, oh, attaching to the bench here.
Interesting, right? Because you would expect an attack just to demolish going onto the active Lugia V. We can kind of go back to what our game plan was here. But like we said, Joe, out of bench space, has all of the tools that we need to grab the boss's orders. It's just not in hand. Here's the Capturing Aroma. It is going to flip heads for an evolution Pokemon, but none of that is actually going to help us right now. We're probably just using it to check how many bosses we have left in deck. I do see 2, so we're just going to go for the thin and win strategy here.
Yeah, boss's orders, unfortunately, was the top card of the deck, so we just got to keep shuffling and hope it stays there. Now, grabbing a Lugia V-Star is not going to matter at this spot. Again, just like you were saying, thin the deck out as fast as possible. You still get to Arrow Dive turn after turn, so you're still applying the pressure.
4 minutes just about left here. See what is going on over on Nolan's side here. 2 very damaged cornerstones, though. We can only save one of them. But actually, if we're able to find a penny, too, we can top deck that scoop up Cyclone here, bringing it right back into the hand. Could you imagine, Jeremy, if there's already a penny in hand, too, that we could just wipe away all of this damage, and then Joe's prize mapping is just completely off. See what exactly is going to happen here. Has the boss and has the Iono, but no penny in sight. Here we go. Got to figure out what exactly the win condition is here for Joe, because like you said, I mean, things could get a little bit sticky. Ooh.
Nolan not attaching to the cornerstone means I think he is just not going for the win here, right? You are trying to stall as much as possible. There's a little over 3 minutes left. As long as you can just run Joseph out of resources, there's a jet energy found. You got double turbo to retreat. So we're just going to continue the Arrow Dive. No boss's orders in sight for Joe these past couple turns.
No boss's orders in sight, no penny in sight now. It's really just kind of rotating between all 3 of these cornerstone Ogre Pawns here to try and just have them soak each damage here. Has the Night Stretcher, though, so we will be able to grab that cornerstone Ogre Pawn right from the discard and actually put that back on. Buddy Poffin, though, coming down just to shuffle the deck. I like when players do this, just, you know, a way to kind of reset the deck, give it a little bit of love here. But Buddy Poffin going back into the discard. See that Cornerstone Ogre Pawn landed onto the bench and the Iono here. But how many times have we seen this, Jeremy? There's a very real chance we could see Boss off the top. Capturing Aroma. But Professor's research. Unfortunate.
Pretty insane, because you knew that hand did not have boss's orders, so you're giving your opponent 4 more opportunities to try to find it on the following turn. And continuing to bench the extra cornerstones means there's still at least just 1 in play. That is damaged the entire time. We're going to retreat here and still not attack. Is there a boss's order?
There it is! The top deck is going to be able to find the Cornerstone Ogre Pawn with the rescue board onto it. Joe will be able to get a knockout here, but here comes the Primal Turbo as well. No energy left in deck, so there is a very big possibility, Jeremy. We could go for something like a stall here.
No, we're just amp you very much.
Oh, that is also very true. I completely forgot. Double lightning attached thanks to our legacy energy and our amp you very much. Joe will be taking us to a game number 3. But Jeremy, there's barely any time left in the match.
Yeah, you have to feel that the 1 turn that Nolan had was that scoop up Cyclone top deck. You scoop up Cyclone your Pokemon, you boss's orders, take the knockout on that Iron Hands EX. There's no way for Joe to eventually win in the next 4 or 5 turns, just because the amount of penny and resources you have available. But because of Nolan's game plan of taking it back, not attacking, not applying any pressure, it allowed Joe just to continually, all right, boss off the top, boss off the top, boss off the top.
Please,
and it finally happened.
Please, 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 boss off the top will be able to find it for that amp you very much. And if at anything, Joe has secured himself at least a tie here, because we only have 53 seconds left here in the round. Now, granted here, Jeremy, if we are unable to get anything started on Nolan's side and we just bench a Noibat,
Noibat pass.
We could be in a world of hurt here. There's tons of ways that this can go down, but at least I have to say, just based off of the match so far, Joe definitely sighing a relief. A tie is a lot better than just straight up losing.
Yeah, exactly. Granted, both of the matches, this one and the next one, are still going to be essential win-ins into the asymmetrical top cut that we have. And with the mulligan, that's going to take us down to time as both of our players start the game here. Noibat in the active spot, and Joe's getting to go first, so going to play as fast as possible, but it's not going to be fast enough to pass the turn and hope for a quick knockout.
See the hand, though. I don't.
There's an Ultra Ball.
There is an Ultra Ball there. We'll see what exactly is going to happen. We did hit heads on the capturing Aroma, so we are able to get our Ultra Ball down. But let's look at the prizes really quickly. 2 double turbo energies inside of the prizes for Joe, and a missed. 1 Archeops, not the worst thing in the world. Get to do that deck check right now, but no Carmine too. Like we said, there's only 1 Carmine in this deck, and it's actually now in the prizes.
Listen, if I'm Joe, I'm not worrying about my prize cards at all. It is all about, does Nolan have a way to get another Pokemon in play? That you're going to have 1 more turn because time was called on your first turn. Joe is now turn 0.
Yes.
So with the way time works, it goes 3 extra turns after that. So Nolan has 2 turns. Joe's going to have 1 left.
Has the Luminion and the Lugia V-Star in the hand as well as we're going on over into Nolan's side. The Pokegear 3.0 and the Arvin guarantees a Cornerstone Ogerpon coming out into play here. The one of Nest Ball is not prized, so we are going to be able to, oh, there's 2 Nest Balls. They're both not prized, so we are going to be able to grab that Cornerstone Ogerpon. And as long as we have the energy in hand, we can go on ahead and retreat.
You don't even need to retreat. You just need that second Pokemon on the bench. Joe's not going to be able to knock out both of them in 1 turn, and with that, it is going to end in a tie. And granted, I think that Pokegear, there was no Ultra Ball in hand for Nolan, so Pokegear finding the Arvin really opened up the hand. Otherwise, we were going to have a Noibat pass.
We were indeed, especially with Lugia V-Star and Luminion able to grab a Professor's Research. We very well could have seen a very crazy knockout to win this for Joe in turns, but alas, the Arvin off of the Pokegear is going to grab the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Both of our players understand what's going on the table, therefore it will be a tie here, and I know they mentioned it earlier in the lounge. Our tie rate is down, but maybe not for this one.
Yeah, probably jinxed it a little bit, but...
Thanks, Kyle.
Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX is a very strong deck, and we saw it here. It's just unfortunate against, you know, a Lugia deck that knows how to play the matchup.
Yeah, Joe played that masterfully. I think the best as he could, realistically. And like we said, that match could have gone very differently if there was a Chinchino and a Minchino in there.
Yeah. We'll have to see maybe how that affects the top cut going forward, because there is a lot of Lugia in the field, and I think Joe is one of the few people not playing that Chinchino line.
It's very interesting, too, because the Weird Deer, I think, was kind of in the older Lugia list, and then when we were able to attach the Legacy Energy and onto Chinchino, mess up the prize mapping. But let's jump into the replay for this match. What an interesting one, Jeremy, for your caster pick of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX is very good in this meta right now, and I think our players have been proving it this entire weekend. This is our first time seeing it really do stuff on stream, and it is a good back and forth. That Rock Chestplate really makes this matchup against Lugia.
And when you're unable to use it so well, it definitely gets very scary, but there's that scoop up Cyclone. And like we said, all of those cards just go back into hand and you're able to just use it over and over again. Dare I say, you're kind of chipping down at a wall, if you will, and that wall was not going down easy. Nolan and Joe going to tie. They're both great players you should be keeping your eye out for. But of course, the boss's orders off the top 2 to win Joe the game. Such great usage of Iron Hands EX there because it has no ability, so it can technically attack.
Yeah, you really have to think back on this game too about that the turn with the Scoop Up Cyclone here. You're able to maybe clear out both of the damaged ones or use that boss's orders to take a knockout on that Iron Hands, but just unfortunately Nolan did not see that route or decided against it, and because of that, later on, Iono helping Joe find that boss's orders after turn of not drawing it.
Yeah, it was a heartbreaker too because we had all of the tools in the hand to just go on ahead and find the Luminion onto the bench. Luminescine, boom, boss's orders, but the bench was full at that point, and I think Nolan realized that and went for just, let's go on ahead and stall, make you use all of your jet energies, make you use all the energies to retreat and keep attacking. Really great work of what is a great control player. Honestly, Nolan doing it really well right now.
Yeah, again, now Nolan at 10-0-2, Joe at 10-1-1. With the way it's looking, both of those players still need to get a win to potentially make it into our top cut for sure. But we really don't know how the points are going to break down. Worlds was the first tournament we kind of had this structure, but there is so many more players here in Baltimore. So only 129 made it into day 2. 7-2 is the lowest record possible. So 21 match points, 4 rounds for this day 2. If you win all 4, that's 12-33 is usually what we saw beforehand, but that's really what we're just trying to go off of.
Well, we are going to go on ahead and look at the day 2 meta. I am very excited to see this graphic, Jeremy, because we saw decks from all over the tier list kind of going everywhere. We've seen Lugia kind of at the top, but let's take a look here. I think the Regidrago V-Star was just the obvious choice, right? I think a lot of us have deemed that the, quote, BDIF, the best deck in format here, but Lugia being second, kind of a surprise. And here's a big thing, Jeremy. No Raging Bolt on this graphic at all right now.
Yeah, well, Raging Bolt has a lot of rough matchups into some of the decks that started to climb up into the rankings. Snorlax Control, Unclassified, even Ancient Box is a little bit rough just because you're playing against a bunch of single prize attackers. So those 3 decks climbing up, a lot of players trying to hope for their tournament life on those.
I think for me, my caster pick of Respect and Control and putting in a Canceling Clone was not the worst thing in the world, especially when Snorlax Control does make the graphic for day number 2, but that unclassified category, I had to explain this to someone yesterday, is not unknown V-Star. I think for a lot of people who may be watching Pokemon TCG for the first time, they're like, unknown V-Star, really? And I was like, no. These are just decks that come from all over. I think we saw this a little bit yesterday with Palkia Dusknoir in particular, where with a Greninja in there, I think there was still one kind of roaming around too at the top tables. But I just want to say how exciting this tournament is starting to look for not only Pokemon TCG, but also for our other games that we are featuring here at Baltimore Regionals, and that is going to be Pokemon VGC and Pokemon Go. So if you guys are watching us, stay here for sure, but make sure you open some other tabs because the crowds are getting hype here for our other streams.
Yeah, we're going to be stealing the crowd hype for our TCG moments. So when you hear something going on in the background, that's for sure us, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's us, but it's not just because they're very exciting over there.
Absolutely, but dare I say, I've been watching a lot of Go and a lot of VGC this weekend too. A lot of my friends are competing in day 2 of VGC right now, and the meta for Regulation H, I should say, has been only gearing up for some of the craziest Pokemon you could never think of, actually throwing off some really good performances like Galarian Weezing.
Yeah, I'm a big Galarian Weezing fan from the TCG. Glad to see it's doing well in the VGC. There's also some great storylines. I mean, Wolf Glick going 8-0 at Worlds to start day 1, and starting here in Baltimore 8-0 again. There's no stopping that man unless it gets closer to top cut, essentially.
He just has the most amount of plot armor, really. I mean, he knows how to just create a great story. And also, once again, Pokemon Go too. We're seeing a lot of like crazy Pokemon. I know you, for the first time, you got to see shiny Dunsparce, and you were like, that's what it looks like? It's yellow and pink, by the way. But I believe Mandibuzz is over there too. So very interesting picks going on for Pokemon Go. Make sure you are tuning into all things Pokemon here at Baltimore Regional.
Yeah, and that's not the only streams that are going on. We have some stuff coming up during the week. You get to watch some cool stuff. Pokemon DP Battle Dimension. You got the replay of the 2022 Pokemon NAIC, and you get Pokken as well.
I'm stoked.
One of my favorite things to watch. I'm really sad that it is no longer on the circuit, but I'm a big fighting game proponent.
Can I just say, I am a big fan of watching the reruns of the old Pokemon series. You can always find me in the Twitch chat emoting with everybody else. I cannot tell you how many times. I believe it was one of the first Pokemon movies that, you know, that scene with Ash and Pikachu, and then Ash turns into stone, and then everybody just starts emoting in the chat, just sad faces.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I started crying, you know?
It's a really great time. You can always find me in there. Honestly, I just like have it up on my other monitor, and I'm like doing my work on my center monitor. And I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this episode. So make sure you guys not only tune in for regionals, but tune in during the week as well. I'm definitely going to be there for the Pokken stream, 100%. You guys can find me there because I love Pokken, and there's also a setup out there in the crowd for Pokken too, so you might be able to find me there later.
Now remember, this was our round 12 to start day 2. We got one more round in Swiss before our asymmetrical top cut, and that is going to be a community choice round, so stay tuned in the Twitch chat to try to vote for who you want to see to try to make it into top cut.
And then we have to cast it too,
Yeah.
so depending on how much you like
Pick a good one.
please pick a good one. We did just cast Control, but if you guys want to see Control again, who are we to stop you? But I'm excited to see what match we are going to be able to kind of throw it up there. I know there's a lot of fan favorites still in the tournament. I'm super excited to see what decks are going to make it into that top cut, because there have been decks, like I said before we even showed that graphic, from all over the tier list everywhere.
All right, well, that does it for us for this round 12, but don't go anywhere. Round 13 is coming up soon, so we'll see you next time.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
And welcome back to Baltimore Regionals. I just have to give just such a big shout out to our Pokemon Unite casters. They are, I gotta say, if we did the Pokemon broadcast team superlatives, they are best dressed no matter what. At Worlds, all of their suits were shiny and sparkly. Like they truly are just best dressed. But I'm still Emily Foreman, still joined here by Jeremy Jalen. We are going to be getting into our final Swiss round very soon, but we want to go on ahead and talk about the championship point breakdown for this season, because if you've been playing Pokemon for a while now, it's actually going to be switched up just a little bit.
Yeah, this is a new way to qualify for Worlds, and winning a regionals still gets you that qualification, but it also gets you a lot of championship points, all the way down to 64th place, 100 championship points for a lot of our players here in day 2. And instead of hitting a threshold like that 600 points that we had last season, it's actually just going to be a top 125 for NA, and it is not going to be easy for a lot of our players.
No, definitely not. It really does kind of force a lot of players to play a lot of the season, because I know in the past, right, that 600 was really kind of the golden number. So a lot of people were really just kind of trying to push their locals as much as possible, and then go to every single regional at the start of the season and really just kind of get it done and over with. But it's going to force you to play a little bit more, go to your locals, max out your best finishes too. You want to just play as much as possible, but that means you're playing more Pokemon. But 125 Masters for North America, and that includes US and Canada. I could think of 125 players and even more players that are just more than qualified to be there. It's going to be definitely a tough season for a lot of our competitors.
Yeah, and again, it is also 125 for EU. LA has 100, OC has 20, and then the Middle East and South Africa are 10. So it is very competitive, and as we get later on into the season, it starts to get a lot worrisome for some of these players.
Yeah, it definitely just shows the amount of talent that we have, but why not find out where we can also gain some more championship points through some of the other regionals that we have going on. Granted, Baltimore is the first, but let's see where else that we're heading. Next in North America, we're heading on over to Louisville, as one of my friends from Kentucky was like, you said it wrong yesterday on stream, so I hope my friend liked my pronunciation this time. Then we'll hit Sao Paulo for LAIC, the first IC of the season, in Sacramento and Toronto. And honestly, Jeremy, we are shaping up to have what a great Q1.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice. And a lot of these early tournaments after Baltimore is going to be in that Stellar Crown format. So we're going to see some pretty interesting decks coming out of that new expansion for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, we still have tons of places to go to, but like we said, it all ends in Anaheim next year for 2025 World Championships. We already have the dates ready to go. You know, it was really funny. I was sitting out in the audience when it was announced, and I saw people around me looking up hotels already on their phone. So you know what? You better be prepared. Personally, what I am super excited for on this list is going to be the return of NAIC in New Orleans. Oh my goodness! If you guys were there last year, it was just a ton of fun. They had bands playing right before round 1 was starting. The food down there was amazing. Just everybody hanging out from all of the games just felt really good.
Yeah, and looking back from New Orleans to now, you know, we are in the thick of things in our first regional of the season. We are in the last round of Swiss, and that means we have updated standings that we can talk about and see how our top cut is going to be shaping up. Rahul Reddy, 11-1, 33 match points, sitting up at the top.
Yeah, at this point, you could probably safely assume you're pretty locked for cut at this point. You got to look at it, though. Nolan still 10-0-2 with Cornerstone, Mask, Ogerpon, EX, and Noivern EX going all the way. I got to call it out, though. Henry Chow, 10-0-2 on Gardevoir, a deck that I think all of us, dare I say, counted out. And then you have George, and we saw Joe Figliano as well. All you got to do is still be in that winning in, but that's what we like to call that quote-unquote asymmetrical cut.
Yeah, and then a lot of well-known names on the list from 9 to 16 as well. A lot of former champions in regionals as well. Pretty cool to see a lot of these players just still consistently at the top.
Gotta say, though, once again, Jeremy, it is only just some of the best up here, but also just players with starting the season strong. Like we said, our last match between Nolan and Joe, both of these players, it was their first day 2, and now they're competing to make it into even just top cut. Our last match yesterday was someone going into day 2, winning at their first regional. So the level of play between our top players and our rising stars is, believe it or not that far apart from each other at this point.
One name I also want to point out too, Graft and Roll, another one of my picks, you know,
That's true.
Playing that Palkia V-Star, Dustnor with that Greninja EX in there, still in the thick of things, trying to make it into top cut. And again, with the way these points are, only 8 people have 31 points or higher. So 33 match points seems like it's going to be that cut.
Great stuff from all of our competitors. It has been a very hard fought past 2 days of regionals. Like we had a little bit of time yesterday to talk about it, that tournament fatigue, right? And granted, if you didn't play your best and you still made day 2 yesterday, you definitely had kind of a second chance to really go in, get a lot more rest, get a lot more sleep. I know for some of these players, they're going through a time difference as well too. So not only that, you have to adjust to the time change, you also have to get your rest. But now that you've been here for a day, definitely a great way to just reset, start over, play some Pokemon. And like we said, a lot of amazing players on this right side too.
Now remember, this next match was community choice, so y'all got to pick to see who we're going to be seeing for this final round. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the notable matches that you had the choice for. It's going to be a pretty good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited as I get to see the players, but you guys get to find out who won very soon. But like Jeremy said, the notable matches and then what we have on our desk coming up to see, we will have Kenneth and Ian stepping up to bat here, but look at all of these big names, Jeremy. There's so many.
Yeah, and a lot of these players are playing their winning in to this top cut. Another standout, Rowan Stavino up against JW Kraywall. Both players, regional champions in their own right, trying to make it another on the list. And our match is going to be Ian Robb up against Kenneth Jawan, and it is going to be pretty nice to see Ian Robb coming off a top 8 finish at the World Championships. Kenneth, first regionals, been playing locals since March.
What is going on with TCG this weekend? And hey man, first tournament here. Like, let me just make it all the way. Kenneth, amazing accomplishments here, but you're going up against a Titan himself, Ian Robb. Last season was his 12th invite. 12. That is insane to even think about it. Ian Robb has been playing Pokemon for a long time, many titles.
That's more numbers than I have fingers.
Yep, that's very, very true, Jeremy. I am super excited to see what the matchup is also going to be here too. I do believe Ian Robb is just sticking through with the same deck, if not maybe 1 or 2 changes from his Worlds list, but I know he was running a couple of courses on how to play his deck, and I know honestly they were sold out because you need the wisdom of a player like Ian Robb in your life. I mean, he is a fantastic player in his own right.
All right, well, I believe our final Swiss round of Baltimore Regionals to open up the 2025 season is now getting underway. So let's go ahead and take it to the table. It is going to be Kenneth on Snorlax up against Ian Robb with that Regidrago V-Star. So a lot of gameplay from Ian in this matchup, but Kenneth is just trying to make it as hard as possible for Ian to take all 6 prizes.
I'm looking at Ian's list right now, Jeremy, and I do not see a single canceling cologne here. So that is going to be a very interesting win con for Ian here. But Kenneth playing all of the tech cards in the world. Specifically, I think when you're playing that Snorlax, you have tons of opportunities, tons of great supporter cards to help you out and kind of throw off your opponent here. Specifically, I am looking at that Misfortune Sisters, getting rid of all of those energy switches for Ian. That could be a little troublesome.
Yeah, the exclusion of canceling Cologne kind of pointed to Ian saying, yeah, I'm not worried about Iron Thorns EX. It may have won Worlds, but it was only 1% of the field this weekend, but is going to have to battle through Snorlax and Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon.
I may have just commentary cursed it, but out of 3 of the Misfortune Sisters in the deck, 2 of them are now in the prizes alongside that accompanying flute there, where we can look at the top 5 cards of an opponent's deck and then fill that bench. Now, granted, it's not an Iron Thorn, so we are still able to draw through the deck with our Teal Mask Ogerpon EX with that ability Teal Dance, but I'm excited to see how Ian is going to handle this one. I think, Jeremy, if you could just back me up here, I think our just great point of play here is just let's go on ahead and Phantom Dive over and over, stack the energy up around the board, because that just seems like the best way to go.
Just a grass energy on the Regidrago V and a pass to the turn. One card that's going to be pretty cool in this matchup is that Handheld Fan. It's a Pokemon tool that says whenever your opponent attacks, you got to move 1 energy to one of your bench Pokemon. But in turn 1 Eerie, getting rid of a Prime Catcher is insane.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see here. But the thing is, Regidrago V-Star with that Legacy Star here, very important to note out, we can actually go on ahead and get that Prime Catcher back. We discard the top 7, so it is technically random unless you're able to manipulate it in certain ways. And we could get it back here, but you're only able to get 2 cards back. So we have to really kind of prioritize getting that Prime Catcher back, because you know either one of these Ogerpons are going to be stuck, or you're not going to be able to do much if Kyurem comes down.
Yeah, Kenneth's not going to be able to do too much if Ian just finds Energy Switch Fire Energy with Attacker in the discard for your Apex Dragon. We could see a pretty quick game 1 here. Still has access to that Legacy V-Star.
Gotta look at the hand too, Jeremy. I mean, you're bringing it up right now. I believe I see 2 boss's orders, if that, and
this is it, I think.
This could be it, especially. Oh, and there's the Legacy Star here too. So
no, not even. You Ultra Ball for the Giratina V-Star. You Earthen Vessel it to the discard. You have the Fire Energy attached for the turn. I believe there's an energy switch in the discard already.
There is, and now off of the Legacy Star as well, we could be seeing what I'd like to call the fastest control game quite possibly ever. There's the attach, and we are going to Apex Dragon. Copy Lost Impact. Ian Robb, a masterclass showing us here at Baltimore.
Yep, pretty good when your opponent starts just 1 Pokemon. The Eerie did not matter at all, as Ian just has the perfect setup to be able to take the victory with just a single attack. Who cares about Handheld Fan when you're just winning the game?
Absolutely. I mean, no backup at all here, too. We couldn't even find anything to stick in the active, too. I know for Snorlax in particular, that Erica's Invitation can also kind of trap Kyurem, right? Kyurem has, I want to say, 3 retreat costs just off the top of my head, and Ian doesn't really have a way to pick it up once it's down there. But best possible scenario here for Ian Robb, just turn 2 attacking, showing why Regidrago V-Star just BDIF.
Yeah, it is very just consistent and versatile at what it does, and Ian is now 1 win away from yet another top 8 in this format, or top cut in this format.
I was about to say, Jeremy, okay, this is a great opening hand for Ian, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because we already have Kyurem in hand, and I do believe I also saw a Squawkabilly. Prizes going down, though. I don't like this coming out from Ian. A lot of resource cards actually going right in there, that being 2 out of the 3 Regidrago V-Stars that he does play. But a couple of important techs here for Kenneth here, too. Erica's Invitation and Penny and Boss's Orders, but it will be Ian going first, probably grabbing the Squawkabilly here.
Yeah, well, you can grab the Squawkabilly, but the damage that it could do, like, it's only 20, right? So if it gets stuck in the active, you're going to be spending a lot of time not really doing too much. 2 Regidrago V-Star in the prize cards, along with the Super Rod and is not too good for Ian. But again, this is a game where you're going to have so much time.
You have tons of time to figure it out, and especially when your game one was, what, 4 minutes at max? Which
Not even. It was 2 minutes and then 2 minutes of shuffling.
I feel like we also saw a very fast control game on the other side for Ryan Antonucci yesterday. Could have been the fastest control set I've seen in a hot minute, but Ian Robb once again putting on a masterclass for us, showing what happens when your opponent just doesn't get another Pokemon down. But I think Kenneth's hand is a lot better this turn, also has the Rotom, but we got to see what Ian is looking and thinking about for. Can go on ahead and also just start Teal Dancing. We are going to be able to just draw one card here too. And I think if it's one thing a lot of people at home should just know is that the more cards in your hand, the better.
Yeah, good job on that analysis. It's great.
Listen, man, I'm doing my best here.
Drawing cards is good. Maybe
Draw
not
card
against
good.
maybe not against a mill deck, but
I don't
it's
see how
not
it goes,
technically a mill deck. It's just, you know, trying to stall things.
Yeah, absolutely. Cornerstone Ogerpon, that Teal Dance coming in here is going to be just that fire energy on to Regidrago. And like we said, here comes Squawkabilly. It is a liability now that you're bringing it up, but the thing is, we do have the Prime Catcher now, I believe, in hand, or still in the deck here. Hawlucha now also kind of can be a liability, but Ian does have at least the Ultra Ball for next turn, so we are going to be able to grab that last copy of Regidrago V-Star in the deck here. It will be the Nest Ball, though, going on over into Kenneth's side. Like we said, Rotom V is going to be in the deck, so now we're just doing a couple of counts here. Honestly, a lot of our Pokemon are here. Some of our key supporters, though, are missing.
Yeah, Snorlax is a deck that's really missing an old supporter that we used to have, Peonia, to try to grab some of those cards in the prizes. So basically, you're just left playing with what you have, minus those 6 cards. And having multiple Pokemon in play, a big difference from game 1.
Yeah, things are looking a lot better for Kenneth this turn, right? We got some Snorlaxes in play, do have the Flute, and our ace spec of choice here is going to be the Hero's Cape here. So something important to note, that Kyurem, a lot of the times that Snorlax players love to target, just kind of keep trapped there, is already in the discard pile. I know if you remember a certain ability that was able to grab Pokemon out of the discard and put them back on the bench, and then you counter Kencher. Snorlax was certainly played very differently way back when.
Yeah, I'm missing Echoing Horn
Yes.
real bad in this format.
I didn't know like one of your favorite types of decks to kind of like pilot was Control. Today I learned.
Yeah, I'm pretty degenerate when it comes to that. I love cards like Path to the Peak that we used to have. Oh, wow. Coupling Flute, grabbing the Regidrago V, not too bad. I mean, it's already in play.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world either here too. Counter Catcher not online, so all of that energy already on the current active Pokemon can just stay there. But it is just going to be an instant charge here from Kenneth, heading on back over to Ian's turn. Like we said, we had a couple of resources to kind of work with here too. And honestly, Jeremy, if worse comes to worse here, if they decide to bring up that Regidrago V, we can still Dragon Laser, but granted, a lot of the times the Control players and the Snorlax players, they see that Squawkabilly on the bench, they're hungry for it.
All right, looks like it is some clarification between the table judges and our players, it seems like. Maybe just starting Ian's turn.
I think about it too here. I think if we are going to attack onto the Snorlax with the handheld fan, if I'm Kenneth, I'm actually going to move that fire energy probably to the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX here.
Yeah.
A Teal Mask Ogerpon EX attacks for 3 grass energy. It really doesn't really help with the math at all here. So could be a potential play here. Ian going to Nest Ball, though, for the Mew EX. So just in case Mimikyu comes down at some point, that Safeguard ability prevents a lot of the damage that Regidrago can do, but we are able to actually copy it. But actually going to send the fire energy to the Squawkabilly, so it is technically an attacker, question mark?
Yeah, well, again, one thing about the putting it on the Teal Mask is Teal Mask does more damage based on the number of energy on it with that Myriad Leaf Shower. So even though it attacks for 3 grass energy, still can utilize that fire. Here's another accompanying Flute. Does not hit a Pokemon, though. And with the way the board is kind of set up, Ian is going to be taking this slow, but that handheld fan could prove big for Kenneth.
See where all of the energy gets blown off to here in this match. I would say probably one of those Misfortune Sisters is going to come down now, and it's going to be looking at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck and getting rid of any of those items. So it is going to be the Switch, and I do believe that is a 1-of Switch and the Earthen Vessel as well. So I don't know if we have another reliable way to grab another Fire Energy, but Ian does play what Reggie Drago considers a standard 3 Fire Energy line, but thankfully there were no energy switches in that.
Yeah, no energy switches just yet, but the 1-of Switch is huge. That means only Prime Catcher is going to be available until Ian decides to use that Legacy Star, V-Star ability.
Attaching that fire once again onto the Reggie Drago V. We are probably going to see another Dragon Laser, or even just we're going to go on ahead and Apex Dragon at this point. There could be an interesting line where we do try and find the Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, maybe even the Prime Catcher here to bring up another Snorlax and go for hits with finding Prime Catcher and then spreading the damage that way. But Ian is going to be able to find the Jamming Tower here, so we're going to turn off the fan, but it is going to be the boss's orders right now.
I'm a fan of this play.
And yeah, the boss's orders here, and it will just be the Dragon Laser that does do it. No Reggie Drago V-Star needed. Great knockout from Ian.
Yeah, taking 2 Snorlax off the board is always great, especially when you knew your opponent had that Hero's Cape in hand. So now Kenneth is on the back foot here, trying to just set up a board yet again. Otherwise, next turn, we could just see game over.
Okay, Pokegear 3.0, we have tons of options here. It is going to be the Arven grab for probably what we are going to assume is going to be the one of 4 counter catchers in this deck. Counter catcher a great way, and we could probably assume we are going to be grabbing either probably the Reggie Drago V at this point because it has no energy onto it, but it seems like next turn Ian is lining up for a Legacy Star.
Yeah, I don't know if we're seeing a counter catcher play here because Kenneth needs Pokemon. Nest Ball is probably the card of choice, trying to find it. Something like a Mimikyu, just to maybe buy a couple turns with 2 Snorlax down, 1 in the prize cards. There's just 1 left in the deck. And yeah, we're going to see that Nest Ball here. Kenneth really trying to rebuild this board.
I think for a lot of Reggie Drago V-Star players, they were really kind of opting for Temple of Sinnoh to try and help their Lugia matchup, but Ian's still holding true to the Jamming Tower. But like you said, Jeremy, it is going to be the Nest Ball for the Snorlax here. Already had 2 counter catchers in hand, so we already got that covered here. But like you said, Mimikyu, with that Safeguard ability, able to block out damage from Pokemon with rule boxes here, the V's and the EXs in particular. But it is going to opt for the Snorlax here, going to use that switch card to get Rotom V back on the bench, and there is the counter catcher like we talked about onto the Drago V with no energy on it.
Yeah, this is kind of playing around another boss's orders play, potentially, just because you can bring up that Squawk ability, but a boss's orders is a simple retreat for Ian. But Kenneth is very much on the back foot here. Ian having plenty of options, even Ultra Balls away, a couple Pokemon that you don't want to see in play, and just not even grabbing anything, just getting them out of the hand.
See what we are going to get, though. Ian going to evolve into that Reggie Drago V-Star, use the restart to draw 2. Now, once again, we did see Switch go down here, but there's that Prime Catcher here that now with Legacy Star, we can actually get back. We can get back all of our switch options here. I do believe at one point I did see an Eerie in the hand for Kenneth, so it's not the worst in the world, but there's that Iono coming out here too. That's adding insult to injury too, because there goes all of the supporters that Kenneth had.
Yeah, that giant hand now at the bottom of the deck. The Hero's Cape that Ian knew about, just not available, especially with that Jamming Tower in play. And there's the big knockout. Ian down to 2 prize cards.
Has to use the Hisuian Heavy Ball here to get some help from the prizes, but Jeremy, it's just going to be 1 more Snorlax here. And I love the way that Ian is holding off on using the Legacy Star and just using everything that he has at his disposal before going into such a high commitment move and a high commitment V-Star power like Legacy Star here. So we are going to just go on ahead and grab another Snorlax here. Ian last turn using Hisui and Gudra's move Rolling Iron. So you take 80 less damage, but in a deck that doesn't attack, doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, it was just the one way to deal 200 damage against that Rotom V to take the knockout. Kenneth is kind of staring down like the worst possible scenario with Ian holding that Legacy Star for as long as possible, even with Switch and Prime Catcher gone. Ian can just grab both of them, and it kind of guarantees 2 knockouts in a row, which, by the way, Ian has 2 prizes left.
Yeah. And that's a big thing too here, Jeremy, is the fact that we had 2 Regidrago V-Stars prize, and Ian has access to them. So even if we bring up this Regidrago V, which we are going to opt for, it still can technically become an attacker too. So honestly, Ian in a great position here. Kenneth just needs to figure out the mapping here. Just going to go on ahead and pass right now. See what Ian's got in store for us coming in on his turn, but like you said, he is positioned great right now.
Yeah, it is interesting to see Kenneth continuing to bring up that Regidrago V over something like the Squawk ability that is on the bench, especially with no other Pokemon in play. Here is that evolution of the V-Star Energy Switch, and this is essentially checkmate here. Having the Legacy Star still available, Kenneth is staring down the worst possible board state.
What a turn coming out from Ian Robb, right? We haven't really seen him dig for the deck too hard. We saw the Mew. We have barely seen the Professor's researches. Honestly, he's just kind of had it every single time, right? We haven't seen the use of Eerie at all either, but we're going to send up this Mimikyu, but honestly, Jeremy, Ian Robb has 1 prize card left. The moment that we see Legacy Star here, we could grab Prime Catcher, and unless it is just going to be the Penny here to try and get rid of the Snorlax, Prime Catcher could do it, Boss could do it. Honestly, I just think he is so set up right now. There's the Penny potentially. I'm thinking about it.
Penny has to be the play
Penny has
here.
to be the play, right?
Kenneth is still worried about a potential canceling clone from Ian. We know it's not going to be in the cards. So Mimikyu is doing a lot of work. The one way to kind of go around it is maybe have it on the bench and Phantom Dive some damage counters and then eventually Phantom Dive again. But that's not going to be possible with no bench. And with Ian having the full board, you're going to have to charge up that Mew EX to try to take the knockout.
Yeah, not exactly our favorite way to do it, right? Especially because unless Ian has a couple of energy switches left, we could just kind of go on ahead and see even a Legacy Star to get some of those back, and then finding a way to just get Mew into the active and genome hacking Ghost Eye for the win. Which
Yeah, I mean, it is very possible, and that is the route Ian is going to want to take. You have access to 2 energy switch guaranteed with that Legacy Star, so just needing 1 energy in hand or even just an energy switch in hand, you can retreat the active and use the energies from the benched Regidrago V-Star.
1 Mimikyu against the world here.
No
as it
Hero's
is
Cave
going
is
to be
big.
the pass, and you're right, Jeremy. No Hero's Cave, but Ian just reading that Safeguard ability. No damage from EXs or Vs. It's just
Here
going
we
to be
go.
the straight retreat. 3 energy down, the Super Rotting, the energy back in. Ian is going for it all this turn. If he has energy switches already in hand, he can find a way to power up this Mew EX, but we have not seen Teal dances at all. There's the Professor's research. Draw into
Just
7
needs 1
fresh
energy.
card. But here it is, 3 energy there. We have the opportunity to just attach for turn, and we'll see. It is going to be the Legacy Star. Ian reading it over again. There it is. 2 energy switches does it, and that is going to be Ian Robb, genome hacking Ghost Eye for the win. Ian Robb, a masterclass in how you beat Stalls Regidrago.
Yeah, another top cut on the horizon for Ian Robb here in this format. Great play against a matchup that could be pretty troublesome for a lot of players. But Ian showing he knows what to do.
All business on his face too. Like no smile there. It was like, all right, bring me the next one.
I'm only going to smile after I win the tournament.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
basically the mentality you have to go with.
He did just take a nice deep breath, though. So there's
There
the
it is.
smile. There it is. Bro's locked in, man. Once you get locked in, you get locked in. But what a masterclass, Jeremy. Honestly, such an exciting set, too. From when a turn 2 knockout onto just a lone Snorlax into using Mew EX's genome hacking, where we are copying Ghost Eye for the knockout. It was certainly just all excitement here in the replay.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. That was game 1. A lone Snorlax getting knocked out by a lost impact from Giratina. Game 2 took a little bit longer to get things set up. But Ian, starting the Regidrago V is one of the best things you can do in this matchup. Just apply a lot of pressure. Kenneth was trying to flute and Misfortune Sisters get rid of stuff, got rid of the switch, but Ian having Boss's orders, taking a double knockout with that Dragon Laser from the Regidrago V, and then just following it up with another 2-prize knockout thanks to that Hisuian Gudra Rolling Iron, and then just here having Energy Switch for another Regidrago V-Star, taking a knockout, 1 prize left. Kenneth doing everything they possibly can to get that Mimikyu in play and set up a potential kind of stall board state, but Legacy Star saving it till the very end, having double Energy Switch, using genome hacking to copy that Mimikyu and taking the knockout. Mimikyu's great, but when Mew EX is in the format, there's a pretty easy counter to it.
Yeah, and like we said, no canceling Cologne in sight. We only just need our Mew EX to handle the job and get it done. A really great showing from Ian Robb. Love seeing him play. Such a hype player. And like we said, another rather quick control match that we've gotten to see over the weekend. I know Ryan Antonucci also had a really quick one too. So it's good to see the pace of play picking up too. But I gotta say, that match could have gone a completely different way if we saw Eerie onto some of the energy switches, but it just felt like Ian had everything he really needed in his disposal. It goes to show that your perfect sequencing and not really just kind of throwing cards to the wind is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get 12 Worlds invites by not learning everything possible about
Very
your
true.
deck. It is just great play, and that's really what you have to do in a lot of these matchups with Regidrago V-Star. You need that Legacy Star until the very end because you just end up wasting so many resources if you're forced to use it early.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff from Ian, right? And I think that makes the difference between a good Regidrago V-Star player and a great Regidrago V-Star player. I think a lot of the times people just kind of use that Legacy Star and they're hoping for a card. Sometimes they just like pop it early, but you can hold it. If you have ways that you can keep attacking, you can hold it. You don't necessarily have to use it right away. And honestly, Kenneth did the right thing by getting rid of Prime Catcher early, right? Getting rid of the switches early with Misfortune Sisters, but it doesn't matter when you could just bring it back.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have our interview ready for the winner of our last round of Swiss. Go ahead and take it down to the lounge, and you'll hear from Skarzik.
Yo, what's up, everyone? I'm in the lounge with the winner you just saw on stream, Ian Robb, representing Regidrago once again. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling incredible. With the luck I've had this weekend, I was really not expecting to be sitting here in the lounge after a quick win against one of the matchups I was really not looking forward to facing. So I feel great right now.
Yeah, Drago being sort of preyed upon by control has been one of its biggest downfalls. And when I saw your matchup versus Snorlax, I said, oh no, he's only running one switch. What were your thoughts going into the matchup? Did you think it was going to be that bad of a struggle, or have you practiced the Snorlax matchup?
I played it a lot, and I think that some of the choices I made in my deck has actually made it a little bit better for me. I'll say one thing is it can be really random because a lot of cards like the Flute, who I start turn one really matters.
Yeah.
So the matchup is very volatile, but I knew what to do where exactly it went perfect according to plan for me, which was quick attacks, get the chain of knockouts going, and never use V-Star except for when the game is over. Or the other way is I want to put an item on bottom of my deck. Like, it'll say there, actually probably if I didn't get the win, I was just going to go V-Star for Prime Catcher switch, Iono, keep Prime Catcher on bottom.
Okay, that's perfect. And to approach the matchup from that way, that level of resource management just comes with how familiar you've been with Regidrago V-Star. And heading into this tournament, I want to ask you for the deck pick, right? Were you worried that it was just going to be too hard countered, or is Regidrago just way too good and you just have to play around these bad matchups? Or what was the thought process there of deciding to stick with this deck?
So going to this event, I knew that Reggie Drago was the deck I knew the best, for example, because before Worlds, I was testing it for 2 months. So I've had so much experience with it that I felt that I was always going to play the deck no matter what. But honestly, I felt pretty good about the deck overall. I was scared about some matchups, but at the end of the day, I think Reggie Drago V-Star is one of the best decks the game has seen in a very long time. So I felt that just by using skill and a little bit of luck, that I could still beat these decks that are supposed to be geared towards beating Reggie Drago.
Yeah, and before we actually came into the lounge for the interview, you were telling me that you haven't really hit a lot of your coin flips, and your opponents have been the ones deciding whether they're going first or second. Has that put you at a massive disadvantage, or?
I don't know, really. It's been weird. So today, I've played 13 rounds of our tournament. I've won 1 coin flip, so it's been a little weird. I think that luckily a lot of those came against the faster decks. So I'm choosing first blind anyways, which I know there's a lot of debate about it. Some other players like Andrew Hedrick think you're supposed to blind second. So I noticed some conversations between very good players about it. But still, I was going to choose that first. It wasn't as bad, but overall, it had a lot of matchups where you need to go first to have that advantage. But I was able to, a little bit of luck, handle those.
And choosing to go second is a kind of way to mitigate Raging Bolt, if I'm correct.
Yes. Yeah, all the faster decks, the quote 2-2-2, which is all these fast decks, are really trying to get that quick knockout on these 2-prize Pokemon. So going second really allows you to draw a lot of cards and put Cleffa into active.
I see. And so already it's great to see, right, that Reggie Drago players are already adapting to these bad matchups, some things that have really risen to prominence. And in the final turns of that game we just saw on stream, you were double-checking the Mimikyu, triple-checking the Mimikyu, just to make sure that the Mew EX Ghost Eye has gone through. It was so funny because backstage we were all like, oh man, because I've personally done that play before when I had been practicing Reggie Drago against Snorlax. And so that's the first time that board state has kind of happened for you?
In a tournament, yes. I haven't really faced Snorlax yet in this format, so that was the first time we actually had to do a tournament and be like, okay, how do I set this up? How do I make sure that the play goes through? Because that's very important in that matchup, because I have no other way to get through Mimikyu except for Radiant Charizard, which you don't really want to use. I did beat a Pidgeot control yesterday, starting Radiant Charizard and attacking with it. Okay. But that's not really the game plan you want to go for. So I really just want to make sure that Mew worked. I know you had Miss Energy maybe. I still have access to Temple Sinnoh, so I thought I was going to be fine. Like, even had to pass a turn. But yeah, I really was just double checking, making sure that I had it, because I had so many options there that I didn't want to actually burn my V-Star and realize I messed up.
Yeah, I loved the patience and just the restraint to keep that Reggie Drago as a V and just use Dragon Laser. That way you're also playing around potential cornerstone stance. It was just a masterclass, I think, especially if you want to still get the last few tournament points for yourself, maybe some League Cup wins on Reggie Drago before the format really shifts out for Stellar Crown. Like, this is the player you got to be paying attention to, folks. Are there any other maybe pointers about Reggie Drago that you maybe want to share that you've discovered recently preparing for this tournament, or just in general as you become more experienced with the deck?
I think the biggest thing is really prioritizing Cleffa. And your V-Star is a last resort. You never want to be using your V-Star ability except for when you have to use it. And you saw on stream there, I was very hesitant to use my V-Star until the last moment, because just attacking Reggie Drago V can sometimes also be fine. It's more of a control thing, but in general, you really don't want to use your V-Star until you have to, just because of how hard it is to come back when the wrong 7 cards get discarded.
That is so true. And that was something that we were able to kind of touch on. I believe it was at the top of the show yesterday. The more experienced you become as a Reggie Drago player, the more and more situations you find yourself in being able to save that V-Star power for the coup de grace rather than using it for a setup like, oh, I need an energy switch in these top 7 cards or else I lose. And, that's me all day. But I guess I'll ask my usual question, of course. Any special shout-outs you want to give while I got you in the lounge?
So shout out to my family, shout out to my girlfriend, shout out to Zayaland again for helping me test and creating this deck list Friday night, which with all these interesting choices, I guess, in the deck. My list is a little greedy, so shout out to them helping me out making it. And yeah, also check out, of course, the Shuffle Squad, my team, and you know where to find me.
Absolutely, well said. And again, thank you so much for sharing so much wisdom about this deck that people know is strong, but I don't think they really grasp it in that level to understand what makes it strong, and you definitely demonstrated it for us here on stream. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk, but don't go anywhere because we've still got way more rounds of Swiss before we head into top 8, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Skarzeg, for that incredible interview with Ian Robb. Always great to have some insights from our players, especially with a Reggie Drago champ there, taking that win against Snorlax. Redemption for the Reggie Drago for Ian Robb. Huge congratulations there to Ian. I have stolen Jeremy's seat here. Emily, how are you feeling after that last round?
Honestly, I love seeing Reggie Drago. It's a deck that I actually play, and to once again see Ian Robb put on what we'd like to call a masterclass in that deck just shows, and you could tell from the interview how many reps he has on the deck. The jamming tower actually coming in clutch there. I know a lot of Reggie Dragos wanted to switch over to Temple of Sinnoh to combat that Lugia matchup, but handheld fan gone out of there.
Yep, gone out of there indeed, and I guess it paid off, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, walking into top 8.
Exactly.
I think it was something really funny. Ian just like straight face into the camera after he won. It was like, all right, all business, no fun, no fun allowed.
Yeah, you can tell that just in the way he plays as well, too. I feel like it's so effortless. I mean, that game 1 was brutal. What was it, like 2 minutes long?
4, if that, anyway.
Yeah, so again, huge congrats to Ian Robb. Great to see him on the stage once again, and we, Emily, are now on the spot here. We've been doing a nice little trainer challenge. We have trainer Pokemon partners coming up as some new mechanics in the TCG, but we've been picking our own partner Pokemon that we've been kind of having some debates on, and I believe, Emily, it's you and I now.
I got to talk about it, though. None of us were allowed to pick Gen 1 because it was just too easy.
That was,
And for our caster picks as well, the only grass type Wancho's Rowlet, who we had to call in for, by the way.
Yes.
We had to call in Wancho for the Rowlet, is already out. So you are going to see the semifinals here of just the casters that are here with us here this weekend here. It's going to be me and Boo, of course, and then we're going to see, honestly, the favorite, Kyle's Mudkip.
Yep, yeah, favorite so far.
Yes, favorite so far. Honestly, if Cyndaquil does go down here, I might have a feeling it does. I'll do my best to defend it. I'm cheering for Kyle's Mudkip going all the way. So we'll see how that one is going to go. But we are going to be defending our own partner Pokemon right now. I'm going to have you start, Boo, since you're new here to the desk.
Let's go.
I'm going to count you down. Ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
Oshawott, also known as Mijumaru. His representation his evolution line is a young boy, Oshawott. And it's actually a representation of a samurai in feudal Japan. Oshawott, the young boy, then turns into a samurai in the Duat, then into a war captain here in its final evolution. Can't really beat that. Also, did you know Ash has an Oshawott that was given to him by Professor Juniper, a beloved trainer in the TCG.
And you're done there. Honestly, I was not expecting the slideshow presentation that I just went through here. But I'm going to do my best as I am going to be defending my own Cyndaquil. Boo, count me off.
All right. 3, 2, 1, take it away.
Well, if you have anxiety like I do, I share that with my partner Pokemon Cyndaquil because whenever it gets anxious, it curls itself into a ball, and I can really relate to that here. Cyndaquil does also have Blaze as an ability. It gets stronger as it goes down, and I feel like that for me too sometimes when the odds are against me. Anyway, yeah, no more. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Anyway, it gets stronger too. Dare I say, Hisuian Typhlosion, we went over this yesterday. Fire Ghost, super sick Pokemon, but once again, I don't turn into a samurai, but at least I have cool orbs.
All right, all right. Okay, valid. Would you rather ball up and be scared or become the leader of the troops in a war sea otter? Okay?
I was not ready for the iPad.
Sea otter,
I'm not gonna lie. I was not ready.
It's leading the troops.
Regardless,
Oshawott is strong.
It is all for fun, though. I have to say, we casters, you know, coming up with this yesterday in the back was just like a whole thing. Like we were like, okay, we were originally gonna do like chat's favorite Pokemon out of these 8 in particular, and we were like throwing out like Chimchar and like all of that stuff, but it was just way too unfair.
Chimchar too easy.
Yeah, honestly. I liked yesterday it was it's a sea otter and it has a shell, and then today you like came with the whole
samurais. The representation of feudal Japan. I mean, it is pretty sick.
It is.
The lore is nice, right?
And then Kyle came in with the I like Mudkips and then like mic drop. It was great, I have to say.
Decimated the Froakie. Poor Froakie. Greninja went down there.
No chance at all here. But
well, I mean, we're actually gonna see the results. I think our chat is voting right now. Go ahead.
we've given our best here. Who will you choose, Oshawott or Cyndaquil? Both very good options. But Emily, while they're deciding, I wanted to ask you, this is obviously your first time casting with us. It's been great to have you. How is it feeling? Are you comfortable in the role? What's going on?
So if you guys know a little bit of my past, I've been casting for a while now, about 3 years. So this is the first time I actually get to step into a game that I play all the time, really. I go to 3 locals a week, and now for me, this has kind of been a dream come true that I get to combine a game that I play all the time with kind of my skills as a caster. I hope you guys at home have been enjoying my work. I know I was a little nervous yesterday, still a little nervous here too.
It's nerve-wracking, it is.
I gotta say, the lights, the tech,
the production.
Yeah, the production of it all was a little bit nerve-wracking, but dare I say, I am so happy to be in Baltimore because all of my locals are here. So everyone's been running up to me, giving me big hugs. There's a trend going on right now, apparently at home, where all of my friends are like pointing to the TVs with me on it or the screen, and they're like, "That's my goat." So it's honestly been really fun. Yeah, right.
Hi,
it's
Mom.
like, I guess. Oh, yeah. Big shout out to my mom. My mom's like, "I have no idea what you're talking about, but you sound great." And honestly, sometimes that's all the parental support you can need.
It's the support that matters.
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, it's great to have you on the team. I'm so happy you're enjoying your time with us. Hopefully we can crush the rest of the day here for our fans out there. Well, I should say Emily's fans. There's a lot of them on Twitter there. That's for sure.
I was not expecting that. I was like, okay, maybe like a calm 30, but man, like everybody was kind of like hitting me up even yesterday. They're like, "Is that Lyric casting Pokemon cards?" And I was like, yes. And if you haven't paying attention for the past 2 years that I've been playing Pokemon cards, it's really all that I do now. And I've been like 8 regionals last season as a competitor. Went to NAIC, couple close day 2s, just not quite there. But if you know anything about me, I am the live and go by Miraidon, even Goldengo EX, if you will. I had a couple of fun tournaments like that, but Regidrago V-Star might be the first time I play something top tier, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, that's cool. Well, we're trying to provide the best entertainment here on the stream for you all, and we actually have a little bit more entertainment that you can download yourself. We've had some bangers of some music here. You can download all of those songs yourself here. We have a nice little soundtrack lined up for you. So just enter that in and you can get it yourself. And you can be like us in the background, in the production line, just bop into the music before we go on.
It was from Worlds too, so honestly, if I know you were casting Worlds. I was also at Worlds as a spectator. All the music was like really great, especially at night watching the drone show. I was like, this is a movie moment that I think I'm having. So it was a really great time. If you guys miss Honolulu like I do, definitely a nice way to kind of get yourself back into it. You can also go to Spotify too. So big shout outs once again to the Worlds crew because that was an awesome show. You guys did an amazing job.
Fantastic. Well, Emily, I think the results are in. We're going to see who's taking it down. Is it going to be Oshawott? Is it going to be Cyndaquil? Chat, we've left it to you. Give us the answers.
What?
Oh,
no, wait, really?
Cyndaquil taking it down. I'm not gonna lie, Emily. Cyndaquil is very cool. I didn't want to show my cards. I was like, man, how do I compete against Cyndaquil? Everybody loves Typhlosion. I'm telling you.
I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting that one, especially because you did your like college level research on that one with the slideshow. But I guess the person in the group that doesn't do any of the work gets the good grade anyway. So it will be me moving on into finals.
Just look at Kyle's Mudkip, to be honest.
I'm not winning against Kyle's Mudkip, but I can't wait to see Kyle and Jeremy go at it defending their favorite Pokemon. But honestly, that was a big surprise for me. What a bracket
that was huge. Good luck in the finals, I guess.
First time I'm in finals for practically anything other than a challenge right now or a cup. So honestly, pretty good.
Pretty awesome indeed. Well, it was great chatting with you, Emily. We are going to go to a quick break before we continue with our Pokemon action. Stay tuned.
My introduction to Pokemon was back in around 2011. I started watching the TV show. From there, I picked up the video games and kind of discovered the card game, and then very quickly found the competitive scene for the card game and got welcomed in with open arms. The community is awesome, and I've just been going at it ever since for over half my life now.
Tell me about your love for Pokemon.
I love Pokemon because all the players are nice, and it's just a really fun game to play.
Who is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Goomy, because it's Goomy. Goomy's the best. It's like...
My earliest memory playing Pokemon's got to be going to my first tournament. It was a city championships, and I had an entirely illegal deck. So many cards that were rotated out, and scrambling right before round 1 to build a legal deck to play. I didn't do very well in the tournament, but it's definitely a good story to tell now.
Burn and confused, and he's gonna have to hope no mixer, but there it is, and he'll be able to double blaze for the knockout 4 game, and John takes game 1 in pretty decisive fashion.
Honestly, in terms of Pokemon, what keeps me going is the community and like being able to come to tournaments with my friends, like, you know, preparing and building a deck. I just love that whole process, and you know, when I do well or when one of my friends does well, it feels really rewarding, and just being able to do that over and over again is awesome. Something clicked with the card game that made me really want to compete in it. I'm a very competitive person by nature, and ever since my first tournament, I've had the drive to win.
Is this how it all ends?
Is this how we're gonna end this tournament? John will check the deck with his nest ball. Let's see how many energy cards are there.
There's the
Psychic,
grass.
water, grass, all the pieces are there.
This is
Yeah,
the moment.
energy.
John Eng has been working for so long to get that big win, and here it is. Mirage Gate gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
I've got no words. I'm ecstatic. This was like a long time coming. I think this is like my 12th top 8 at a major event in Masters, and my first win, so I've been really gunning for it for a long time.
I think the biggest lesson I've learned from playing competitive Pokemon is just to like, if you lose, you can just get back up and go to the next tournament. Like honestly, it's like not the end all be all. There'll always be another one to compete in. Yeah, just taking losses with stride and then keep moving forward.
Does he have the Serena? Yes, he does. Brings up Lugia, and John Eng will advance into top 4.
Look, even though he's younger than me, I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's my best friend, my main testing partner. He's my rock. Ever since we were kids and seniors, you know, it started off as a rivalry. We would compete against each other. When we both aged up into Masters, we started working together, and we've made some really cool decks. We've both seen our own rightful success, and I'm just glad that he's here with me for every step of the way. Genuinely, my favorite moment in Pokemon history, for me at least, was going to Japan this past summer for Worlds with all my friends. We got to spend a month out there. You know, at the tournament, it was really fun. I managed to get top 32 there, which was nice. That was actually my first Worlds finish in Masters. And, you know, just city hopping, exploring the country with friends was just amazing. Coming into the season, my #1 goal was to win a tournament, because in the past I had multiple cuts. I had reached #1 in North America before. The thing after this would probably be to win internationals, win Worlds, or finish the season in #1 in North America.
Hopefully I can get another one.
Another day, another moment, you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way, you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Triple Cross gets the knockout. It's Gamer on the same day.
History from Dunebug!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Baltimore Regional Championship, kicking off the 2025 season, and we are in Championship Sunday. We just had a quick match on stream, but that's good for you because it gives me plenty of time to get some drawings done. We're still waiting for our next rounds to start, so that's very exciting, but I am not alone. I'm joined in the lounge by Jeremy and Emily. They asked me earlier if I could maybe give them some pointers about how to draw Pokemon a little bit better, the way I do for you people at home, and I was just maybe going to take some prompts. So Jeremy, not to put you on the spot, but what's a Pokemon you think you'd like to see me draw right now?
All right, well, my favorite Pokemon is Krogunk. So
Krogunk,
maybe
okay.
Okay, good drawing there.
Let me see. I like to sit up like this at an angle so that you can see it and also we can see it. So Krogunk has a humanoid shape. So I think the feature that sticks out most to me with Krogunk, and I think you'd agree, Jeremy, is he kind of has this slouched posture. You can start with just a line here, and he is a froggy boy, so we can, leave that cap.
We don't need the cap anymore.
Yeah, never.
No cap.
And he has this really nice grin, I think. I really like that on Krogunk. And then just go like this, right? Just keep it smooth, use your circles.
Wait, that's pretty good. How do you do this?
And it's
we're learning.
It's just practice, right? Just use your imagination. He's got big froggy feet. And there you go, Krogunk. I think he's got like stripes. Tell me, Jeremy, what do you remember about Krogunk? This is the hard part when you're trying to draw from memory.
So around his kind of midsection, he has a couple stripes.
Okay.
And then he actually has a little dip in his head.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's like this. It's
yeah.
more like this, where you can actually see the little eyes. Okay, that's not too bad. Drawing at an angle like this.
It's one of my favorite Krogunk drawings, so I'm
frame it.
I wish I can.
Yes. Emily, hit me with something. What are you thinking?
Okay, so if you know anything about me, my favorite Pokemon is Luxray.
Okay, Luxray. When I think of Luxray, the feature that sticks out to me, and this is something I definitely encourage you in the audience to think about when you want to draw something, is what features do you remember first, and just start from there. When I draw, I kind of think about it like sculpting, where I'm not trying to capture an image. It's about just representing the most prominent features that you remember, right? When I think Luxray, I think the spiky hair and the ear right here. And that kind of starts to jog my memory so I can keep drawing.
The reason why Luxray has big ears is because in its Pokédex entry, it can actually hear through walls.
Oh my goodness, he's a gamer. And I don't remember exactly how the mouth goes, but
just like a normal cat line.
He's a cat. He's a cat, so you can just do this.
Big long
Bam.
mouth.
Look
Honestly,
at that.
that's pretty good.
Luxray, we're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe some more spikes,
More
right?
spikes, yeah.
The other ear. And Luxray's on all fours.
Yes, he is.
So he comes down with the paws, and there's like stripes. I think he has like big
stripes
socks.
on the big. Honestly, I never thought about it as socks, but now I will.
Like Warbers. And then he's got a special tail, right?
He has like a little star at the end of his tail.
Okay, and that's something that we got to remember as well. I'm running out of room here. You got to be careful to make sure that you don't draw the way I do and don't run out of room, because that looks like a monkey, but that's okay.
Oh, looks like Luxray to me. I'm sure everybody in chat agrees with you.
Monkey or Luxray. Maybe you'll decide.
Close enough.
Not too bad, Spiky, man. It looks like,
much better than we can do.
Yeah, honestly, I was about to say, we were walking into the lounge. I was like, do not give me this whiteboard.
All right. So, Jeremy.
Oh, no.
I want you to try to draw Krogunk.
Oh, no, I have to draw Luxray from memory?
Yeah, so try to just go with that slope line. You know the details of your favorite Pokemon better than I do.
Okay.
So you got the little slope.
Yeah, I like it.
Curve in the head.
Oh, that's perfect.
Right, all right. And then
that's such a good start.
We're drawing like the body.
Yeah.
You got the eyes are kind of like U-shaped.
Oh, that's what I forgot. Nice. See, as you become more familiar with Pokemon, you get better and better at being able to capture them more accurately. This is amazing, Jeremy.
You're also doing this left-handed. Are you lefty?
This is my right hand.
Oh, never mind.
so-
I can't
It's
tell
all
the direction.
It's because you're looking at the
Yeah, I'm
the
looking
screen
at it this way,
here,
right.
where we can see. But this is actually
That's
so good.
actually really good.
Mouth's probably wrong there, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
we got some. The hands are always the hard part.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. You are valid in the chat right now. If
Stop
you
the
can't
sentence
draw
right there.
hands, draw the character with the hands in their pockets. It's okay. I give you permission. We'll work on the hands later. But let me tell you how many characters I drew just wearing hoodies and stuff or with their arms crossed when I was younger. Because drawing hands, it's a completely different beast.
Did you know in Pokemon Go, Krogunk has like a special like hat that it can wear if you got it during a special event? So there's
Aw.
actually one with like a little hat on it.
Oh yeah, I got a shiny one of those for sure.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
And what is a shiny Krogunk is blue instead of purple, right?
It's like kind of a tealish, light blue maybe.
Ooh, see, that's nice when your favorite Pokemon also has a really good shiny color. Because I like Cubone, but I don't really like the green Cubone. I'm sorry to say.
I know that's probably my attempt at it.
That
That's pretty
looks
good.
amazing.
I can tell what it is. I can definitely tell what it is.
That's amazing, and we aren't rushed. I think we have a little bit more time to enjoy the drawing as well, right? Take your time. Always try to enjoy the drawing. Now show me the Luxray.
Listen, you know the basics. You know the basics. Skarsgård is a great teacher.
So,
This is going to be worse than Ethan's Charizard.
so definitely learn from me and just go horizontal so you have more room.
I have to show the camera, don't I?
No.
Okay, I might do
Jeremy
this
and I can talk. I want to see the big reveal.
Yeah.
Please take your time.
I'm about to let a lot of people down. For a kid who drew a lot of anime and manga, it's about to be
Like a
really
lot
bad.
of us for sure.
Yeah, so Luxray in the trading card game actually has a storied history of just great cards that were being played. Really coming into prominence with Luxray GL Level X. It is part of the kind of like trainer Pokemons that we've had kind of reintroduced now coming forward from the promo at Worlds. It was one of the most dominant cards in the format. It was a SP Pokemon, so it had a lot of that support. You had Poketurns, you had Cyrus's Conspiracy to grab out a lot of your cards, and it had an ability called Bright Look, which basically is a boss's orders as an ability on your card.
Oh my goodness.
And you can attack for 1 energy because you had a tool that lowered your energy cost. So you're just bringing up Pokemon and taking knockouts left and right. You deal 60 damage for 1 energy. It was really great back then.
And back then, 60 damage for 1 energy. Right now, that's good for setting up Chip and some of these bigger KOs. But based on the average HP of that era, was the 60 super meaningful? Were you taking a lot of quick KOs, or was it just the fact that you could pick anything was its biggest strength?
Yeah, basically the fact that you could pick anything, you can clean up cards that
struggling over there. Keep it together. We believe in you.
You could clean up cards that were maybe weak to it, or a big proponent was maybe bringing up Pokemon that were used for setting up, like Claydol, to try to take a knockout in combination with something like a Crobat G, which did extra damage counter when you played it down. So you could get a combination of cards to really take those big one-hit knockouts, but it was just very fast. A lot of decks ended up playing a 2-2 line for the most part, and even we ended up seeing it later on after it wasn't really a deck in itself. It still kind of found its way into other decks, like a Beedrill deck that ended up winning the World Championships. Just played a line of this and some Crobat and some Poketurns just because you could reuse the ability.
That is quite strong. My kind of exposure to Luxray in the modern era has certainly been the new Luxray V with Fang Snipe.
Yep.
Just taking a card out of your opponent's hand. There's been a lot of control decks that try to do that, but it looks like. All right, show us your homework over there.
You guys are really doing this to me, casting 2 control matches back to back and drawing at my first regional. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Here's my Luxray.
That's amazing.
Let's not lie here.
That's
I did my
amazing.
best, honestly. I put
And
the
you
stripes
signed
in.
it? See,
Yeah, I signed it. Easy one.
Amazing.
But we'll leave the drawing to you, Adam. I did
Okay.
my best here.
That is astounding. I got to show this off to the people one
No,
more
you
time.
don't. You really don't.
It
This
has that
got my
good.
seal of approval.
It has that good cat face, you know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Literally :3. That's usually and then you add the paw at the bottom.
All right, I get to draw my favorite now. Get the Cubone in here. So Cubone is surprisingly difficult to draw. He's got a mixture of, you know, the bones, the skeleton, the skull, but also a soft, little cute, chubby body. So I never know where to start, right? Do I want to start from the top, from the skull, like this? Are these too long? Like, where does it end?
Do you have a fun fact for us about Cubone?
For Cubone, I just always go back to the original artwork from Fossil.
Yeah.
The Mitsuhiro Arita artwork, absolutely iconic with him looking up at the sky. And I think that that's one of the reasons I really fell in love with the Pokemon. Like, that era has so much nostalgia, I think, for a lot of us. And I don't know, Cubone's just a little guy. And it's so funny, too, because I realized as, like, you know, I really like Ogerpon. You know, it's a kind of a sad Pokemon, but still kind of upbeat. Has a big club to fight its enemies with, but also wears a mask. And I was like, they did it to me again. Like, they hit me with Cubone 2.0.
I love Ogerpon. I highly recommend, if you guys haven't played the Scarlet and Violet
Maybe
DLC,
a little too chubby there.
Teal mask.
If I had a Cubone, he'd be fat. I'd give him all the
berries.
He'd give me the sad look, and I would just be like, Cubone, I'm going to give you everything you want in life.
Cubone is actually also one of my favorite Pokemon. I just didn't want to say it because I knew you were probably going to draw it.
Thank you, thank you.
And again, it is because my favorite card art of all time is that Fossil Cubone. I have a first edition signed copy.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
One of my treasured Pokemon cards. So.
That's awesome. I've been collecting like all of the different Cubones that have been printed throughout the years, and that's just one of the amazing ways to enjoy Pokemon as well, just from a collecting perspective. Everybody, I say it all the time, right? Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, and every Pokemon is someone's favorite. Even the one that you're like, I don't like that one, or I never used it. Somebody's going to go and be like, oh, I love Garbodor, I love Flamigo, all of these,
Flamigo's great.
And even like the middle evolutions that we always forget about, like Quaxwell, you know, that one specifically, I'm not going to evolve it into the final form. Exactly. I mean, everybody. And it was part of a joke. This is a huge ramble, but we've got plenty of time to kill, folks. And I appreciate you sitting here to listen to me. But I remember in an interview regarding Gen 3 when Torchic came out, and it evolves into Blaziken. You get this cute little chicken, and it becomes like this karate fighter. And they intended for it to kind of be a Pokemon that catches you off guard of this little cute chicken turning into this really strong Pokemon. And that's always exciting as well, is to say, I like Torchic, but not Blaziken. And, you know, that's valid too.
I tend to lean more towards the basics instead of their evolutions.
Really?
Yeah.
Krogunk over Toxicroak, Cubone over Marowak. I'm also a fan of Growlithe, Sandshrew.
I love Growlithe. Such a great Pokemon. Adam, I want to throw in a request if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, we have time for one more drawing.
One more drawing here. Dare I say, can you draw me a Hisuian Typhlosion?
Hisuian Typhlosion. It's a tall boy.
Yes,
I've got enough room here. So I get to draw for the big reveal. This shouldn't take me too long though, because Hisuian Typhlosion.
Why Hisuian Typhlosion?
He has orbs. I don't know if you heard it earlier in the lounge, but he stands up. I think, like, reading over, because we were doing some research back there, Boo and I, during the break, are like, reading up on some of the dex entries. And I really like how Cyndaquil, like, kind of, like, stands up for itself, because it's a very timid and anxious Pokemon. And then it just, like, stands up into Typhlosion. I don't know why it really is just, like, one of my, like, favorite, like, starter evolution lines. And I think it's because Quilava is in like my top 10 Pokemon, just because it's noodle shaped. Like, it really is just kind of like on all fours, and it's getting ready to go. But I think when Pokemon Legends Arceus came out and we just saw Hisuian Typhlosion just like have that ghost type, I think ghost type is super cool just as a type in general. You know, Halloween is coming up, so definitely getting a little bit of a showing going on. But Hisuian Typhlosion just looks like a sleepy boy, and I'm a sleepy person, so.
I feel that when Pokemon just have a look or an aesthetic or a typing that you really vibe with, it can just change the entire way you interact with that Pokemon. And I was actually reading about Eevee the other day, and apparently in the games and in the anime, it actually starts to take on the look of its trainer, which I think is super funny.
Cute. is actually so beyond cute. And I love how Eevee has also been getting some love over the years, too. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, too, where you can technically have Eevee as your starter Pokemon.
Yeah, but that would have won the bracket no contest.
Yeah,
I think.
right.
There's
said
too
no
many Eevee fans in the world.
No Gen 1. That was kind of the rule, right? Because it was just kind of the obvious choice. But none of us tend to actually like grass Pokemon for whatever reason. But for me, out of the Gen 1 starters, I think Charmander is my favorite pick because Charizard's just like my favorite Pokemon out of like that gen for the starters. But I do like a good Bulbasaur. I will admit, like I think Bulbasaur is super cool. Ivysaur has that giant, beautiful bulb. And it's pink and like super cool.
Listen, we joke around a lot because, you know, Pikachu's the mascot for Pokemon, right?
Very true.
Really, it's Charizard. At least for the TCG, so many fans love Charizard.
All right.
Wow.
That's so good. That's so good. In such a short amount of time, too. I mean, you got the flames on the back, the orbs.
That's
so good.
Next Pokemon card art contest.
You're in there. You're definitely.
I can't wait for them to announce the new Pokemon illustration contest because I drew Absol. I don't know if you all maybe saw that. I posted it online, but even between now and then when I made it and when the contest happened, I felt like I made a lot of improvement. And now from that point till now, maybe I've improved even more. And that is why you, viewer, have to keep drawing or start drawing because the time is going to pass anyway. So you might as well spend it, you know, enjoying yourself, making art, and you'll get better and better as you go. And then you can enjoy the process even more. And this is a little sappy, but whenever I'm drawing, I kind of feel a combination of excitement and also frustration because you can never quite capture what's in your mind's eye, but that same frustration is shared by every artist or really anybody who works on a craft. So it just...
It's also that sense of accomplishment when you finally get it there.
Exactly, exactly. Oh, but I'm actually just getting word that we do have some posts from social media. I'm glad that everybody did indeed use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to throw some tweets at us and talk to us about their experiences with Pokemon and how they're liking the regional broadcast so far. So let's jump right in. End of Days 9 says, today's the day, first ever Pokemon Regionals. We got another one.
Yeah.
They're out there.
If we compete against each other or you see me, feel free to say hi. Can't wait to meet more of the community today. That is so great. We hear it all the time from players that go to their first regionals about how welcoming and nice everyone is, and I had the exact same experience at my first regional.
Yeah, there's so much different backgrounds of the people that play Pokemon TCGs, so there's a lot that you can learn, and a pretty crazy amount of things that you can learn here. There's so many people.
I agree with you too, especially because we're on the East Coast. There's a lot of players that live on the East Coast, and Baltimore is actually a really great location to get to. You just take a couple highways down. So good on John. I hope he had a great time here at Baltimore Regionals. But here's another great part of going to regionals is getting food with your buddies or just making some good food at home. Gone Laren, watching the Pokemon stream, slow cooking some stew, and ready to relax. And honestly, with Control and Snorlax, we had plenty of time to do that on stream today.
Yeah, honestly, Reggie Drago might be the best deck in the format, but I think the best cooking utensil in the format is a crock pot. Love a slow cooker there.
That is great. When you can set it and forget it, come back to a nice, delicious meal, it just gives you more time to practice your deck for the next regional you're going to be going to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and honestly, who doesn't love potatoes, right?
I love potatoes. I was about to say, can't believe there's potato haters out there, regardless, though.
I know. If you don't like potatoes, you just haven't had good potatoes.
Oh, big shout-outs to Girl Power here. They're here at Baltimore Regionals, and honestly, everyone comes out to all the different regionals, too. So if you guys like an inclusive group, big shout-outs to them. They really do support women and people who are non-binary, too, all throughout. Big shout-outs to them, but they always like to take this group picture, and I know so many people in this one picture. Big shout-outs to CJ and Emmy and Lexi, who are all running Girl Power, too. So big shout outs to them and creating just such an inclusive environment here for not only Pokemon TCG, but also they do have some players in VGC as well.
Ooh,
so
awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we'd love to see the inclusion of just basically everybody. And if you're, once again, a little bit nervous to come out to your first regional, Girl Power is definitely here for you.
Yeah, they're always so helpful. If you need anything, they are going to do anything in their power to really help you. And it's just a great way to jump into the regional when you have a group of people, right, that you can just go and immediately hang out with, or maybe even showed up with. And moving on to our next tweet, happy Baltimore Regionals Day. 2-0 to start the event, having a blast. It's awesome when you win those first couple rounds as well.
Yeah, we won't talk about how it ended.
This is your friend right here.
Yeah, starting out really good with a 4-0 record, but sometimes those matchups just can't get there.
Yeah. It's unfortunate where sometimes you want the path to be cleared. You hope to dodge those bad matchups, but for everybody that dodges the bad matchup, someone else on your deck has to play that matchup. And I love this picture too. That was from one of the murals outside of the convention center. And this is from Area 0 TCG. Area 0 squad is ready to take over the Baltimore Regionals. Another big group of friends out here to play some Pokemon.
I was about to say, right, part of the best reasons to go to locals is that you essentially have your testing group right there, and you can have test groups from all over the world. But what better way to get everybody together doing the one thing that you love, playing Pokemon TCG together, and then having that support system too also can help you become a better player because you have different people's perspectives on each game that you're in. Not only does your perspective matter, but your opponent and how other people can catch things outside of what the game is actually going on here.
Yeah, just another pair of eyes. Oh, and we got a tweet here from Mudkip fan 0910. I truly do like Mudkip. Vote for it in our Twitch poll this weekend. Thank you, Skarzig, for supporting the cause. Yes, I am happy to support Mudkip indeed.
I feel like this is rigged. Where's my Fuecoco drawing, huh?
I owe a huge backlog of Pokemon fan art to a lot of people, but I had to send one out to Kyle and the Mudkip fans out there to rig the polls.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think I was saying this earlier with Boo on the desk, that Mudkip is the favorite to win here. We're going to have to do a lot in order to try and take it down, but you know, I think we all like Mudkips here.
I mean, a lot of Gen 3 enjoyers in the chat. You know, I'm always talking up Pokemon Silver because that was the one that I played a ton. And I think, what do they say? You know, your first gen is always your favorite gen.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, Gen 3, that was when Pokemon got, at least especially when I was in high school, like that's when it got really, really big. Everybody was playing and trading. I heard about the special way you can train your Pokemon to be faster or have higher special attack. And I was like, wow, I didn't even know that. I thought just getting to level 100 was good enough, but they showed me the ways. And I want to show you all the ways. While we were looking at tweets, I did another little sketch. We got the mascot here, Charizard, that Jeremy said. Shout out to my wife, Heidi. This is her favorite Pokemon.
Really?
I know that if she found out I got a chance to do a drawing segment again, I didn't draw her Charlizzy, that she would get angry at me. So shout out to you. There's the Lizardon.
You really put us all to shame.
You know, any good husband knows you got to get those brownie points when you can get them.
There you I have a question for both of you while we still have some time. What was the most crazy nickname that you named your Pokemon in the games? Like either when you were younger or even when you were older? Because I know for me, when I got Shinx, I named it Shocky. Shocky the Shinx.
Oh,
I really
man.
liked that.
I was never much of a nickname person. I just roll with the names, you know?
Oh my goodness. And it's so funny, back when I would like nickname, it's like I always look up a bunch of stuff online. You got to find the perfect name. So I'd always sit there for a long time not playing. You're like, I got to name this Pokemon the perfect thing or else I won't be able to play. And the nickname like makes it stronger. But yeah, I know. I got over that and I just started playing. I don't have a good nickname story. I'm sorry, Lyric.
I know a lot of the times when my friends, like, they start up their own games, they named it after each friend, too.
Aw,
so there's
that's
tons of.
cute.
I highly recommend nicknaming your Pokemon. That's just me.
To increase the bond.
I just need to get friends.
You have a new one right here, Jeremy. We did a great job this weekend, and we still have another round or two to cast here, too.
But, I mean, I guess we can see if we have a couple other people who might have some good Pokemon nickname stories. We can actually bring Kyle and Shelby into the mix, I'm told. We've got them on the comms now.
What's up? It's great to be chatting with you. We've been tuned in for this conversation. I do have a nickname. I'm actually playing through Pokemon Yellow right now.
Oh, okay.
And I named my Pikachu Butterball.
That's a great name.
What about you, Kyle?
Nah, little,
Can't say that one.
Little PG-13 over here.
Pasta cat, maybe?
Sure.
Hey,
I chose Fuecoco, and it never got past the evolution stage.
Oh, true. I actually just wanted to say, Scars, that you were talking about getting into art and being inspired, and let's say you're watching the stream, you might as well just be doing some doodles, you know? And we were hanging out here listening to you guys.
You inspired us.
I decided to join in. So I drew my favorite Pokemon, Psyduck.
I can see it. I can see that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yup. Kyle, did you do any doodles?
Yeah, I too was inspired. Here you go, people.
Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much for sharing those drawings. It means a lot, not only to draw something, but to show it off here for our audience. That takes like real courage. And that's, it's like when you're singing in the shower versus singing on a big stage, it's two different ball games. So having the bravery to show off your art is also a huge step in that process. So
yeah,
I know I'm getting a little real here, but I really do appreciate everybody.
The passion.
Yeah.
You're very brave, Kyle.
I'm trying.
Well, it's been a great group conversation. Always nice having the team together here, even if it's kind of virtually right now. But I think Kyle and I are going to take it over from here. So you guys go take a break, eat some lunch, have a good time, watch the matches. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. They call us Sabu House. Some people call us couple of silly billies.
That's
Kyle,
right.
how you feeling?
It's spooky season. We're getting ready. The Sabu house, we've got all sorts of shenanigans coming your way.
No. When it's spooky season, we just go boo house.
The boo house.
We go boo.
Yeah.
Boo house.
Or the house of booze.
Oh,
like
that's
the house
good.
of blues.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love that. Okay. All right. Well, we've actually been behind the scenes today watching all the matches, but now we're finally ready to actually get into some action ourselves. We've been itching for it all day here, Kyle. I hope you're ready to go. Unfortunately, we missed lunch, but now we're here casting Pokemon.
We don't ever get lunch, and you know what? That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for Pokemon.
Yes. Yeah, we're not playing well into the time game with when the lunch is delivered. But hey, we're gonna bring all of the energy here for these matches because it deserves it. We are heading into our top 8 here in Baltimore, and we have got quite a stacked roster, to say the least.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a dabble into that asymmetric cut that we've been hinting at. It is going to come into play this time around. And sure enough, the record to get into the top cut here was shared by 8 individuals. 2 players locked in, guaranteed, but 8 others fighting for those spots. So we will have 2 playoff matches going on off stream to see who will be reaching the top 8 with us.
Yes, I know. I mean, that is kind of like a climactic moment, really, because before it was like, oh, what's my resistance going to be? Am I going to be able to bubble in or something like that? But our players are out there battling it out right now in 2 different matches to try to get into the top 8. So it adds a lot more excitement. I'm so sad we won't be able to see it on stream, but hopefully in future events we'll get some of those incredible matchups, because this is what this new format brings to us, Kyle. And what do you think about that many players having the same record here? What does that say about this tournament?
It says that they're studious individuals. They know exactly what they need in order to achieve that goal they're looking for. And that, they certainly read up. They did their homework. They know what you need to do, and everyone reached for that 33 match point mark. Except for a few others. Emmett Hurley was one player who was able to play in at the 31 match points and get that victory in the final round. And then Raul was able to take a round off and at the 33 already.
Maybe
found
go
a
eat a
player
hot
at
dog.
32 and said, "Hey, let's ID."
Yes.
You might have to play it out, but I won't.
Yeah, that must feel pretty nice here, especially coming off of such an accomplishment at Worlds. Now bringing that into Baltimore here for our
ninth
first
place.
regional. Yes, exactly. Finally taking a step up here, but the true question will be, will he be able to take it home here or even advance further?
It's not a long drive.
It isn't. It really isn't. But I've heard He hasn't had luck with that before, so let's hope he can do that.
What do they
this time
say?
around.
15th time's the charm.
Yes.
He's getting
honestly.
close.
Poor Rahul.
He's definitely been knocking on the door for quite some time, and it goes to show he's got that consistency. He's made so many of these top 8s, but he just hasn't broken through, hasn't found the right matchup or drawn the right cards. Vespiquen decided to go against him and betray him so many times, even though it would run hotter than the sun for him during the Swiss events. He was telling me a stat going into day 2 here. He said he hadn't dropped a Swiss round game since round 4 of the World Championship.
Oh my
Because he started
gosh.
1 and 2 and he won every single game from that point in the Swiss
So
rounds and
he's
started 9-0
taking the energy
yesterday.
over then. Yeah, wow. That is incredible indeed. I mean, I guess which one would you rather have, Kyle? Would you rather have that fantastic record where you're so close every time, or would you rather win?
Rather win.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wait, what? You have to give me like a ratio. Is it like I get 5 top 8s to 1
That's
win?
true,
What's
yeah.
going on there?
Because it might actually be more over time than just 1 win, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, prize money, sure. It might add up. You might get more points accumulated by that top 8, but that first place feels pretty.
I was about to say, everybody wants the gold Pikachu. That's what they're looking for here in Baltimore. And we still have a couple of players that have the chance at that gold Pikachu, a chance at $10,000 as well for a first place finish here at our very first regional event of the season. And on top of that, what is it, 350 championship points as well that they will be taking into this season. That is huge.
Got a few players trying to defend home turf. It's like Steven Varesco, one of the local players from the Maryland scene. He's one of those legend killer kind of guys. Like, maybe he doesn't have all of the accomplishments, but every good player around him knows that like he is the wild card. He could take you down. He knocked me out of a top 4 regional way back when. We don't want to talk about that. Both
Still
of us had
salty
much
about
more
it?
hair back then.
Oh.
And he's just continued to he loves this game, and he's fighting his way back. Found himself in a position where he might be able to run it back here in Maryland. Obviously, we know Rahul. He's been around the Delmarva area, the triangle, and he's got a good chance. A few other East Coast players, and then that Canadian invasion that we always talk about.
It's still standing strong, and it's your player pick, right?
There's 3 of them. There's Rowan Staven out. There's Kieran Farah, and there's also Nolan, who we saw featured on stream earlier.
Wow, that is a lot of Canadians, actually.
It happens every time. You got to be ready.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story, though. The Canadians come in strong for some reason every time it's the first event of the season.
They've been cooking.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. They're
Cyrus
cooking.
got the kitchen running hot.
Yes, exactly. Running hot indeed. They gave up on the Chen Pao, and they're coming in hot to Baltimore now once again with some very spicy lists as well. So cool to see. I've loved to see the innovation here in Baltimore, especially in a format that could have honestly been very repetitive for us.
Yep.
We just took this from the World Championships. It could have gotten, the same old that we've seen. But our players came out here to Baltimore, and they made it spicy, and I appreciate y'all for that.
Yeah, we almost got a little too much spice. We almost had a crab invasion in Baltimore.
So close.
We were 1 match victory away from Cloth in the top cut here.
You don't know how bad I wanted
in
that,
Baltimore. They're straight out of the Chesapeake and into your heart.
Exactly. We were wanting to do this so bad, but still huge props to that Cloth player as well. I mean, that is just bananas.
Yeah, had a really great match against Rahul earlier on. I think that's what almost sealed their fate, but had that one final opportunity and was unable to get it done against the Control Pidgeot player. That will be featured in our tournament too.
Yeah, there's a lot of control out there. I think people expect to see it when everybody kind of expects it the least, sort of, as well. They're like, well, it hasn't been played a bunch. Now you're going to see it played, come back into the format. And we've had several of them seeing success. So as we see on the stream as well.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the asymmetrical bracket. See how this will break down for our players and who will grace us with their presence in the top 8.
Yes, exactly. Asymmetrical bracket. That's something new that we're working with here. So our graph is going to look pretty large.
Busy.
Yeah, it's busy, but this is going to map out everything that's going on right now, still with our players playing into our top 8 or have already made it into the top 8. So we're still waiting here. Kyle, what do you think about these matchups?
Yeah, this is great. You see Rahul Reddy and Grafton Roll actually very good friends. So that'd be cool to see those two players facing off potentially in the top 8. Of course, Grafton has to work his way through Steven Varesco if he wants to get that done. Grafton playing the ridiculous Palkia V-Star Dusknoir deck that we saw featured earlier on by his pal, Hunter Butler.
Yep.
Got Henry Chow versus Rowan Stavino. That's going to be a pretty fantastic game, too. We have the Canadian face-off there at the bottom with Nolan and Kieran. That's going to be one of those cornerstone control decks versus the Lugia V-Star again. Interesting attacks. So this time, at least, they have Chinchino.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, that is wild to see. The Sushi Roll Masters were not always on our stream, but this time we'll have a little bit of different lists that we'll see either making it into our top 8. So that's pretty cool. But as you can see over here, the top 16, those 2 matches that are still playing it out to go up against Rahul Reddy or Emmett Hurley here. So we're going to still have to wait for the conclusion of those, but we will already be showcasing one of our top 8 matches coming up for you all. The people who've already secured their spot into top 8 now are trying their best to advance into the semifinals here in Baltimore, and it's going to be exciting, Kyle.
Yeah, this is quite a great match. The other match on the top 8 match, we have Henry Chow versus Rowan Stavinow. That is Gardevoir of all decks playing up against the Reggie Drago V-Star, a deck that so many players have seen at the top tables, doing a lot of work. It's one of the most intimidating decks out there, but there have been some cuts that have been made, and players are starting to loosen up on some of those matchups that were very secure. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Henry to show off what Gardevoir still got.
Yeah, exactly. But Rowan is going to have to get it together here and compete against Gardevoir, which honestly had pretty slim showings here in Baltimore. I definitely didn't expect a Gardevoir to even make it this far. Now it's in our top 8 here.
Yep. We saw Ari with the opportunity to make it on that win and in with the 7-2 performance. Who knows how that finished, but it didn't finish in a top 16 here. Sure enough, Henry did find an opportunity to do just that, and this is a pretty interesting list. I really like some of the inclusions I see, and we will be surprised, that is for sure.
Well, Rowan's definitely going to be familiar going up against that Gardevoir EX for sure, having played it a bunch last season. So at least is going to know kind of how things are going to factor out for it, but we'll be competing against one of our absolute best decks here, piloted by Rowan in that Reggie Drago. So how would you write this out on paper, Kyle, in this matchup? Reggie Drago or Gardevoir, who's got the edge?
Well, typically you would give the edge to the Reggie Drago player, especially with that new inclusion of the Kyurem that we saw on the latest set here. Just the ability to deal with that Trifrost in the opening as early as the second turn and start to clear away some of these Pokemon really puts your opponent on the back foot, demands that they have an answer like that Manaphy to protect their bench. And we've seen some players making cuts.
Making some cuts, indeed.
You never know what you're going to see.
Exactly. You never know. We're going to have to wait, of course, until we're in the match to discuss specifics there, besides just the generic decks. But I think that also means it's going to be pretty exciting of a matchup because there's a lot of play there. We could see a huge Kyurem Trifrost attack, which is always very exciting for us, Kyle. So I'm pretty hyped to get into this one.
It's my new Aqua Storm. I really do. I live for this. It's absolutely ridiculous. You should never actually perform this attack with 2 water, 2 metal, and a colorless to deal this attack. And just the fact that you get to copy it. And it's not fair.
Brutal. It's brutal. I mean, there's so many energy requirements there. It's like, nah, it's all right. I'll just do it for, whatever my energy attachments
are. Rules are dumb.
And of course, leave it to Rowan as well, representing Canada, bringing the Trifrost here potentially for us to see. That'd be pretty darn cool. So it's going to be an epic matchup for sure. I used to not really like casting Gardevoir a lot last season.
Was it because you always said Kirlia?
Yeah, well, Kyle always gets on to me how I say Now I'm gonna mess it up.
It's Curlia.
Curlia.
Yeah.
How did I say it before?
Curlia.
Curlia. Yeah, I emphasized the wrong part of it, but no, yeah, that was a part of it, but also it just was so long and daunting of the matchups. But now Gardevoir playing in this format, it gets pretty interesting. I'm actually hyped to see what Henry brings to us in this Gardevoir game, especially because you have to think Henry's gone against Regidrago. I mean, at this point, you're in the top 8. There's no way that you haven't faced up against a Regidrago player. But is Rowan going to be the Regidrago player to take Henry down? That is the question.
And Rowan is known for his Gardevoir play, so
Exactly.
you have to not only take out one of the best decks, but also an opponent that knows exactly what your strategy looks like against theirs. And we've seen players mixing it up. We've seen the lists maybe featuring additional Monkey Dory, trying to target down with these lower hit point Pokemon, not incorporating the Drifloon. You could see all sorts of things from these players, and it's a lot of surprises I'm seeing from Henry's list, but maybe that's what it takes in order to get to this point and surprise your opponents.
Exactly. Yeah, I would love to hear from Henry as far as, how these matches have been going, how the certain cuts or additions have helped him throughout this specific format as well. It's going to be great. But, I mean, Rowan, on the other hand, as well, is no stranger to our stream. So we'll definitely keep things composed.
He's a world champion.
Yes, exactly. World champion. And I feel like every time he's on our stream, too, he's just, like, having a super good time. He's joking around.
He is the most composed player out there, and he also he brings that fun energy that he has to any table game that he brings, whether he's on the stage or off on the side. I had the pleasure of playing him at NAIC, and we just had an absolute blast just destroying each other in game.
Oh, that sounds awesome, honestly. But yeah, definitely brings that energy for sure. Doesn't matter if he's playing across his teammates, which we've seen a lot with the Canadians that all work together.
Yeah. What about him and Grant Shen in the most ridiculous final we've ever seen?
Yes, that's true.
We ended that game 3 different occasions. Like, what was happening?
Yes, yeah. So either way, we're gonna see a show here from Rowan on one side of the field here. But Henry Chow, I mean, it takes a lot to bring Gardevoir into this tournament. I've been telling Kyle all weekend, people playing Gardevoir, they just have to be like die-hard Gardevoir fans at this point.
And you're spot on. His fun fact is he's been in grad school for ecology. He's just studying, and he takes a break. Says, "Oh, yeah, I still want to just play Gardevoir." And
yeah, I like Gardevoir.
That's what it takes to play Gardevoir. It's just you just have to not pay attention for a little bit.
No, yeah, exactly.
Play the deck anyways, and hope that it doesn't blow up in your face.
Yeah, you're comfy with it. Might as well just try it out, and tried it out. Now it's in top 8, so I mean,
it works.
It's paid off. Yes,
Brilliant.
Exactly. It works indeed. I mean, I guess that has to really show Henry ability to play this deck as well. I mean, he's got to know the ins and outs of these matchups at least, or has figured them out up to this point.
Yeah, you have less opportunities to figure out your matches because we're not playing as many in this tournament.
True.
And you have less time because everybody is crunched. Understanding that a tie can be a death sentence in this tournament for you. You have to be playing as fast as possible to get these wins. If you're comfortable playing 3 games of Gardevoir in this format, you're cooking.
Yes, you're cooking indeed. You really have to like Gardevoir at that point. You like purple cards, that's for sure. And we're going to be seeing a lot of those flying around. It's going to be the Psychic deck versus the Dragons, the grilled cheese of Dragon decks for sure. I know you love that one, huh, Kyle?
Yeah. Are we going to pull out the panini press again?
Yeah. Hey, Rowan's about to pull out the panini press, okay?
All I know is that you're really hungry.
I am.
We're gonna see so many lines about how we just need to sneaker a granola bar.
Yes, I love grilled cheese as well, I gotta say. But yes, just the throwing all the dragons into one deck here, copying those dragons' moves, and there's gonna be a lot of variation as far as attacks, both from Rowan and all of those dragon Pokemon, but also we see so many variation of attackers for our Gardevoir players as well. They're just a little smaller, they damage themselves, and they take big knockouts.
Well, I would probably go with a stew as a metaphor rather than a grilled cheese for what you're talking about. We'll see what the players have to say about that, though, with their gameplay. We're going to get into our first game of our top 8 here in Baltimore. But let's take it to the table and see what our players
Let's introduce our players. We are ready to go. They're getting set up here. I'm excited to see what side of the table they're sitting on. and if that's going to affect their prize cards as well, Kyle, because I feel like one side of the table has been having some difficult prize cards.
Oh yeah, everyone prizing their pink card on one side. That's been quite a difficult battle that we've seen.
Yes, yeah.
We're having chair difficulties right now, if you can't tell.
Chair difficulties. Hey, we got new chairs, but I guess that didn't help out our players' chairs, huh? At the stream table. Well, here we go. We figured out the chair issue.
Wow, look at those chairs.
Look at those beautiful chairs, nice and upright. And we are ready to kick things off.
I don't ask much, but an upright chair is quality.
Kind of an essential to this matchup here. Well, over here on the left side of the table, you see Rowan. As we've been talking about, representing Canada here, some major accomplishments here, as you see right at the bottom, 2015 junior world champion. He has been playing this game to the highest level since the junior division. Now, of course, is in our masters division with these incredible placements as well. Columbus NAIC top 4 just in 2023, as well as a regional champion in 2023 and a top 4 in 2019. So the skill level's off the charts here for Rowan.
He had ridiculous flow back then as a young lad. Beautiful flowing hair down to his shoulders.
Wow.
The swagger was just running through him, and
that's hard to imagine. I need to see a picture.
Oh, it is something for the ages. And speaking of that, we have the leg. We've now lost them. They're gone. But he's been busy studying away at grad school.
Well, I'll give you some results, Kyle. Henry is actually 2-0 against Jago in this tournament so far.
That's incredibly surprising based off of the
this list
that I see. We'll share that tidbit in a moment.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that plays out, because if Henry has been having luck here, I want to see it on stream, because this is a match that I'm sure a lot of people are interested in, because it's not one we see too often now.
This is something that I hinted at on a show that nobody watches. Oh my goodness, never mind. We'll get back into that in a minute. That's double Ralt's prize. That is so difficult.
Yeah, 2 Ralts. Not only are they prized, but they're at the top as well. Over on the other side, of course, Rowan, a couple of Earthen Vessel. That might be a little difficult getting into those energy. A nice, cute little Iron Bundle of Joy at the top there, but nothing else that's too bad here. But I would say 2 Ralts is pretty detrimental for Henry.
Yeah, Iron Bundle is pretty cool, but the biggest prize is going to be those two prizes at the top for Henry. Ridiculous to see double Ralts down already, especially when you know the time crunch that is in this game when it comes to Kiram.
Not the double Ralts. Well, we'll have to see if Henry's able to play out despite those difficult prize cards, but we're kicking off our very first top 8 match here in Baltimore. We're going to start off with that Teal Mask Ogerpon as the active Pokemon on the left side of the field here for Rowan, and a Nest Ball is going to get us through this deck. Rowan's going to start off strong here, counting those energy, of course, and taking a peek at all the resources that are here available in the deck and what's in the prize cards.
Yeah, of course, we got a little bit of a peek at those prize cards. Rowan's just going to catch up to us now, and that gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about this deck list. Rowan is not playing the Canceling Cologne. Henry is not playing the Manaphy.
Yeah. Let's talk about how wild that is.
Yeah. Said, you know what? I don't even care. They usually just get the Cologne Prime Catcher on me anyways. I'm just not going to bother and waste the bench slot. But this leads to Henry's iteration playing the triple Bravery Charm, which is something that I've spoken about before. You could just load up on your basic Pokemon and get them to a point where Trifrost doesn't knock them out.
Yeah.
It looks ridiculous when you have a Bravery Charm stuck to a Ralts or a Kirlia later on, because it's not doing anything on your Kirlia. But hey, you survived, and that's the name of the game.
Yeah, it's buffing that HP, and that's enough potentially in this matchup. I wonder if that's going to come into play here for Henry. We're going to have to see.
Well, of course, there's a little bit of fire that Rowan has to go along with that if you want to work out the numbers. Hawlucha counteracts that, deals that additional 10 damage, lines up the Trifrost even through those Bravery Charm. But it looks like Rowan went for a lot of consistency in this build. Instead of some of those additional resources to help in control matchups, went for the Ionos. Wants that additional resource of some disruption, some supporters to guarantee that he's going to have a decent setup. And sure enough, this is the best way to do that. You have that Squawkabilly turn 1 to open things up. And your opponent's not very intimidating with a Drifloon.
Yeah, just a lone Drifloon sitting in the active there for Henry, of course, the starting Pokemon. But Rowan is going to have a chance to, we'll see what is the discard here, what cards can be still played out of the hand. Rowan's already taken a look at the resources. The Nest Ball's the only card that's been played so far, but Squawkabilly over there with some squawking in season can be very dangerous here to kick things off. And on top of that, we have that ability here in the Teal Dance on the Ogerpon in the active, drawing an additional card as well. So we are rolling here. Ultra Ball for a Dragapult and a Giratina.
Yeah.
That is brutal. Turn 1.
I couldn't see the hand, but you just hope that it's piles of Dragon Pokemon. And sure enough, it lines up so well right into the Ultra Ball. And speaking of, these are just the perfect cards to have in the discard pile. If you ever need the Legacy, you could go right back to the Ultra Balls and search out even more resources. At this point now, Energy Switch, maybe a way to move around your Pokemon would be ideal.
Look at that. Yeah, that is brutal here. I mean, we saw every single utilization of those cards. I think the only thing we lost was a Boss's Orders into the discard pile off that Squawk and Seize. It's a fresh hand here for Rowan. We're drawing into more cards here off another Teal Dance on this Ogerpon. And yeah, getting those 2 dragons already in the discard pile is huge here. We have a ton of energy already on the field, ready to be energy switched as well. Start putting on the pressure from Rowan's side. And Henry is going to have a pretty strong first turn here that we're going to need to see. And that's a bit difficult when you only have 2 Ralts.
Nightmare Fuel on the other side. Rowan's hand has the Hawlucha already. So even if Henry goes with a protective strategy, Bravery Charms onto the Ralts in the early stages of this game, could still see these Pokemon wiped from play and basically end this opener. Henry does not know this, but he has to just continue to play his strategy. Hopefully, maybe those energy switches aren't found and Rowan isn't able to complete a big turn. Also to mention, Kyurem in the hand too with a research.
Oh no, everything has lined up on the left side of our field here. So unfortunate for Henry, but he doesn't even know yet. I mean, we're here looking at the match from above, but Henry's going to try his best here in this matchup to just do everything possible with this Gardevoir. Maybe even going into this feeling pretty confident, already having a 2-0 record against Regidrago players, but they were not the Regidrago players that Rowan Stavino is. So we're going to have to see. Of course, Radiant Greninja going to help out a little bit here, discarding that Dark Energy and drawing 2 additional cards for Henry.
Yeah, the Dark Energy.
The singular.
This is a singular Monkey Dory style.
That's good.
Oh, Hisuian Heavy Ball. Yeah. Once more, surprising us with an opportunity to find that Ralts and get that into play. You see the blue Pokemon, you think, oh boy, Manaphy. Nope, it's the Radiant Greninja trying to draw out of this fiasco. And Rowan loves to see this. This is a bit of a struggle opener for Henry as of this point of the turn.
Yes, exactly. Rowan is waiting for the Manaphy, but the Manaphy's not there. It's not in the list for Henry. So at least that Hisuian Heavy Ball helps out just a little bit. Is going to secure one of those Ralts from the prize cards, swapping it out with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, reshuffling those prize cards back. So now we do have 1 Ralt to work with. And it looks like there is 1 in hand as well for Henry right now. But we're going to have to see where else we can go with this turn. I see a Buddy Poffin. What else you seeing?
I don't have much over here. It's I was trying to see if there was a potential for any supporter. There's not it. Rare Candy Gardevoir in the hand, but this is past of the turn, and this is exactly the opening that Rowan is looking for in this spot.
Oh, this might be...
not give him this much fuel.
Exactly. This might be those explosive turns we are asking for, Kyle. We're going to have to see if all these cards lined up here, of course. One of those pieces in that Regidrago V-Star being able to evolve here on this turn. Are we going to... Oh, that's devastating to see if you're Henry, the Hawlucha, come down here, targeting 2 Pokemon. Going to ping them for 10 damage each. That's going to make some perfect math here for Rowan potentially. We also see the Kyurem going down with the Professor's Research. Everything is lining up here for this Regidrago player in Rowan.
Yeah, Rowan has the opportunity now to go with that safety approach if he wants to go with the Dragapult as an option. Big miss here, though. There's no energy switch as of yet. And do you go all in with the Legacy Star at this point? It's dangerous. Obviously, we've had players talking about the risk versus reward. I think there's a big reward on the other side here.
Yeah, there's 4 energy switch, such a crucial card in this deck. But another crucial decision you have to make is when to use that Legacy Star V-Star power. You can only use 1 V-Star power for every single game that you play. We're going to have to see if Rowan is going to take some risks or play it safe.
Giddy up.
Oh, giddy up indeed. 7 cards here. Going to be discarded.
Oh, he sees
points it out
yes,
right
sir.
away. That is great to see. So 7 cards go to the discard pile, but you actually get to take 2 cards back out of the discard pile into your hand here. So laying them out here for Henry to take a look at as well, taking some notes, but you saw the points there at that energy switch.
Yeah, number 1 resource to grab seemingly would be that energy switch, and then from that point, preservation of resources sounds like the name of the game.
Yeah, especially the ones that
Stadium was
discarded.
tempting with the squawkabilly, but who cares at this point? I'm not worried about my opponent taking prize cards. They're not going to exist next turn.
Oh, indeed, Kyle. Devastating to see, but that is the energy switch needed to get it off that Teal Mask Ogerpon onto the active Regidrago V-Star, and we are now cooking over here on this side. Of course, we did lose several resources here from Rowan's side, so gonna recover those with the Super Rod in both of those Regidrago V-Star that we got put into the discard from the Legacy Star as well as a Grass Energy.
I'm genuinely curious now if Rowan wants to go all in with the Kyurem play. It seemingly makes the most sense. Your opponent just cannot recover from that point, and they're in a devastating situation. But this is the safer approach. Keep the energies. You have had a difficult time finding the energy switches. If you discard all of your energies, maybe that's the window where your opponent climbs back. You're not as intimidated by a singular Ralts here.
Yeah, that is true. Well, still, for Rowan, that is going to be a double knockout here, debilitating Henry Chow that much more in this next turn coming up. But Rowan playing it nice and steady here, taking those 2 knockouts from Henry's field. And now we just have a Radiant Greninja stuck up there in the active position. And Henry, it's a setup deck in Gardevoir, but this is going to need quite a bit of recovery here from Henry's side. Of course,
this is genuinely the worst case scenario for Rowan, is that your opponent has Rare Candy Gardevoir, Iono, and Pheasantipity from this spot after you just take the double knockout. However, there's 0 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. There's no threats going on. There's 0 Psychic Energy in the hand from this point, and there's no draw with Kirlia.
oh my gosh, yeah, you see it on Henry's face here. What do I even do with this right now? You had the Rare Candy, you had the Gardevoir, but this is just looking rough here as far as the cards are shaping up for Henry.
Yeah, I don't know what his mouth is saying, but his face is saying game 2.
Yeah, I think so too, Kyle. I think we might be seeing that. We'll have to see what Henry decides to do here. Of course, we do have the extension of time once we get to our top cut matches. So there is that time for Henry to be able to play around with, but yeah, it doesn't look like he's having too great of a time.
He got 9 new cards, and they all stink. There's not even a way to draw with the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I was going to say you can't even use the Greninja at this point in time. There's only a Dark Energy in your discard pile. We want to see those Psychics, those purple cards we've been talking about, but Henry just can't get there. It's just a pass over to Rowan now. Rowan having a little bit of a breath of relief that Henry is still struggling in this matchup so far, which leaves all the space here for Rowan to pop off once again, starting off with the Professor's Research into a fresh 7 cards already.
Yeah, this is getting unfair from this point. Perhaps the Prime Catcher, double energy switch. There's many ways that this could get out of hand. We see the singular energy switch from this point, and maybe there's a little more draw in that Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Are we dancing, Kyle? We're dancing here. Let's see what this draw is for Rowan off that teal dance. Hiding it from us? Rowan, the disrespect.
Forever a poker player.
That is so true. That is so true. Well, we get a look at the hand here now. That Ultra Ball is going to throw away a Nest Ball as well as that Cleffa to get a Pokemon out of the deck here. That Hisuian Gudra coming out of the deck. A debated card still in Regidrago. Rowan deciding to take it here, and hopefully he's able to discard it as well.
Yeah, it'd be a nice resource to add to the collection in your discard pile. But we're at that point that Rowan didn't want to reach. It's an awkward spot where it's seemingly that you're going to miss an attack, but your opponent didn't do too much with their turn. Yes, there is Gardevoir, but no additional pieces to go along with it. No real threat on your Regidrago, and you're up 2 prize cards.
You're advancing your board state. That is what's happening right now. Rowan, as you said, Kyle, up 2 prize cards. More energy are collecting on the field. More potential Pokemon going into the discard. And Rowan's going to take a nice steady turn here, play things safe. Of course, just had that single energy switch to switch on to that Regidrago V-Star in the active, but Henry's going to get another chance here to do something, to make something happen. Let's see. It's going to be a refinement, not the Psychic Energy going to the discard, but at least we get one here now out from the deck. It's going to go right into the discard, of course, off that concealed cards from that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I was worried with the deck search discard, maybe thinking it was an Ultra Ball. Thankfully, it was Earthen Vessel, which now allows Henry that additional resource to discard another Psychic Energy here with Radiant Greninja.
And get some more.
Just at least 2 Psychic Energies to work with really starts to open up a couple more opportunities, as he'll have one final one in hand. Most of the attacks he's looking to use this turn require at least 3 energy.
Yeah, exactly. Require 3. Can we get there? Henry I've already used that Radiant Greninja. Oh, actually he's using it right now here in that Radiant Greninja with the concealed cards. Now has a bit of a hand built up here, and it's just looking at the options as far as what we see. There's Arven Research, Ultra Ball. Yeah, there's some options here. Just going to decide what is going to be the supporter. Yeah, there's Iono Research and an Arven, but it's going to be the Arven chosen now from Henry to get out an item card as well as a tool card in those Bravery Charms that we've been talking about, Kyle.
Well, from this point now, Drifloon is a viable option. You have the Bravery Charm to give yourself some additional hit points, maybe work in the math that you need there. Or we could see one of those slower approaches with the Scream Tail targeting down a lower hit point 2 prize Pokemon like that Squawkabilly. Just depends on how far Henry wants to extend here.
How will Henry play this out? Of course, at least now finally getting some energy into the discard pile, which is huge. We already have that Gardevoir EX in play here. That's going to allow for that Psychic Embrace to put those damage counters on your own Pokemon, but you can accelerate those energy to your Pokemon that need to attack. And they want those damage counters because the more damage that they get, the more damage output that they provide to your opponent as well. So we're seeing this right now here from Henry. In that Roaring Scream was the choice. Scream Tail coming in nice and cute. A little bit of damage there, but is going to hit nice and hard as well.
What does a Roaring Scream sound like, Boo? Thank you. Squawkabilly, see you later. 2 prize cards down for Henry. We're tied up here, but this is a big window now for Rowan. The Pheasantipity protected there by the Bravery Charm, but even the window now of a Prime Catcher Boss's Orders on that Kirlia with the combination knockout with Dragapult's attack into that Scream Tail seems like a devastating play here.
Yeah, oh my gosh. And you know Rowan is going to scope out all of the options here as far as what to do with this turn. What is the optimal route to take here? Rowan is well versed in this game, trying to secure this win. We see another Iono being played. Of course, there was one in the prize cards here, so this is one from the deck now being played. The other one's still stuck in the prize cards, but this is great here to have that disruption from Henry. Only 4 cards in the hand now. Same with Rowan, but at least we have some options to draw some more cards on Rowan's side.
Yeah, the benefit of disrupting the hand seems okay at this point, but clearly you're looking for that way to switch the active Pokemon. Prime Catcher would have been thrown down at this point, you would have assumed, so Iono likely did not find that target. And it's a benefit to have that disruption, but you're not making the most of your attacks right here. This Pokemon has 10 hit points in the active spot.
10 hit points, yeah. It always feels so bad to take it out because, you know, it's just going to come back even harder.
Typically players will do like the funny attack just to deal 10 damage in the spot, but there's
also
there's relevant choices. You could protect yourself with the Hisuian Gudra Rolling Iron. You could deal maybe some helpful damage later on to the bench with your Dragapult. So we'll see what choice Rowan has.
Yeah, what choice he's going to make. Regidrago.
Oh, it is the pink card. He didn't throw it.
Did not throw it. The pink card coming out. That's the ace spec in the Prime Catcher. Going to allow Rowan to bring this Kirlia up out into the active. Did I say that right, Kyle?
You nailed it.
There you go. It's
It
in the
doesn't matter.
active,
We're not going to see
and
one
it's
ever
gone.
again.
Yes, exactly. It is gone here now, wiped off of the field. That's all the Ralts we were dealing with now, and it's been wiped out by Rowan here, taking another prize card off of Henry.
Yeah, Rowan just looking to close out in this spot, find the final 2 prize cards. 30 damage onto the Gardevoir, lines it up for a clean 280 knockout by copying your Giratina V-Star attack. Clean up this Screamtail.
Yep.
Who cares what you do with the rest of the damage? It's not going to be moved by Monkey Dory. We already saw that Dark Energy hit the discard pile, so you're asking a lot of your opponent with a brand new 4-card hand.
Yep, you said it perfectly, Kyle. There was a lot of damage counters out there, and Rowan absolutely cleaned them up. Only 2 prize cards left to take against this Gardevoir EX here. Henry, of course, promoting it into the active position, but is going to have a lot of answers. Starting off with the concealed cards, going to get another Gardevoir EX as well as a Super Rod into the hand to at least start off some things here.
Yeah, considerations for trying to take a knockout likely mean the Drifloon has to be a part of this process. But once more, if Rowan
Some balloon
has
blast.
boss's orders, you're going to be running into a lot of issues. So I think the MVP here has to be flipping the script with Mr. Dippity.
Hey, we've seen it before already on our stream. Pheasant, Dippity, EX, huge inclusions to so many of our decks here in this format. Flip the script, an incredible ability. If your opponent knocked out your Pokemon, you're able to draw 3 additional cards. Let's see what this
We need
gets
a balloon
for Henry.
and an Iono.
Where's the balloon? Will we be blasting?
Oh no! Oh no! Well, you find Buddy Buddy, which is great.
That's
you see Night Stretcher, and you're like, oh man, you just put it back in.
No, that's actually double bad
Yeah.
here, Kyle. That is so rough to see here.
Yeah.
Just as it was put back in with the Super Rod, the Night Stretcher can't grab it.
It still works with Buddy Buddy. You're fine, but it just feels weird.
One
It's
extra step.
unfortunate to miss out on the supporter here, though. I think that's really the devastating blow there for Henry. Did not see the rest of the hand.
That was actually the one Night Stretcher as well. Why'd I even tech it at this point? Yes, but there you go. The Balloon Blaster himself in the Drifloon being brought back out here for Henry. That's one piece of the puzzle we need to see.
The retreat now lined up by way of Gardevoir. Psychic embracing these energies. Drifloon ready to go. I believe Bravery Charm has to be a part of this mix if you want to get anywhere close.
Well,
not seeing it yet.
Yeah, not seeing it yet. Indeed, Kyle, just the energy being accelerated with that Psychic Embrace. Ooh, we do.
Oh, we're being goofballs. I mean, you got to. This is. You can definitely target down the Ogre here.
Yeah, we did have the Bravery Charm. Went
But
down onto the
This
Ninja.
This leads into Monkey Dory cleanup strats.
Yes, the Monkey Dory. I think Rowan is taking a look at the discard now to see what is in there, what's going on here. But this Monkey Dory, we haven't chatted about it just yet, but this has been the MVP monkey on the scene, especially for our Gardevoir players that were playing double monkeys all the time. Adrenabrain ability, of course, if you have a Dark Energy attached, you can move damage counters, 3 damage counters from your side to one of your opponent's Pokemon, line up that math, take multiple prize card knockouts, and take some games. It is one of the incredible inclusions for our Gardevoir players.
Yeah, would 30 damage be good here? Can't tell.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, wow. I guess we could see it right there. You can actually see it up in the top left as well,
Yeah.
Kyle. Look at our HP bars here. We're getting interactive with this stream. Teal Mask Ogerpon, as you see. A nice little 30 up in that top left corner. Whereas the Drifloon, it's got 10. It's hanging on. It's ready to go.
Rowan does not yet have the pieces, but we are a couple dances away by way of Teal Mask to potentially find victory here. Boss's orders would get the job done.
Well, we're going to see that energy attachment here from Rowan for the pivot off this Teal Mask Ogerpon. It's going to be one of those fire energies going down, but you got to get it out of the active here to get back into this attacking strategy here from Rowan in that Regidrago. Coming back into the active. We're ready to go, Kyle.
Gonna Drago.
Drago!
And this is the safest play here for Rowan. You copy Rolling Iron, protect yourself from the potential of the balloon coming back once more, trying to deal 300 to you. It would not be a knockout in that case. You reduce 80 damage by way of the rolling iron. It leads your opponent to have many more resources. The counter catcher has to be an inclusion. You have to find the balloon again. You have to find a bravery charm. And we're seeing those placed all over the bench just trying to protect.
Exactly, and this is why the slimy goo rolling up here is so important for these decks. I like to keep it in my Regidrago. Some people have taken it out, but this shows the importance of it, at least in a circumstance like this. That 80 reduction for Rowan in the next turn coming up from Henry. Going to add those obstacles in the way, of course, knocking out that Drifloon, taking another prize card. One prize card left to take now for Rowan, putting everything out on the table, trying to take this win. Henry, of course, with a damaged Gardevoir EX in the active. Where's it going to go from here, Kyle?
It's tough to say. I don't know what else is going on in the hand there. We do see the Night Stretcher, but Pheasantipity's just trying to draw into a couple more resources. Those are not exactly what you're looking for. Bravery Charm could be helpful. We see the Super Rod, but I think the issue is the Dark Energy may have been placed back into the deck on that earlier Super Rod, so it's not able to be grabbed by way of the Night Stretcher this time around.
Yeah, Henry making some difficult decisions here, trying to piece together anything possible to be able to take the win still in this matchup. Going to start off with that Ultra Ball, discarding some Pokemon here to get that monkey. That'll start us out, at least for Henry.
Yeah, can't see the deck right now, but that Dark Energy certainly has to be one of the bigger pieces. Trying to piece together this puzzle. Bravery Charm, the Dark Energy is there for the Night Stretcher. So
hey, there you go. Yeah, we saw it. Remember, we saw it discarded like super
I didn't know
early.
If it was super rotted back in or
oh,
not,
I
but
see.
Thankfully,
Gotcha.
it is not. And
well,
that leads to some potential plays now.
Here we go. Yeah, that Dark Energy is huge here with the Night Stretcher, that single copy Night Stretcher, bringing out the Dark Energy from the discard pile onto that Monkey Dory, allowing it to take that final knockout on that Ogre Pawn. No! It's not going to be enough, Kyle. It is not going to be enough.
Just a flash of the bundle, and
exactly.
we know we're there.
Yeah, that's not just the Iron Bundle. That's the Iron Bundle of joy here. Rowan had all of the pieces to make things happen in this match. Of course, only one prize card there left to take. Henry could not get enough answers there to win that race in the prizes. Rowan Stavino is going to take down that first game in our top 8 here in Baltimore.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a great performance there from Rowan. Didn't go too aggressive on that opener. Really could have gone for it all with that Trifrost, taking out every Pokemon there. I really wish we could have seen what that looked like.
I wish we could have seen that too.
We kind of saw the inevitable anyways here, but here was the big play. Legacy, boop. That's the card you're looking for there. Energy Switch. So often is the key piece to getting the job done. Could have wiped out the board and left Henry with just the lone Radiant Greninja. Instead, plays it a little safer. Henry does have to use some of those resources to help out Counter Catcher, buy time. Rowan missed the turn. Screamtail comes into the mix, and pink cards do work. Removes that Screamtail, removes the Curlia, no draw, and it's comboed with Iono.
Brutal.
Henry, how do you get out of this one?
How do you get out of it is the question here. Henry tried everything possible, but I mean, Rowan had the Goodra V-Star as well to just mount that, and it was too much. Henry had the Monkey Dory, had the Dark Energy, but Rowan had that Iron Bundle of Joy for the next turn and was going to clean up anyway, take that last prize card, and take down a win here. You'll love to see it. Rowan having a great time on our stream.
Yeah, this is going to be a great second game here. Maybe we can work our way towards a game 3 here in our first top 8 match. Depends a lot on these prize cards and these opening starts, and a little bit of news there in those prize cards, it looks like.
A little bit of news indeed. What are we going to see? Well, we're going to see the start of this game. This is our game 2, of course, between our players. Rowan Stavino up a game here against Henry. Henry's going to be the start for our turn this time around in this match. Has already utilized concealed cards here, getting energy into the discard pile. and has a couple of Pokemon on bench now as well. What are we looking at, Kyle, with these prize cards?
Yeah, I mean, not only another Ralt in the prize cards for Henry, we do know about the Hisuian Heavy Ball that could help out there, but seeing that Kyurem on the other side, that is a devastating blow there for Rowan. It can truly flip games on their head, and to see double Iono in there too, maybe a bit of that disruption there that we see Rowan eyeing up when the Curlias do exist on the other side. That could be tricky.
Yep, yeah, unfortunately, no Hisuian Heavy Ball on the list for Rowan, of course. So that Kyurem's going to remain there unless until Rowan's able to take some prize cards here. On the other hand, other side of the field here for Henry, we got the first look at the deck. Now playing some cards on this initial turn. We do have double Ralts out as well as that Klefki on the other side of the field. So already a better start than we saw last time, Kyle, from Henry. We do have some more Ralts at least, and Klefki is going to be put into the active here after that hard retreat from the Radiant Greninja with that mischievous lock.
Yeah, Klefki can really mess this game up here for Rowan. Super frustrating to play against, especially when you remove your canceling Cologne. Don't have an ability to remove the lock. You're going to be locked in here, and the more he stares at this hand, the more scared I get. Where's this going? I see 4 energy, a nest ball, and a pink card.
Uh-oh, indeed. Yeah, that is tough. That Klefki with the mischievous lock, locking down the abilities of basic Pokemon. Unfortunately for Rowan, as long as it's in the active, Rowan, as you said, not having any canceling Cologne, and a really weird hand with a lot of energy in it. Going to go into the deck here, outline all of these resources with the nest ball, so he's going to be able to get a Pokemon out, but it's already looking pretty awkward and clunky here for Rowan. Oh,
yeah.
no.
Well, there's Prime Catcher. Okay,
okay.
Whoa, pal. But yes, Prime Catcher will work here to help out. Yeah, I was wondering, are we going to go Cleffa in this spot? That would be terrible. But this works out just fine. You can move this Pokemon into the active, then use Squawk and Seize. Doesn't matter what you're working against on the other side. Still leads to some pretty solid setups.
Exactly, yeah. As long as that Klefki is not in the active, then you still have your abilities. And like we said, Rowan does have energy in hand to be able to do some teal dancing here. We would be able to use that Squawk and Seize to get into a fresh hand for Rowan. So it's really going to come down to what resources are going to be lost here for Rowan. And is that going to be too difficult in the later rounds? But honestly, at this point, we need to get off the ground here.
Yeah, of course, losing all these energies doesn't feel great. We saw lists previously playing that like single superior energy retrieval sometimes, just something to help out, and you're not going to see a lot of help there. It's just the Super Rod to get these energies back into play potentially by way of the deck, and it's okay, but we still need to see a lot of help here from Squawkabilly. Obviously, still have that supporter to go along with this too, so could see a bit of help.
A bit of help, that's what we need right now. Like I said, to get off the ground here, what better way to do that than to fly away, Kyle, and to motivate the squad here with some Squawk and Season. That's what we're going to see. Rowan, I mean, very lucky, honestly, to be able to switch out that Klefki out of the active position here. There's no double Klefki here, as we've seen in the past, so that Klefki's now on the bench. That's going to unlock these abilities on these basic Pokemon for Rowan, drawing into additional cards off the Teal Dance. We also see one of those energy switches being utilized here to put that energy onto the Squawkabilly, and then we see several energy going down as well as that Regidrago V-Star after that Squawk and Seize for a fresh couple of cards to the hand here. Nest Ball going to get us a Regidrago V, so very weird way to play all these resources, but like we said, it's a dire position for Rowan here, and he needs to stabilize as much as possible on this first turn.
This looks like Iron Thorns on the other side. This is the motivate strategy, where you just load up your Regidrago.
I called it, Kyle.
Hope to see some help, and this works. The hand, not great. No supporter to go along with this. The one card off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon draw was the Regidrago V-Star. Has to discard that with the Squawkabilly, and now is left with this hand, and it's just not cooking like he used to.
Yeah, throwing some resources away in the name of staying in the game, that is for sure. But like you said, that motivate from the Squawkabilly, gonna add those energy to the field here for Rowan. And Henry has an opportunity to take things away now. It's going to be the Night Stretcher to get that Psychic Energy, just to discard it back away with the concealed cards off the Radiant Greninja. Believe that was a another energy, and now we're playing an Arven here for Henry to go back into the deck for an item and a tool.
Yep, so often this is the turn where you can incorporate the TM evolution and start to evolve some of your Pokemon, avoid some of those issues where your opponent catches you slacking, starts to knock you out by way of the Dragapult. If you have Kirlia with 80 hit points, you're going to be in a better spot, and obviously it leads to a little more draw power there on the following turn too.
Yeah, looking at the hand here versus the deck, outlining all of these resources. Of course, that Buddy Buddy Poffin here being drawn out, but is it going to be the Bravery Charm as the tool card for Henry?
It depends if there's another energy to go along with this hand. If you don't have access to use the TM evolution, we don't bother with that.
Yeah, waste of time here, Kyle, right?
Yeah, it's not going to help us too much. Looks like just a single Psychic Energy, so yeah, a bit of an interesting choice.
Interesting choice.
Oh, there it is. That's
okay,
why.
okay. Oh, it was right here. We had it all along, Kyle. That's good.
Yeah, it was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, the Reds indeed. Technical Machine, Evolution. You get to play it on the turn, you put it down, and then it discards out. But that is A-okay for Henry because it's bringing out those two Kirlia onto the bench here. Now Henry's going to be able to have the future refinements to play out the rest of these later game turns here against Rowan. Whereas on Rowan's side of the field now, that Squawkabilly EX that helped motivate the team is now still in the active position here for Rowan, but Super Rod is going to bring that Regidrago V-Star as well as that Fire Energy back into the deck.
Yeah, the Fire Energy can be a pretty precious resource, especially going for that second Regidrago V-Star down the line. You want to make sure you have access to that. And the draws are just not adding up here. Looks like out of energy at this point. And no evolution to go with it. Was really hoping to spike the Regidrago V-Star off the top.
Yeah, but didn't happen, unfortunately, there for Rowan. Is just going to be able to at least retreat here from that Squawkabilly, but that Regidrago V is going to come up into the active here. Still has play, going to use the boss's orders to bring up one of those freshly evolved Kirlias into the active position and knock it out. Trying to debilitate Henry as much as possible here. That Kirlia is going down. It was too young, Kyle. It was too young.
It's not gonna see another day. But
not a refinement to its name.
We do see the damage placed onto that Ralts, and that could lead to a little bit of an issue. Maybe down the line you could knock this Pokemon out with the 30 additional damage from Regidrago's attack. Even if you're evolving into the Kirlia, still going to be within range there. So Rowan is considering all of his options, but with a hand like this, you're not going to get much done here. Big opportunity for Henry.
Yeah, huge opportunity. I think realizes that and is mapping it out in his head as much as possible here. Starting off with the refinement, boss's orders is going to be the discard there for that Kirlia to draw into 2 additional cards here for Henry to be able to play with for this turn. What are we seeing in the hand? Where do you think this is going to go from Henry's side, Kyle?
I think Henry's desperate at this point to find some additional energies. There's just nothing going on here. It might be Arven for Earthen Vessel just to continue buying a little more time, draw with the Radiant Greninja. Maybe that lines up that Gardevoir play, and if you can knock out this Regidrago this turn, that's the opportunity you have in front of you with that Drifloon.
Exactly, yeah. It's a Regidrago V right now, not the V-Star yet. It hasn't unlocked its full powers here. Will Henry be able to get what is needed? Is going to be able to play that Arven, as you said, Kyle, and get an item card and a tool card. But it's going to be that Ultra Ball as the item card being drawn out here, as well as that Bravery Charm. Of course, Ultra Ball going to have a couple of discards, but be able to get a Pokemon out, which is also needed in the setup as well.
Yeah, with this play, maybe there are enough Psychic Energies in the discard pile to get the job done. You have the one already on the roll to retreat that Pokemon. If you have, I believe, only 3
Let's
more.
See. One.
Yeah, it's just one.
Just one. Just
right.
one.
I don't love it.
I was going to say Henry probably has a better count than we do, but no. Rowan just took a fresh look, and that's one.
I was a little closer to Earthen Vessel drawing with Radiant Greninja, hoping to spike the Gardevoir.
Exactly.
And this is a slower, safer approach. You get to maintain.
I guess there's that one now, too. Now it's 2.
Just gonna punch.
Just punch here. That's some balloon blast energy from this Drifloon, but it's only 2 energy, the only 2 energy that were in the discard pile to be able to be accelerated from that Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir EX that was sought out after that Ultra Ball from Henry. So it is going to take some damage as far as the Regidrago V on the other side of the field, but now Rowan has survived here and is still not even a V-Star yet, but what is the hand looking like?
He's just praying on the other side, hoping to find a little more help.
We need it.
There's 2 options here. You could go Mew, try to draw a little bit, maybe find some help. You could go, I guess there's 3. You could be safe and go with the Regidrago and have another opportunity, or you could go Iron Bundle, and you could move this Pokemon and snipe it with the laser on the back end, knock out the Drifloon. And it's the hand, though. Oh, this poor hand.
The poor hand, poor Rowan here, struggling in this matchup so far. Of course, this is our game 2 between these players, and Rowan's already up a game. So at least has some more opportunity for play, but is still going to do everything possible. But the cards are working against him here. At least we're going to see a knockout on that very small HP Drifloon. It's getting punched here. It's going down from that Regidrago V. Got to take another prize card there for Rowan in that Fire Energy.
What a cute play. You place 80 damage on the Ralts, so if your opponent evolves, they knock themselves out. It's no longer a viable target for Kirlia by this strategy.
Oh, that's actually so good.
It's so
That
cheeky.
is so good. Exactly. That is hilarious to see. I don't think we've ever seen that one before, but Rowan, as I said, identifying everything possible here, getting that damage down onto the Ralts. So it has no option to do anything there unless it wants to turn into a Gardevoir off a rare candy, I suppose.
Oh, this hand. Now for Henry.
That's all we've been saying, Kyle. This
Yep.
hand,
It's
so bad.
That's truly the trend. Henry has the Ionos. No, you don't want to play that. Rowan's hand stinks. He's got nothing done. But you need 1 more energy. You have to attack with the Gardevoir this turn if you want to do anything relevant for the rest of the game. So it looks like it has to be the Iono. Henry's even saying it himself now. He's like, man, I need energy. I hate doing this, but here you go, pal. Hopefully your hand's just as bad as last time.
Exactly. That's so risky here because Rowan has not had any cards to deal with, but Henry needs these cards as well.
Okay, 5 and 6 were both basic Psychic.
That is great to see for Henry. That concealed cards finally being able to be utilized here. Get that Psychic, most importantly, into the discard pile. Drawn to a couple additional cards here for Henry. So the Iono has so far paid off. Let's just hope on the other side of the field, Rowan doesn't have a good set of 4 cards from Henry, having giving it to him. Psychic Embrace, bringing down these 3 Psychic Energy down onto this Gardevoir EX to allow it to attack with Miracle Force here. Is going to take some damage, of course, but also going to take a nice knockout here on Regidrago V. It's going down. 2 prize cards being taken from Henry in that Buddy Buddy Poffin, as well as an Earthen Vessel. We wanted to see that Earthen Vessel a hot minute ago, Kyle, but now it's in the hand.
Honestly, right now is just as good. It provides that opportunity to move the damage by way of the Monkey Dory, open up that Ralts to draw with the Kirlia on the next turn, and that just gets the ball rolling. You find those additional resources. You continue to fight fire with fire, and if the balloons are attacking first,
they're blasting.
Regidrago V-Stars, that's a battle you can win.
Exactly. The balloons have been blasting here for Henry, and now we're tied up in the prize cards between these players. It truly could go either way here in this matchup for either player. Rowan is just going to have to maintain some sort of pressure here on this side of the field now in this turn. Of course, we were working off the Iono hand, so that was 4 cards, a 5th card now being drawn off the top for the turn, and now we're seeing some energy come out after that Earthen Vessel, discarding that Radiant Charizard.
So many Pokemon in this hand. Once again, just not hitting the right resources. Fire energy found, but missing a lot of help here. Maybe it is going to be the Regidrago V-Star Legacy push. Maybe Mew can help.
Some restart. Can we restart this,
Can we try
this
again?
game?
Game 3.
Can we restart this game? Exactly, Regidrago V-Star coming into play here for the first time now for Rowan. that restart ability being played off that Mew EX to draw a couple additional cards. Is this
Can I just throw these cards already? I need some help.
Oh, look at
One
that.
energy switch.
Yeah, this is the recovery or bailout Legacy Star that we're seeing.
We did see an energy switch earlier, the turn 1 Squawkabilly, I believe. So there is that window. You can also just throw cards and use the Professor's Research to find your 3rd or 4th copy of the energy switch.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could try to beat the odds here, potentially. If you're Rowan, we see that first energy switch being drawn out, of course, from that Legacy V-Star on that Regidrago. And now the Professor's Research throwing resources here. We need to see another energy switch for Rowan.
Looks like it was one of the 2nd or 3rd cards he saw there in the window. And once again, finding some more resources as far as attacking options there. Giratina V-Star found. That might have been the missing piece that he needed. He didn't have any good attacks to copy if he wanted to deal with this Gardevoir EX. And I mean, you're dealing with an opponent that needs rare candy Gardevoir next turn in order to stay in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And that is such a tough spot to be in there. But Rowan has found the pieces here now. Thanks to that Professor's Research, we see that energy switch, of course, being sought out to put down that grass energy needed onto the Regidrago from the Ogre Pawn on the bench. So Rowan has the Giratina, has the energy needed, and is just taking a quick look at the resources Henry has already used to just make sure that what attack he chooses is the most optimal move for him.
Henry is going through it on the other side.
Yes.
This is a tough battle for him as he's trying to piece together a way to keep up with this onslaught. It is lost impact time, big KO on the Gardevoir EX. Henry has a lot of questions he has to answer right now.
Exactly. Rowan, thankfully mapping it out here for the stream for you to see the Giratina V-Star being brought out of this discard pile, copied by the Regidrago here. 2 energy have to go into the lost zone, but that is going to knock out that Gardevoir EX. That was huge there for Rowan to take the lead in this game. 2 prize cards left to take. Just needs another fire energy to be able to attack again with this Regidrago V-Star in the active. And Henry, again, has an uphill battle here on the right side of our field.
Not finding all the pieces you'd like to see just yet, but thankfully has access to some energy by way of the Earthen Vessel. That leads to some draw with the Radiant Greninja. Rare candy is already in hand, so perhaps Arvin or finding the Ultra Ball or Gardevoir EX itself would lead to the rare candy you need to take the knockout here with the Drifloon.
Yeah, Henry is looking like just hoping that things work out here in this turn. Hoping on hope in this uphill battle. Here's the concealed cards. What can we see? Oh my God.
And rare candy. Just a flex on them one time.
Yes,
it's already in hand, folks.
Yeah, it was already in hand. Now we got 2 rare candies, all right? But hey, the Ultra Ball is also what we needed here for Henry. So getting that Ultra Ball, huge here. So now we have a hand to work with for this turn.
Yeah, this is a style of Gardevoir you don't always see. The rare candy builds were not focused on that much because Refinement Curlia is so darn good.
Yeah.
But
we haven't even seen those.
We haven't seen them. Yeah, we don't have time
They've
for
been
that.
gone.
We're just
that one can't even turn into one.
We're protecting babies with charms and just trying to feed them candy until they help us.
Yeah, those are some low HP Pokemon there, but not for very long here. Henry seeking out that Gardevoir EX thanks to that Ultra Ball for this turn, discarding a Buddy Buddy Pop and an additional card. And now we're going to see the rare candy from the hand here, evolving that Ralts. It is protected by the not by the Bravery Charm anymore. It's not a basic Pokemon, but it survived, Kyle. And now we have the Monkey Dory coming down with that Dark Energy to move some damage counters over onto Rowan's side of the field.
And there it is, the pink card we have not yet spoken about. He's gone spicy with he's gone for the secret box.
The secret box. We're seeing the box.
What's in the box, Boo?
Yeah, it's not even an ancient deck that we're seeing, but secret box. I don't think I've ever seen this in one of our Gardevoir lists on the stream before, but that's going to allow you to discard 3 cards from your hand, and then you get to search out pretty much everything here. You get a tool card, a supporter card, a stadium card, and an item card for Henry, and Rowan is saying, whoa, That's an interesting pink card.
Yeah. He hasn't even seen it yet. He's dealing with Hisui and Heavy Ball. He'll be shocked pretty soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to see that, yeah, there is no Bravery Charm yet.
Yes, exactly. No Bravery Charm yet, but Secret Box can definitely take a handle of that. Henry still playing out this turn here, just deciding what to discard, of course, for it. It is a hefty discard, 3 cards, but you net a lot more cards back to your hand.
When you see your opponent grabbing 3 to 4 cards, you know you want to check out the face cam and see.
Yes, exactly.
Is he ready for this?
We need to see some face cam reactions here from this. I mean, that is, I need my face cam. I'm shocked.
Okay, he's throwing his hands around like he's about to pass the turn. We're not ready yet. All right, Secret Box. He throws the hand up, says, what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bro, what the? I mean, it is a very interesting ace spec to have in a Gardevoir list, but Henry's bringing the spice to our stream here. Does have to discard 3 cards, Pheasantipity, Earthen Vessel, and a Psychic Energy being those 3 cards. Now we're going to go into the deck. There's the Bravery Charm here. We have a plethora of other cards to be drawn out. There's our Stadium in that headquarters.
And that is the last Bravery Charm. One other in the prize cards. So perhaps an opportunity to find that for the later stages of this game. Maybe one final balloon burst. Get
Balloon
the job
blast.
done.
Get it right, Kyle.
Oh, excuse me.
Blast in those balloons.
I'll see myself out.
There you go. They threw it up on the screen for you,
Thanks.
Kyle. Well, yeah, that exactly as you said. One of the Bravery Charm in the prize cards, but all that we needed was that Bravery Charm to go onto this Drifloon, add that 50 additional HP here to allow it to take as much damage as possible from the Psychic Embrace, accelerating these energy down onto it. And that is what Henry needed to see. We're bringing out the headquarters as well.
The headquarters is slightly relevant here. Motivate was a knockout.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
And so now Rowan really does need to find a little bit of help here to get the job done. Has the free retreater in the active spot, but we've seen, what, 2, 3 energy switch already?
Exactly.
Maybe there's one more.
No, we've seen 3.
Yeah.
We've seen 3.
We're in Trub over here.
This is Trub indeed. Kyle Trubbish is watching for sure. Rowan is going to have to decide what to do here. Has definitely put on the pressure from Henry's side of the field. It's just a Drifloon with only 20 HP left, but Rowan needs to deal with it now. Just the Mew EX in the active position here, and a lot of cards in the hand, but are they the right cards? Regidrago, V-Star coming down to evolve that Regidrago on the bench. We're going to see potentially the energy attachment as well here from Rowan. Looks like debating it. What's the hand?
I legitimately think the strategy is you just go for Motivate. I don't know how else you get through this and survive, not give up 2 prize cards in this instance. Has to find a basic 1 prize Pokemon here to give up to the Drifloon. Draws 1 additional card. It's the energy switch of all cards, but does not have the pieces. We're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3. Rowan is scooping it up here. Henry is going to find everything needed to take this game off of Rowan, and that was absolutely epic here. We saw a lot of balloons blasted there and blasted it to a win, Kyle, for Henry Chow, staying in this top 8 match. Love to see it.
Yeah, they don't burst. They blast. Okay.
They blast, all right?
I get it. You know, I had a birthday a week ago. I didn't have any balloons, so maybe that's why.
You didn't get to blast any, Kyle? That's sad.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at how this game sorted out here for our players. This is our game 2 between them. It started out so clunky for Rowan. Just was attacking with that Regidrago V there to get a couple of the first prize cards, and Henry had that poor Curlia go down, that Drifloon went down, the Psychic Embrace was being utilized here, Gardevoir EX taken out, that Regidrago V for the first 2 prize cards. And then Rowan had to use that Lost Impact that we saw, the clutch move there with that Giratina V-Star to take out the Gardevoir, but Henry was able to scoop it back up here, get all the resources together for this knockout, huge knockout with the Drifloon.
Yeah, the pieces trying to come together in the last second, and we're done. does not work. The secret tech, the headquarters of all cards, actually lines up perfectly there and avoids.
I don't think that's the only secret tech, honestly.
I mean, there's a lot of ridiculous things going on in here, but they work.
Secret box, you know? Secret box. There's no mana fee as well.
What's in the box?
What is in the box? Quite a few cards, that is for sure. Well, these players, of course, keeping it interesting here on our stream. You love to see it. Rowan, Henry, gonna face off once more in a game 3 here. A little under 24 minutes left on the clock to complete this game. But the true question is Rowan gonna see another very awkward setup here? Because we kind of saw the opposite of that from the game 1 that seemed so smooth, but there was a little more opportunity in that game 2 for Henry to take the lead, and that's what we saw. We're gonna have to take a look at these prize cards as well to see if those are just as debilitating as we saw before for our players.
Oh.
Oh no.
What is that? That's
Have
an
we
opening
completed a turn?
here.
Have
Fire energy to the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Pass of the turn, and Henry, guns ablazing with that Earthen Vessel, will already have access to all these psychic energies,
Oh, no.
something that's eluded him so often in the early stages of the game. If there's an Arven to follow up here, if there's TM Evolution with Buddy Poffin, I don't see a way that you recover from this start.
Yeah. Just as we were talking about it being pretty bad in the last game, could be even worse here for Rowan in this game 3, whereas Henry does not elude prizing the Ralts once again, but as we saw, there is a Hisuian Heavy Ball in there, and Henry's got plenty of cards to play with for this hand. That Earthen Vessel, huge to finally get those energy that were also eluding Henry in our last game here. And that Arven's going to kick things off nice and easy. Henry going second, able to play a supporter card to line up all the pieces here as well. Item card and a tool card being drawn out for Henry. And you can see he's moving fast here. That TM Evolution that you mentioned, Kyle, coming out nice and quickly, as well as a secret box.
The secret box. It
What's
works
in it?
out so well here. Just throwing energies all over the place. Additional discards can be psychic energies here in this spot. And so often we think about secret box in those decks like the ancient box, throwing away the ancient Pokemon. Psychic energy are the exact same thing for Gardevoir.
Yeah, our crowd wants to know what is in that box as well, Kyle. Throwing away those energies as well as a counter catcher. Fantastic resources going down for Henry, of course, to be able to draw out a supporter, an item, a stadium, and a tool card here for Henry.
It could even be a boat.
Yeah, that's true. Could be a boat.
The Buddy Poffin there as well to go along with this. This is perfect. You have the Curlia finally
Wow.
gracing us with their presence on turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be fooled. This is turn 1 here from Henry. And look at this board state. We see this Ralts using that TM Evolution. It's going to the discard, but not before it gets out these Curlia onto the field here for Henry. And this is such a stable, consistent start here for Henry to kick things off. Rowan going to have to recover from that brutal turn 1 that we saw. Just a fire energy going to an Ogre Pawn. Now we at least have some cards going into the discard pile, at least in that Giratina, the first dragon to hit the discard, 2 grass energy, as well as one of those energy switch in the prizes, though, for Rowan.
Maybe not worthy of our graphics here, but that Ultra Ball is a pretty helpful top deck in this spot. Just needs to get the ball rolling, find some piece to help out here.
Get the Ultra Ball rolling?
Yes, let's get it rolling. Reggie Drago onto the bench to help out in this spot. You're already missing out on opportunities with cards like that Squawkabilly. That opener was super unfortunate, but we haven't seen the rest of the hand just yet. Still could be a supporter to go along with this. Ayano, especially Professor's Research, would be a lot of help here.
A lot of help. I mean, yeah, we've seen a lot of recovery from Rowan off that Professor's Research, getting into those additional resources. Going to take notes as to what is in the prize cards, of course, as well. Still looking through this deck on the initial search from this Ultra Ball. Gonna have to speed things up a bit. We only have under 20 minutes here for these players, but I mean, as we said, this is our top 8, folks. One of these players will advance to top 4, so everything is on the line here in this game 3. Rowan is gonna have to make sure to stay focused, especially with this pretty rough start here, but Reggie Drago V finally coming out off that roll in Ultra Ball, as you said, Kyle.
That is the #1 piece that you need, especially on the opening turn, but here on the second turn, it's just fine, I suppose. Not too much pressure from your opponent. Still takes a little bit of time to find the right cards to attack with, but there's still some windows here. Iono certainly helps out in this spot. You need more cards.
Yeah, we need some more cards, some more resources for Rowan, and that's going to bring us 6 here. Both players shuffling up their hands. It goes to the bottom of their decks, and they draw for each prize card that they have. So Henry's also going to have a fresh 6 cards as well.
Henry's going to see everything next turn. Curlia in hand to go along with this. A bunch of garbage cards to throw away.
Finally see refinements.
Yeah. This deck is great when you draw 7 cards a turn and then play Arven.
Yep.
Not so much when you rare candy the Gardevoirs.
Wow. Look at that. 3 Regidrago. Those are the only 3 Regidrago V-Star in the deck, but they're in the hand right now here for Rowan. We only need one or 2 of them for the next turn. So Rowan hopefully is able to see some more draw coming up in our next turn, potentially. Of course, Teal Dance was utilized as well for Rowan, but that's it. That's the turn there for Rowan. Some slight recovery there, but Henry, like you said, Kyle, is going to have everything here. We're finally going to see some refinements off these Curlia, helping out Henry. Of course, we had a fresh 6 cards from that Iono already that Henry is playing off of as well. So we've got options. We've got cards.
Yeah, we'll just continue to draw at this point. See as many resources as possible. Likely lead into that Gardevoir, and at that point you're just going to be rolling. Nest Ball in the hand too, so if you didn't find the resource you're looking for with that Buddy, got a little more access to hit points. Perhaps the Monkey Dory could be thrown in, and when you start to manipulate the damage, that's when you can get ahead in these 2-2-2 matchups that we face.
Exactly. I feel like this is actually such a crucial turn here for Henry because you got to decide, okay, what is my route going to be here? I see what my opponent is doing, but I cannot slip up as far as the Pokemon that come out onto the field. My strategy going into this, of course, you know, you can't choose what you see off your refinements and your cards drawn, but once you draw a couple of those cards, you have to sequence them right and make sure that you're following your strategy that's chosen. Screamtail going to come down. One of those Bravery Charm that were already in the hand going to join the field as well. It's in the active now. We see that Curlia, that 3rd Curlia here to be evolved into on the bench here for Henry. This is such an optimal board state here. And we have even more cards.
Yeah, it's a risk, however, when you do retreat before using the Iono. It does give you that benefit of not having the 20 additional damage on the Curlia and thinking about the Dragapult knockout, but you are destined to find that Gardevoir from that point, and he finds it. Huge find with the refinement there.
Yeah, that is beautiful, and we're just drawing cards now, concealed cards, an additional refinement. We're seeing the evolution now into the Gardevoir EX to be able to Psychic Embrace for Henry, and that is what we needed to see because we need to get these energy on the field. We need to start putting even more pressure onto Rowan's side, taking some knockouts here if you're Henry. And that Screamtail, it's screaming, Kyle. Hey, Kyle, you got to do the scream this time. You sounded more like the Squawkabilly on that one.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
We'll work on it indeed. That Pokemon League headquarters coming down as the stadium in play. We're getting groovy here on the stream. I can't believe it's actually applicable. Oh my
legitimately
gosh.
6 energies. Yep, that's bad news for fire energy enthusiasts.
Oh, yes, that is indeed. Look at that. 6 energies. We saw all of them hit the discard pile, reaccelerate onto the Screamtail. It can hit anywhere on Rowan's field, and that means that fire energy is out of there. Regidrago V also falling to the discard pile. 2 prize cards down for Henry, and Rowan put in an impossible position here once again.
A little less impossible when you see this hand.
Oh, what do we got, Kyle?
Working wonders. Double Earthen Vessel along with Ultra Ball Energy Switch and just ways to search out that Regidrago V-Star. Looks like all the cards are going to be there for Rowan to potentially find a big return knockout, and if you can incorporate that with Boss's Orders or one of those Prime Catcher, the Prime Catcher, you're going to take a big knockout here on the Screamtail and also knock out a Curlia.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I mean, reminder, the hand before that was just 3 Regidrago V-Stars. Yeah, it was very, very bad. So that Iono from Henry's side helped Rowan wonders there.
Ooh, a missing piece to that puzzle was the Dragon Bolt, and it's found.
Yeah, and it's found, and now it's gone.
And it's gone.
It is gone, but not, well, in the best way possible. So it can be utilized to copy from that Regidrago V-Star. It's in the discard pile. It's what you want to see, and now those energy are also being sought out thanks to that earthen vessel. I mean, it is turning out beautifully here for Rowan. And Regidrago hanging in there. We're going to see the teal dance as well here from that Ogre Pawn, additional card being drawn.
Yeah, we don't see a card like that Kirim just yet, and that can be a big turn. If you knock out the Screamtail and double Curlia, that's terrifying. We've seen Rowan choose to go away from that strategy. It's very aggressive. You lose a lot of resources. But is this a point of desperation where you have to incorporate the Trifrost?
Well, I'd love to see it once again, Kyle. Maybe Rowan.
We love desperate gamers.
Yes. Hey, it makes it more exciting here on the stream, that is for sure, with these tense moments that we could potentially see. That Kirim, of course, being eyed up, drawn out here from that Ultra Ball, discarding the Holucha, as well as a Grass Energy from Rowan. That Kirim, Trifrost, and that is something you don't want to hear if you're a Gardevoir player, of course. Got to discard the energy. That is the sacrifice you make, but you do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. It is just the perfect Pokemon to take absolutely debilitating turns off your opponent, and we might potentially see it from Rowan, but it looks like just still sorting through.
Yeah, once
from the Ultra Ball.
He's trying to contemplate how the rest of the hand plays out at this point. There's no supporter
after that
in the hand. There is another Ultra Ball, so if you can play out the hand all the way down and then restart with your Mew, draw into a piece that basically defines your turn by way of Prime Catcher, Boss's Orders, or Iono, then you really know what you're going for with that Legacy Star.
Well, the double Ultra Ball here gets us the Regidrago V-Stars. We saw Kirim's now in the discard pile, getting the energy back out of the discard pile thanks to that Super Rod as well.
This is a huge debate. I don't know which I like more, the Fire Energy or the Radiant Charizard in this spot. Because when your opponent gets off to such an aggressive opener, you have to consider incorporating the Radiant Charizard to surprise knock out a Gardevoir at some point.
Well,
he is going to go that route.
Yeah, it looks like it may have been the Fire Energy, but no. Radiant Charizard is the Pokemon coming out of the discard pile thanks to that Super Rod being brought back into the deck, as well as 2 energy. So that is an option down the line here for Rowan to maybe clean up the rest of this game in the later turns.
Where's your hand, buddy?
Yeah. Oh, now you got 3 thanks to that new EX, a little restart, fresh the hand. Now we're seeing the Legacy Star, V-Star power from this Regidrago. Ooh.
Okay. Fire Energy necessary. But does he try to find that another way?
Yeah, it looks like the energy switch as well as the Iono being the cards brought back here from Rowan. We're going to see
1 Fire Energy.
Yeah, this is actually quite scary.
I love it. Let's go.
Is this gambling?
This is absolutely. Radiant Charizard was shuffled back in. If we see that card, it would have been a fire.
Oh my gosh,
and it is.
no. If it was switched, it would have been, it would have been the fire, but it's the Radiant Zard
the
here.
smile, he knows what he did.
Yeah, shaking his head here, keeping the Radiant Charizard, but not getting that fire, which was needed here for Rowan to be able to get the attack from this Regidrago.
I'm such a goober.
Look at that. I mean, you see it on his face here. He's like, well, I risked it.
Yeah.
I did not get the biscuit.
You can't blame him. He knows he needs to play the odds at that point.
The late game,
and
yeah.
hope to find the right resource, but it just doesn't line up.
Yeah, this is brutal here. It's just going to be the Super Rod now to get those 2 Fire Energy out. That Regidrago V coming down from the Nest Ball being brought back out as well. But Rowan definitely disappointed. Things could have gone a little bit differently here. And look at the other side of the field, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, for Rowan, if he does hit the right resource, hits the fire energy, he uses Trifrost, knocks out the main threat here, double Curlia, puts his opponent on a 4-card hand, and they have no way to draw. They're not going to hit another energy, right? It's just Radiant Greninja and a Gardevoir, and they're trying to find any resource to keep up in this game. And he preserved the energy switch by not grabbing the fire energy instead and hoping to use a later energy switch. So he was thinking ahead to, I'll just draw these and then attack with the Drago again later on. But it comes at a risk there. You don't have the fire energy. Now we're going to be giving up another 2 prize cards to the Screamtail.
Exactly, and it's going to be another 2 prize cards, but Henry has already taken 2 prize cards. There's only 4 left. I start to think, is it just going to be you're too far behind, especially when Henry's board state is so heavily established here, having an additional turn to establish even more thanks to that huge whiff of the turn from Rowan, not even getting an attack off, just passing. Henry protecting the field as much as possible. This Curlia turning into a nice beefy Gardevoir EX on the bench here, and that Screamtail ain't done.
Yeah, safety first. Double Gardevoir now intact, so even if Rowan comes up with a huge knockout, surprises and cleans up the Gardevoir EX, there's going to be a second one to go along with this. At this point for Henry, use as many resources as possible. Don't let that late game Iono potentially disrupt you, and it seems like he's got that plan lined up perfectly here. Could even set up Monkey Dory.
Yeah, that would be just insult on top of injury, honestly, Kyle, at that point, if we see the monkey come down as well from Henry. But like you said, you got to play it safe. You got to make sure that there is no plan that your opponent could potentially have that'll put you on the back foot. So you have to play out your cards, get all of your resources down thin as much as possible so you know, even if there's some disruption on the other side, you could still recover back from that. So that's all Henry's got to do. He's already got the lead in this matchup here. He just has to secure the win at this point. So we still have that Curlia on the bench that's already used its refinement for this turn, but still has some future play as well from Henry for some recovery. Radiant Greninja's been carrying some weight too. Henry just looking at the field here, deciding what to do.
There's no crazy shenanigans. The retreat Turo, move the damage, Monkey Dory, get yourself to the clean 130, and then snipe and remove the Draco is not an option. So play safe, take this knockout here, and it looks like you're in a pretty favorable spot.
Yeah, you could see that by far. 2 prize cards down. Henry just 2 left to take. Rowan starting off the turn looking very concerned. Mew EX being brought into the active position, but Rowan just might be too far behind here now. Is going to look at the hand. Is there anything we can work with?
Did you see that
here,
top
Kyle?
deck?
No, what was it?
Earthen Vessel.
Oh, and it's
the one card he hoped to see off Iono is not found. It's the very next turn, and
that's brutal.
A little late.
That a little late? I think that's a lot of late. That is a lot of late.
Now you start to consider the alternate routes to victory.
Oh,
they're not there. Boss's orders in hand. Henry is going to close out here in a wild fashion to move into the top 4 with Gardevoir EX.
A deck we did not expect to see here going this far in the tournament, but Henry Chow proving us wrong with Gardevoir EX, taking it into Baltimore, taking down another Regidrago V-Star deck. That's a 3-0 record now against Regidrago, and that's also punching his ticket into our top 4.
It wasn't always pretty, but he came out blasting, and it worked for him. Was able to keep up with all of the different things he saw from Rowan. We can take a look one more time.
Take us away, Kyle.
See how
that was
this
a crazy That was a crazy game.
Yeah, so fun. Both of our players really just showing off what their decks are capable of. Rowan playing it safe. Had the Kyurem, said no thanks, I'll use my Dragapult and be just fine. It led to a very safe approach. Had all the energies to go on double Regidrago V-Star, and Henry just continued to draw through, try to find answers. He was able to check a few Pokemon, but not them all. And Rowan set up a checkmate there with the Hisui Gudra V-Stars. Rolling Iron copied, and led to a pretty clean victory there in the opening game.
Exactly. Rowan had all the pieces there in that first game. It was going so smooth. We had all of the options of those attackers in the discard pile early on, but this next game was so clunky to begin with, unfortunately, for Rowan. We were seeing some recovery there. Lost impact, taking a huge knockout, putting as much as possible in Henry's way here, but the balloons were blasting, Kyle, and getting those knockouts right back to catch up in those prize cards. Henry was able to take the win there. Look at that hand.
Game 3. Yep, we talked about the clunkiness of the opener game 2. Game 3.
Worse.
A lot of that going on, especially compared to how streamlined Henry's deck looked. The turn 1 double Curlia really flexing there. This was the big moment of the game. That Radiant Charizard could have been a fire energy, and it turned this thing completely on its head. Iono double knockout Curlia instead. Henry, draw all the cards you want and knock out anything. You're going to take this victory here and be the first top 4 player here at Baltimore in the inaugural regional of this season.
Exactly, and definitely earned it, that is for sure. That was not an easy matchup whatsoever for Henry to navigate through, but was able to secure all the pieces there to take a win, take down another Regidrago V-Star. It is out for the count now, and Gardevoir EX is going to advance here in Baltimore.
Yeah, I really want to know how he feels about that matchup. I was terrified. It didn't even look good, even though he won. I'm still trying to figure out how he pieced it all together, but it did work for Henry there, and he showed a lot of tenacity. Just hung in there and continued to find the right strategy, and he put his opponent in really difficult spots. Rowan tried to draw out of them, and it just didn't line up. Those resources for Drago are near impossible to figure out in those kind of spots.
Yeah, I guess that's what you need when you're playing Gardevoir, tenacity for sure. And things were honestly working uphill as well against Henry, especially in that game 1. We saw the double routes prized, and that was kind of rough. We did see one come out from the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but that combined with really awkward resources in that game 1, it's difficult for Henry. The game 2 even, I mean, the energy just weren't there for so long for Henry, and but was still able to recover from that and hit with these tiny little Pokemon. They're small, but they become big with the Bravery Charms, and they do so much damage, and that just shows you how powerful Gardevoir EX really can be. But people just were not believing in Gardevoir going into this format because all of the other very powerful decks that you'd be seeing that have taken way larger numbers as far as our meta share goes for Baltimore.
Well, he may be the lone representative of Gardevoir on the graphic, but Henry certainly showed us why he is in the top 4 as our first player here at the Baltimore Regional Championships. We have an interview lined up for him. Skarzig, take it away.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here. Welcome to the lounge. I am joined by the winner, Henry Chow. How you doing, friend?
Pretty good. Yeah, that set was kind of wild. Game 1, I really think I could have played better, but game 2 and 3, well, game 2, I kind of got him with some of my techs, I think, like a little bit. I don't know if he could have played it around the candies and stuff more. I don't think he really could have, to be honest. I think he played very well throughout the set. And then game 3, he just kind of bricked. So and I had a pretty good hand for capitalizing on that with the Scream Tail play.
Yeah, the Screamtails and the Drifloon, I think, are always the really heavy hitters for the Drago matchup. I remember when I was practicing the deck, I hated to see the Gardevoir matchup, but was it because of its good matchup into Drago that you wanted to bring Gardevoir, or, you know, what was the decision there? Because we keep saying it, it's a deck that a lot of people are really doubting right now.
Yeah, no, it's been receiving a lot of hate, so... Like at NEIC, I was playing, like, funnily enough, like this no Drifloon, 2 Monkey Dory builds. And that, you know, when the format was slower, that deck was like really, really broken. And then I went to Worlds and I brought sort of a similar build. I threw in 1 Drifloon, 1 Charm, but I hit 3 Regidragos. I got absolutely ran over, and it just wasn't really working out. So I kind of came around thinking, like, I kind of need to adapt the deck a little bit. So I was like, let's cut all the fluff. Bravery Charms, Drifloon, Screamtail, let's just race them. And that's the idea. Still doesn't have like an amazing Drago matchup, but I'd say it's around even, and that's a lot better than the standard variant of Gardevoir for sure.
And has the Pokemon League headquarters helped you with the Drago matchup, or is that for other decks?
Yeah, I threw it down there to block his Radzard at the end. I don't think it really actually would have mattered because he was out of Gust, I'm pretty sure, unless he was on 3 boss. It's really good against Ancient Box is the main thing. It actually won me my round 12 match just by itself. Like if I didn't have the HQ, I would have just lost on the spot. So got really good value there. Came up against Miraidon before, so yeah, a lot of the big basic decks, which I'm sure you guys have seen this weekend popping up. We got the headquarters for that, yeah.
Impressive as well that Gardevoir has been able to adapt. I think that it's a deck that kind of developed a reputation for being very good at what it wants to do, just drawing cards, being consistent in that way, but not having so much flexibility.
Yeah, I think, I think the idea is just, the main advantage you get isn't like the slow, steady drawing cards. It's the fact that you're blowing stuff up with the one prizer. It's really the only deck that has that ability, so that really gives you flexibility in the prize trade.
Okay.
That's why I like it a lot right now, yeah.
And when you were kind of shopping up this deck, wanting to put in the league headquarters, going for this aggressive style, did that come directly from you, or were there other Gardevoir players that you were maybe talking to, trying to arrive at this conclusion to help the list?
Funny, like before Worlds, I had tried, so I call it sort of the beat stick Gardevoir, because I'm just one-shotting stuff. And I had thought about this before Worlds, played a few games with it, I'm like, this is not good enough. Like, let's just run with what I'm comfortable with. But then after, Worlds didn't go so well, I'm like, nah, we really gotta innovate the list. So I hit up my friend Aban, and I was like, hey, you want to try playing against this bad deck? And I went like 9-1 in that session. I was playing against Liam Halliburton and Aban. And then after that, I was like, okay, if we make some tweaks here and there, I think we can get there with this deck. So then kept playing it. They helped me test a lot, and then yeah, we got there.
So your friends helping you test,
yeah.
Coming up with these different techs and these new strategies for a deck that, we thought was down and out. Was there any moment where you thought of switching off of Gardevoir, or you just had a feeling somewhere that it was a deck that could be salvaged?
Definitely was pretty focused on this Gardevoir deck. Every once in a while I get some itch to play Golden Go, but then I talk myself out of it. The Ancient Box matchup isn't so good, so I didn't really want to risk it. But it's a very fun deck. But yeah, mostly Gardevoir.
Yeah, I got to say as well one more time, Henry, that I am impressed that you were able to adapt Gardevoir to beat Ancient Box, which is considered its natural predator, I think.
That is literally the best matchup for Gardevoir. Yeah, it's crazy, yeah. I'm like 90% against that deck. I was hoping to hit them. I only hit one. Wish I had more. But
with Ancient Box not being too prominent at this tournament, I think, especially based on all the hype leading into it, were there any other surprises that caught you off guard for this Baltimore Regional?
I mean, personally, I was surprised by the Regidrago deck only being at 17%. I thought it was really well positioned, still arguably more so than Worlds. So I was surprised that the popularity dipped a little bit. And then it was made up by a lot of Raging Bolt. I expected some. I didn't expect 15%. That caught me off guard. And then, yeah, the Mooney X decks have really been running around more than I expected. Still hitting Iron Thorns, which surprised me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm sure I don't know if you guys have streamed that Noivern Cornerstone deck.
I think we did manage to get it on stream once.
Yeah, I mean, that deck blows my mind, but I think my deck beats it, so I'm hoping to hit it.
Okay, we'll see. Any final thoughts or shout-outs I can get from you before I let you go?
Shout out to everyone who helped me test. Shout out to the ladder. I play a ton on the ladder, so all my opponents on ladder. I know I made a Twitter post about this recently. Shout out to everyone I hit on ladder. Always feel free to hit me up if you want to talk about the games we play, because that's one of my main sources of testing. And yeah, shout out to my friends, family, everyone from Long Island. Yeah.
Oh, very well said, and congratulations once again, Henry. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk and get ever closer to our top 4 and finals, so stay tuned.
Henry Chow is eating up the competition going into our top 4. That was a great match to see. I am Jeremy Jalen here with Kyle Sablehouse. This feels familiar.
Yeah. Oh, have we balled before?
I am here because we're going to do a little debate.
Fight. We're going to fight.
I mean, I'll probably lose, but we are finishing up our bracket that we have of our favorite first partner Pokemon, and it is Kyle's Mudkip up against my Fuecoco.
Good luck, pal. I feel like I've said plenty about my Pokemon. I'd like to hear a little bit more about yours, if you don't mind. I'll lead you in. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Well, I already said it stands for Fire Croc, right? And just look at this guy. Look him in the eyes and tell me that he is not the cutest Pokemon you've ever seen. There's no thought behind those eyes. All right? Holds fire down in its little scales, right? Right? Little scales. It's just a big old little chili pepper. Loves food. I love food. You love food. Henry loves food. He eats food. It's great. Vote.
Nope. We're done.
All right.
We're not going to vote for that.
No, we are.
We're not going to vote for that.
I feel disrespected.
Yeah, and rightfully so.
All right.
Because you're not prepared.
Well, I hope you're prepared.
Actually, I'm not.
All right, are you ready?
Sure.
3, 2, 1, go.
Under legal counsel, I plead the fifth and defer to a written statement from my attorney.
Hello. My name is Emily, and I am here to advocate on behalf of Kyle's Mudkip. I have a lot of people who want me to support Kyle's Mudkip, and I, Emily Foreman, approve this message and also like Mudkips. Please don't make me draw again, Scars. Like, I will do anything. We like Mudkips here.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
Well, the decision's up to you. Of course, we've already made our case. I didn't have to say very much, but I think you viewers at home know what to do.
Exactly.
I've got a date with Destiny in the finals.
I thought it was Cyndaquil.
Yeah, but it's not your date.
Oh. All right, yeah. Well, and I don't know about that, but I think this might be a little rigged against me.
Well, when we get back, we will see the results. Who do you believe in? Is it Fuecoco or is it my Mudkip? We like them, we love them. We love y'all too. We'll see you in a few minutes. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, I've never seen someone price check that much. That was crazy. That system you got there?
Thank you. I
Probably
practiced.
works. Yeah. How is this possible? Oh my god. Nightmares.
Yo, you were close to going crazy, bro.
Is this some vessels, bro? Is this some vessels?
How many you got? One of those? Oh, wait, hold on.
Ah, don't bait me.
Wait. I keep on thinking this game's going really poorly for me, but you just look like so uncomfortable that I'm like, maybe.
Matchup is quite uncomfortable just in general, I would say.
Maybe your hand is just horrifically bad also.
You think that's a
Congratulations.
I appreciate it. It was a great set. Really.
Yeah, it was.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Jeff, a smile on his face, Prince.
Fabio Musican, Robbie, Marco, Hafata, Galadora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
I first got into Pokemon with my dad back when I was in elementary school. I ended up playing with him on these little mats that we had made, and we played back and forth for a lot of years. And then I ended up finding a niche in high school where I started a Pokemon club, and then I went to college and I found, hey, there are people that actually do this and travel to tournaments. I want to get involved. And so in college at Michigan State, I really got into the competitive scene. That was about 13 years ago now.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about.
My drive to keep competing really comes from my desire to win. I'm just a naturally competitive person. I have been for a long time. And Pokemon is a great outlet because I feel like it's a very family-friendly environment. Pokemon is very welcoming, and yet still there's a high level of competition. My favorite moment from Pokemon competitive history It would be my first regional win. I mean, that meant a lot to me personally with a deck that I had created on my own, and something that was so fun when I won and I had friends that just mobbed me after the win. That's a feeling I will never forget. My starter Pokemon would be Pikachu because I loved Pokemon Yellow, and replaying that over and over and over, I'll go with Pikachu. My #1 goal was a regional win. Does a lot of things. Obviously, the prize money is great, and the chance to call myself a 3-time regional champion. But more so, I now get to attend the World Championships in Hawaii, which I am stoked about.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024! We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon!
Hello, Pokemon fans. Jeremy Jallin here to buy a little time in between our matches. I learned how to draw some Pokemon from Adam Skarzig-Watson a little bit ago, and I'm trying to use those skills to draw a new Pokemon for y'all here today. It is going to be one of the most popular Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG, Teal Mask Ogerpon. So it's daunting, but I think I could do it. Now, he said to start off with like a lot of the things that are very recognizable, right? So it's very spiky. There's some leaves and stuff going around. Got to get the mask right as well. See, I already messed up. Right? Thankfully, erasers exist. Yeah. I probably shouldn't have chose this Pokemon, honestly. For a second time. Has long legs, too. See, I messed up again. Oh, my gosh. Is it hot in here? Shade it in a little bit. Hopefully this turns out well. All right, I think this is the best I'm going to be able to do. I'm not quite sure, but Adam is a very good teacher. So let's see. The big reveal. How did I do, y'all? Did I do good? Let me know in the chat.
Honestly, what an amazing showing from Jeremy Jallin's talent here. Not only talented on the microphone, but also talented in the way of the marker. Well, we are still here at Baltimore in our top 8. Jeremy, honestly, now joining me here onto the desk. Yeah. Goodness, that was great. Honestly, a couple mess ups. Honestly, I could point out a couple things that you did wrong, but that was still pretty good. I'm Emily Foreman, now joined here by Jeremy Jallin here onto the microphone as we are now in top 8. We are now going to feature our first seed from the entire tournament, who's actually kind of eluded getting a stream match, I believe, up until this point. But it's definitely an interesting matchup that Rahul Reddy needs to be ready for.
Yeah, exactly. And before we get to that matchup, we're going to check in on the bracket to see how My Fue Coco did, right? Let's take a look and see who made it to the finals.
Got bad news for you, buddy.
I'm disappointed in y'all.
Good try. But then again, I can actually defend my Cyndaquil without Skarzig threatening me with another drawing segment. So I think maybe I will just be able to do it in finals. I don't know, though. It seems like the chat and everybody at home is just loving Kyle's Mudkip. So we'll see if Cyndaquil can do it. But yeah, I am super excited to see how that one is going to go. But Jeremy, we are in top 8. I have to say the deck choices in top 8, it's all from around the spectrum, and that's what you love to see.
Yeah, well, we were saying at the top of the weekend where there could be 8 to 10 decks that could potentially take down this tournament, and Lugia is one of those decks. It has been destroying a lot of the top tables throughout the weekend, and we're going to actually see a pretty close mirror match of Lugia.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Rahul running close to, if not the same exact list from Worlds, where he's going to play a couple discrepancies in his deck from what we're very used to in what is kind of new Lugia, right? Both trainers actually have different types of Lugia lists going on here. I'm really excited to see how this one is going to lay out. But Rahul going up against Steven Varesco here. They just did our coin flip, and we are about to jump into the table. But Jeremy, why don't you tell me a little bit about these differentiating lists?
All right, so Steven is playing a more similar style that we've seen of Lugia V-Star, where it's the 2-2 Cinccino. You're playing the full Lugia V-Star line, and then you have double Luminion to help just find those supporters. You have 4 Boss's Orders, which has been basically the staple of this Lugia deck. Once you get set up with your Archeops in play, you have as much energy as you want, so you just want to be able to knock out any Pokemon that you can. Meanwhile, Raul, his list was very different that we saw from Worlds. So having that Raikou V in the deck, the Lightning Energy, just gives you an extra attacker you can use. Even the Fleet-Footed from Raikou really puts in a lot of work when you're trying to dig for those cards like Boss's Orders.
Well, we know that drawing cards in this game is very good, but I also think Raikou, just because of the type advantage here, Lugia V can also go down to a Lightning Rondo just from having your bench full too. So Lightning Rondo definitely going to be something that we are going to be looking out for here. I am super excited to see what Steven Varesco is going to be able to do too. Both lists are playing the Weird Deer and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I'm not really too sure how it's going to go, but I feel like in certain types of these matchups, it's whoever can go first, one, and two, find Ultra Ball, double chops in the discard, you'll be able to get your win.
All right, well, I believe they are ready down at the table. Let's go ahead and meet our players for this next top 8 match. Rahul ready on the left, Steven Varesco on the right. It is a Lugia mirror match. Let's take a look at Rahul and what he's been able to accomplish.
I mean, I think the biggest one, right, is top 16 just at Worlds. I believe bubbled right out of top 8 too, just to add some insult to injury, but still in Worlds, getting top 16, no easy feat at all. Rahul, an absolutely accomplished player all the way down, even top 4ing OCIC, playing that Lugia like we know. But Rahul, tons of accomplishments.
Yeah, actually getting 9th at the World Championships because of that asymmetrical cut, but ended up losing a terrible matchup. And then Steven Varesco on the right, no slouch himself, a top 8 at Columbus NAIC in 2022, top 8 Lancaster Regional in 2016, top 32 U.S. Nationals in 2014, and a regional finalist in Richmond in 2012. Both of these players are very familiar with each other. They come from the same kind of Virginia MD area, and they've known each other for about 15 years, or since 15 years old.
Wow.
And both of them basically learned how to play Pokemon from the likes of Michael Cramois, and really just soaking in all the information that they can, and playing the same deck but very different lists. Both of them hoping to take down their first big tournament win.
Prize cards going down here. I just love at the top, you got the Minchinos both up there, the same art exactly here too. I think the biggest thing to note here, especially on Rahul's prizes, that legacy energy is going to be a big one here, especially because it also acts as kind of what we like to call rainbow energy, where it can also go into that Raikou acting as the lightning energy. But we'll see what Rahul's going to be able to do. On Steven's side, nothing too crazy. 3 energy prize definitely doesn't feel too great, but the Iron Bundle's in there too.
Yeah, the Legacy Energy along with the Iron Hands EX is pretty bad news for Raul in this game, but anything can happen in the game of Pokemon. We're going to have to see which of our players are starting things off. Looks like Steven with the Iron Hands and a Legacy Energy to attach.
Dare I say there are 2 different starts to Lugia, Jeremy, and you have potentially the Iron Hands going down here as the attach with Legacy Energy, and that could have just been turned, but we are going to be able to see Mesagosa flip heads, so that means we get to grab any Pokemon out of the deck, and we get to start our first deck search here. Once again, Lugia can be kind of a coin flip type of deck here, but compared to Capturing Aroma, where you either get a basic from flipping tails or a evolution from flipping heads, if we're able to just get heads on a Mesagosa, we're able to just go in there and start setting up.
We've been talking about the energy in Lugia as well, and wow, yeah, right away, Ultra Ball double Archeops in the discard. This is the perfect start for Steven in this top 8 match.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for anything else either. No Carmine in the list for Steven either, so we're not going to go on in and Luminous sign for anything here. We are just going to go on ahead and Ultra Ball double chops. You cannot ask for anything more. Has the Squawk ability in hand as well, so we are going to see a Squawk and Seize top 6 cards here, and we essentially get to just Carmine through Squawk.
Yeah, this is an insane start for Steven, and it just keeps going.
Gotta also point out here too that Lugia is also weak to lightning, so if Rahul doesn't get anything kind of set up here, we could be seeing an Ambu very much for 3 prizes, which could be, you know, what I like to say worst case scenario here, but passing the turn on over to Rahul, going to go on ahead and flip the Mesagosa, but it's a 5, so it's not going to be enough here. Let's see what we got in the hand. We got the Ultra Ball discard 1 Archeops, but not a second one. The Earthen Vessel going to go down here as we are going to go in for our first deck search. I think it is also very important to note out here, Jeremy, that the 1 of Minchino is in the prizes. Rahul doesn't play a 2-2 line. It's just a 1 of, and it's all the way at the top.
Yeah, with that and the Legacy Energy roll is going to struggle at being able to mess up Steven's prize mapping for this game, at least until he starts taking a few prizes. The thing that still gives him a little bit of an out, there is the 1 basic Lightning Energy in the deck, so he can use a Raikou V to take a return KO against something like a Lugia V-Star. But Raul does have 2 Lugia V, which is where you want to be against a start like Stevens. Has that Professor's Research, and there's both Archeops in the discard now as well for Raul.
Honestly, you can't ask for a better showing from both Lugia, not only going first, but going second, to show that it is possible to get that win condition into the discard as fast as possible. We see the Jet Energy attached from hand here. We do also get to read the wind here too if we want to go on ahead and discard, but before that, we are going to hit the Capturing Aroma. It is going to be a 2, so that means an evolution Pokemon straight out of the deck. It probably is going to be that Archeops. It just makes the most sense here on this turn 1.
Capturing Aroma is one of those cards that you either love or you hate, and it all depends on that coin flip.
It's true. This really is kind of just the coin flip deck. It always kind of has been. It's definitely seen a lot of iterations before, but we will just be doing the read the wind, draw 3 cards here, on over to Steven's side. So I do believe we are going to go for another Mesagosa so we can find Lugia V-Star, and you can't ask for anything more than just hitting heads here. This is going to be Lugia V-Star into Summoning Star here, where we're going to be able to start accelerating energy. Honestly, Jeremy, this
is 3 prizes.
This is
sure,
3
yeah.
prizes for sure, but this is just a great start for Steven. And honestly, I don't know if Rahul is going to be able to catch up in time.
Yeah, the biggest thing for Rahul right now is staring down the 230 HP from that Iron Hands EX. News, if you don't know, Lugia V-Star does 220 damage. That is not enough to take the knockout, and if you let this Iron Hands EX go unchecked, it's going to be a pretty fast game.
Has the Jacques for turn as well, so we are able to go out and grab 2 evolution Pokemon, reveal them, and then throw them into your hand. So we're already going to be able to start setting up our Minccino here too, but it is just going to be the Lugia V-Star and another Archeops here. We will see the evolve into the V-Star power Summoning Star. Here comes Archeops both to the bench, and like we have been saying, Jeremy, this is a very, very tough game for Rahul to come back into, especially because Ampy Very Much is just the obvious choice right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill climb for sure. Now, Rahul did end up being the first seed of the tournament, so that means with the asymmetric cut, the way it turned out, he essentially didn't have to play the top 16-ish that we had. Steven ended up playing against Grafton Roll, playing the Origin Form Palkia V-Star deck with Dusknoir, which is usually a bad matchup for Lugia, but Steven was able to overcome Grafton in 3 games to able to take the victory and meet Rahul in this mirror match for top 8.
Okay, Primal Turbo twice going on over into the Iron Hands EX, getting ready to go. I really hope both of our players do the hand motions. I've been waiting for somebody down at the table to do it, maybe with good friends who've known each other since they were 15. We could have some joy in this match, but nevertheless here, still, we can evolve into Cinccino as well this turn if we want to. Things are looking really good for Steven. I mean, he is pretty set up.
Thank you very much for 3 prize cards, and now just another big attack possibility of winning the game. Even something if Rahul has to bench a Luminion V, a simple boss's orders can seal up game 1 for Steven.
Also, I just want to kind of point out too that Steven just picked up the Iron Bundle coming out from the prizes too, so it's something to also note out, but there could be my caster pick of this regional Bezendipity, but we want to go on ahead and safeguard just a little bit too. We're using that nest ball to search the deck right now. It could be potentially a Raikou play if we really kind of get there, right? If we're able to find Raikou and our Lightning Energy, we could see something along the lines here, but it will be the Iron Bundle actually coming out from Rahul's side. Going to have to move one of these bench Pokemon into the active here. I wonder what Steven is going to go for.
Basically, Rahul doing this to where you kind of force Steven to make a play, and then you can decide what you're going to attack with. And here it looks like Steven is going to promote that Lugia V-Star, where it has no energy, but it's still going to be very hard for Rahul to take a knockout here.
Raikou V coming down, though, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. And I think what's very interesting about playing this Raikou, Jeremy, is that if we have Jet Energy from hand, that we can get Raikou into the active. The Legacy Energy, like we talked about, can also act as a Lightning Energy, and thus making Raikou V only worth 1 prize, even if we are able to get that. Now, granted, on the other side, though, that Luminion is also a great target for an Ampy Very Much.
Yeah, and you got to remember that one of Legacy Energy is in the prize cards. So Rahul does not have access to Jet Energy to bring up the Raikou, is going to be forced to retreat possibly this Lugia V-Star in the active spot and attach the Lightning from your hand manually.
Exactly our favorite thing that we want to see here, but here comes our second Primal Turbo here, and like you said, just 1 V-Guard here onto our Raikou. See how exactly it's going to play out, but just a very unfortunate game for Rahul. 2 missed flipped heads on Mesagosa. The Legacy Energy is quite literally the first prize at the bottom, but then again, you look at Steven Varesco's side, and Steven was able to flip heads, Ultra Ball, double chops in the discard turn 1. Things are looking real good for him, but here comes Bezendipity. We're going to flip the script, but there's that Lightning here, so we will be able to see an attack.
Yeah, that is huge here. Rahul having the Lightning in hand, even though he discarded the Earthen Vessel on the first turn. Now this Raikou will be able to take a knockout and at least try to keep up in this prize trade. Granted, Steven just needs another big attack from the Iron Hands EX, but at least the way Rahul set up the board, there's no one-hit knockout potential for Ampy Very Much.
do have the Minccino going into the active here, and now it is going to be the draw for a turn. Has Pheasantipity in hand as well if we want to draw more cards, but I think a lot of the times with Lugia in particular, sometimes we fill the bench a little bit too much, but there is the evolution into the Cinccino here. Special roll, 70 times as many special energy onto that Pokemon. There's the Pheasantipity hitting the bench. I'm assuming we are going to be flipping the script here, where if your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, you are able to draw 3 cards. It's such a great ability, but Gift Energy as our manual attach. I have no worry in the world that Steven Varesco is not going to be able to take this knockout this turn.
Yeah, it needs 1 more energy, but you know what's good at getting energy in play? Archeops with Primal Turbo.
There you go. Feels really good here. And we can also use our second Primal Turbo to keep stacking up energy if we want to around the board, so we don't have to overcommit here. But the prize trade at this point, Jeremy, is just so in Steven's favor. Rahul just needs a way out.
Yeah, and in my mistake, it's actually a 4 energy because the double turbo reduces the 20 damage. Special roll only does it per special energy card. So the double turbo, while providing 2 energy, it is just 1 special energy card.
Totally okay when you still play 16 energy. I feel like all the Lugias that we've had streamed for the past weekend, right, have played different counts of energy. We've seen as low as 14 to as high as 18 energy here, and we've seen what happens when you run out, but especially when Steven is playing so reserved and disciplined. Honestly, how could you say that anything could go wrong here? What a great, great game so far for Steven Varesco, who only needs 1 more prize to take game 1.
Yeah, this is just a great start from Steven in this mirror match, really utilizing starting that Iron Hands EX, and just the fact that he's playing a 2-2 line of Cinccino really helps reach those big KOs as the game goes on, even against something like a Lugia V-Star. Now, we're going to probably have just a knockout on the active Cinccino, because if it stays around, it's game over for Earl. That Cinccino can knock out anything, so you're going to have to rely on hoping an Iono maybe sticks Steven with 1 or 2 cards, but if you take a knockout, Pheasantipity EX starts to draw 3 cards, find the boss's orders, maybe find a Luminion of Steven's own, and it's really spelling doom out for Raul in this game 1.
From what I can see in Steven's hand, that Luminion might already just be there, so I think hand disruption at this point kind of feels like it's the only way to go about it. Maybe one of the 2 Ionos, I believe, or just there's 2 Ionos in Rahul's list, but Rahul recognizes that the prize trade is just not in his favor. Steven Varesco with quite possibly the most perfect game of Lugia I think I've ever seen. Ultra Ball, double Archeops in discard, flipping heads on Mesagosa 3 times. Can't ask for anything more as a Lugia player.
Yeah, well, especially against a match where it really is based on who goes first. Steven won the coin flip and is able to just continue the rolling of this game 1. Let's go ahead and take a look again at how Steven was able to accomplish a pretty clean victory here in top 8.
You can't ask for a better board state than this if you're a Lugia player, right? I mean, you're up against a colorless Pokemon with a weakness to lightning, and there you go. You have the Legacy Energy. You also have just all of these tools to go on ahead and get it done. But the problem is, Steven went first and had quite possibly the best turn, and sometimes it feels like in these mirror matches, in general, whoever goes first and who's ever able to flip heads just does it correctly. So honestly, it is going to be Steven taking a game 1, but let's see how Rahul plays, probably going first in game number 2.
And some updates out on the field in our other top 8 match, I believe. Emmett Hurley is up 1-0 versus Ian Robb. Ian Robb winning in that asymmetrical cut against the control deck, pretty much pulling it out of nowhere. With an Iono leaving a lone cornerstone just to take some damage from a Regidrago V for a couple turns, and honestly really trying to do another big run back here.
Well, it is going to be Rahul going first, and from what I can see on my screen with the die laying on top, that's also 1 mulligan. So we do actually get to draw an extra card here too. So that definitely feels good when you're already 1 going first and 2 drawing that extra card here for turn. So we'll see what is going to happen as we are going to see our prize cards already laid out for Rahul. Nothing too crazy. I think on Rahul's side, I see a Professor's Research, see the Iono, but we also see the one of Jacques to a special energy prize, but my goodness, you want to talk about special energy prize? I want to talk about Steven's prize cards as soon as possible because 4 is a lot.
Raul is going to start things off, though, and it does get the tails on the Capturing Aroma. Again, it's a hit-or-miss card, and right now, Raul hits. Going to be able to find a Lugia V. That is the most important thing for a deck like this. And, yeah, as you were saying, look at that. Iron Hands EX in the prize cards, along with 3 Jet Energy and a Gift Energy, along with a Minccino. That might be bad.
I was going to say, just judging from the deck list, while last game, a Minccino being prized for Rahul meant that he couldn't utilize the line at all, a Minccino being prized for Steven means that we just still have one in the deck. So one of my favorite things about the Pokemon trading card game is, yes, you can absolutely play the same list as somebody else, but the good news is you can remix that list to be whichever way you want to. But it is just going to be the Gift Energy onto Lugia here, having Rear Deer V in the active, and we'll see what Steven's going to be able to do on his turn.
It's a big flip for Steven. A Tails hits the basic. I think that was the only route for Lugia V for the turn for Steven. Possibly could even go for a Luminion V just because the hand seems that poor.
I don't think there's too many liabilities in that hand in order if we want to just throw it away or not. No Professor's Research in the prizes either, so we are going to be able to just find that Luminous sign, but it looks like Steven doing his counts right now, and it's very important on this first deck check to be a little bit diligent here too, especially when you're counting your Pokemon, you're counting also your special energy in here as well. So we'll see what Steven is going to be able to do here. Here comes that Squawkabilly EX you were alluding to.
Squawkabilly is just the best card to be able to grab this turn 1. You can use its Squawk and Seize ability, discard your hand to draw 6, and then still play a supporter afterwards. And there is, ooh, look, double Archeops in the hand. There's a couple double Turbo, which is a little bit worrisome, but you got to do what you got to do.
Dare I say that in this matchup, Pheasantipity with Cruel Arrow can also be an attacker. Now, granted, it wouldn't be ideal, right? But you need 3 colorless energy, and then you're able to do 100 damage to one of the Pokemon out on the field. It's not like we said an ideal line, but no Lugia there off of the Squawk and Seize. We might just have to flip for it here through Mesagosa.
Wow, this is pretty intense turn 1. Again, if you don't get a Lugia V in a mirror match like this, you're just so far behind. There is an Ultra Ball, though, so I think we're fine here. Going to be able to thin a little bit with the Jacques.
It's looking a little bit better here, too. So it is going to be that Jacques, like you had mentioned, Ultra Ball, and going to be the golden combo, as I like to call it. Ultra Ball, but only going to be actually 1 Archeops there. I think we got one in the Squawk and Seize just a little bit earlier, but
there's already 2 in there.
Yeah, okay.
And to speak on your point earlier with the Cruel Arrows, I was talking with Steven a little bit before the match, and he actually was like, yeah, it's been an option in a lot of my games, especially against decks that are trying to set up an evolution Pokemon, or like the Dusknoir that he was facing down against Rafton in the previous round.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of Manaphy's or a lot of bench protection just in general for this regional here too. So it's definitely an option. Cruel Arrow also can take down a potential Minccino too before it evolves. There's a lot of ways to go about it, but it will just be the manual attach of Gift Energy, benching the Lugia V, and the pass over here back to Rahul. See what he's able to get done here. There's that Jet Energy from hand. Can just move your Pokemon into the active here, but a great Iono coming out from Rahul. Both players going to be able to draw 6 cards, and we'll see what is going to be able to come of it. Legacy Energy from hand, but draws right into that Lugia V-Star. You can't ask for anything more if you're Rahul.
Maybe a couple Archeops in this card,
that's
but
fair.
there is 0 right now. Needed a lot of help with this Iono to 6, but did not find it. Did find an Ultra Ball, but again, you can search for it, but then you can't grab another one. I think we might just be seeing a Read the Wind here, and you're not even discarding an Archeops with it.
Right now, but seeing more cards could help here. Still, Pheasantipity in the active with a Gift Energy on it. Can't say that I've seen it too much this tournament. Let's see how it is going to go. But like you said, Rahul, it is going to be the Read the Wind on the boss's orders, because honestly, you can't pitch away your Legacy Energy, and you're going to see more cards anyway with Professor's Research. But I like the draw of the Capturing Aroma there. We do have a 50% chance we can see an Archeops this turn, but like you said, huge miss here for Rahul. So that means it's time for Steven to kind of press on the Jets here. We could get that Lugia V-Star. We know that Archeops is in the discard already. Capturing Aroma coming out, so it is going to be a basic Pokemon coming in here for Steven. Dare I say that we could start getting some of our Minchinos ready?
Yeah, potentially just trying to line up a play like that, but I think the goal right now for Steven is to get those double Archeops into play, charge up a Lugia V-Star without a double Turbo Energy. That way you can take a knockout on something like the Lugia V or, the Weird Ear V that is brought up by Hyper Blower. This is a great hand from Steven after that Iono.
Another basic coming down here for the Capturing Aroma. And I think we are going to start seeing some of the Minchinos start to hit the bench here. Once again, a huge miss from Rahul allows for Steven to start getting into position here to go this 2-2-2 prize route. I have to say, it's just been a really great showing from Steven. Dare I say the Iono helped Steven more than it did for Rahul.
Yeah, and it's usually like that, at least in my experience. You always help your opponent out more than yourself. But a Summoning Star for the double Archeops is not what Raul wants to see. It's always great starting first in a mirror match like this, but when you can't capitalize on it, then you just give that advantage away to your opponent.
Primal Turbo 1 here, going to be stacking up that Lugia. And like you said, not going to attach any double Turbo Energy here. We want to just go on ahead and just hit for the full amount here. But I think it's really important that we point out that the V-Guard energy is going here. So even if Lugia were to have 4 special energy there, no double Turbo Energy, the V-Guard energy is still going to subtract some of that damage amount here too. So it will be Steven Varesco getting the first 2 prizes here. Could go either way, but Rahul definitely needs some help from 2 of these Capturing Aromas. What will it be? It will just be a basic here. Honestly, Rahul has not flipped heads a lot here, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's a skill issue probably, but we'll probably have to find out from him. Raiko is a good find. If you are able to build up the bench a little bit, you can go ahead and cobble together the Archeops, Summoning Star, and maybe get a knockout through the V-Guard energy thanks to the weakness, but it's going to have to rely on the good old flip the script to try to find some help.
Well, dare I say, and I've been saying it all weekend at this point, Jeremy, that drawing cards is just what we're going to have to do here. So let's hope a couple of shuffles here will give us some Archeops that we can actually work with. I see a Blood Moon Ursaluna. I do not see an Archeops in sight. So the Legacy Energy going on to the Raiko V here. Professor's research, there's an Archeops. Do we have a way of discarding it? We do with the Ultra Ball. Rahul trying his best to get back into this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, this looks like a single Archeops play if Raul decides to go for that. I guess you have the fleet-footed option here. Drawing into the second Archeops would be ideal.
And it's not.
Mezzagoza.
Yeah, but here it comes. It comes all down to this coin flip. He will finally be able to flip heads here after what I think was about 7 dice rolls. You could tell the smile on Rahul's face. Finally going to be able to get that second Archeops. And thanks to that Ultra Ball here, we are going to be able to see Ultra Ball double Archeops into that discard. Here comes that Summoning Star onto Rahul's side. And Jeremy, this game just got a lot more interesting.
Indeed, but you also have to just be worried about Steven's board setup right now. The double Archeops, the Minchino, along with that Pheasantipity EX, really is just a good game plan against any sort of disruption from Raul. Granted, he did Professor's research this turn, so as long as Steven has access to the Chinchino, that's an easy knockout. Granted, you're only taking 1 prize thanks to that Legacy Energy.
Feels very good indeed. So Rahul going to be able to make a Titan comeback because it certainly was not looking good for the first couple turns here, but we love to see it when a successful coin flip goes in the way, and we will have a match of Pokemon here. But here comes Raiko V hitting Lugia V for weakness, and it even hits through the V-Guard energy as well. That Lightning Rondo here. Not going to be getting anything too crazy out of the prize cards at this point. Has a Jet energy, I would say, if Raiko does take a hit. But you know what Steven is looking for. He's looking for a boss's orders.
Boss's orders would help with the prize mapping for the game. And granted, you could have access to it if you flip a heads with Mezzagoza. You're up in prizes, so you can find that Luminion. You could also just draw into it with the flip the script. A lot of options here for Steven.
Checking the discard pile here for Rahul. Just to consider all of our options here, but flip the script. Pokemon knocked out. You get to draw 3 cards, and I believe I just saw the Luminion potentially here. A lot of lines that we have. We have to do a little bit of flipping, though. I believe Chinchino might be in hand, or it might just be another Minchino, but there's a Blood Moon Ursaluna in there. I do see the Luminion. I'm pretty sure it's there.
And again, with the Luminion, you kind of want to avoid benching it a lot in these matchups just because it's an easy prize for something like your opponent's Iron Hands EX, but you already got that Squawkabilly EX down there. You have that Pheasantipity, which is an easy KO from a Lugia V-Star, so we might as well see it. But the heads flip was huge here, grabbing that Chinchino from the deck.
Chinchino going to come down and evolve here. Like we said, special role, just a great addition to this Lugia V-Star deck. But there it is, the Luminion V hitting the bench. We are going to be using that Luminous Sign ability to grab a supporter from the deck. There's that boss's orders. You can only imagine what's going to be sent up. Dare I say, Jeremy, that I think the Pheasantipity pull could also be a good idea.
It is probably the one you want to target the most just because of the draw power, but the thing is, the Lugia V-Star is just very hard to take a one-hit knockout outside of something like that Chinchino. So you might just be forced to take the 2 prizes there. It gets 2 energy off the board and still an attacker that could be threatening you next turn.
Has to consider the energy lot in the hand, and not only in the hand, but in the deck as well. You pointed it out just a little bit earlier. The double turbo energy takes away from your total amount of damage here, but I think we're considering the legacy star, so Minchino only counts as 1, or the legacy energy, excuse me, that counts as the 1 energy here, so it's not even a prize card if Rahul was able to take it next turn.
And you saw Steven shaking his head there. It's because of the 3 energy still left in the prize cards, is forced to use that legacy energy and the attachment from hand. Now with the 4 is still 1 missing. He's going to have to attach another double turbo, but that should be more than enough to take the knockout here, but it's just a lot of resources.
It's a lot of resources going down here too, and even when we're going to be able to get Iron Hands out of the prizes here, we have that legacy energy attached to Chinchino, so we can't even use it for an Ampu very much on a Lugia. So it's definitely going to be an interesting play here now for Steven Varesco, who only needs 2 more prizes to take this game back on over to Rahul's side.
And I think we saw the boss's orders on the Lugia V on the bench, just because that is another Pokemon that could evolve and gain even more hit points with that V-Star. And that way that Pheasantipity EX is just sitting there waiting for the last KO, because you don't want to KO the Raikou because of the legacy energy. And there just was not enough energy in the deck for Chinchino to take the KO on the V-Star.
Unfortunately, we've only seen one coin flip go in Rahul's favor. Now, granted, it was definitely the one that we needed, but Rahul's favorite numbers must be 1, 3, and 5 because he has only been flipping it here. But speaking of flipping, we also get to flip the script here. Oh, I like this bench play coming out from Rahul. It's very important to note, once again, one of the biggest discrepancies in the list is that Rahul is playing 1 lightning energy here. So granted, an Ampu very much won't take, it'll actually go through the legacy energy, and we're still able to take a prize.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to even try to eye down that. Maybe just because with the double turbo energy, it reduces your damage to 100. And that Chinchino has 110 HP. There is the 2 bench Pokemon sitting there, that Luminion V and the Squawkabilly. So might just be forced to use a boss's orders. But if you do that, Chinchino's sticking around. It's a pretty easy KO with just an energy attachment.
And we can see through the hand. We don't even have the boss's orders to really kind of work through right now. So it is just going to be the Lightning Rondo for 0 prizes. Thanks to that legacy energy, you can just say, you know what, you take 1 fewer prize cards. And if that is on a single prizer, you get nothing for all that work.
Now, I guess the best thing for a roll right here is there's no real attacker on Steven's side of the board. Is going to have to cobble together something, maybe even a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, just trying to finish off this game.
Yeah, and honestly, thinking about the other kind of side of the prize mapping, right? If Rahul did boss's orders there, Blood Moon Ursaluna could have easily just come down from the hand, find a boss's orders as well, and then that could have been game on something like the Pheasantipity EX sitting on the other side. So we are just going to go on ahead. I don't see any special energy left in deck.
They are all in the hand for Steven, so that takes away the possibility of just dropping the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Jet Energy, Primal Turbo to it, boss's orders, and win the game and go on to top 4. Now you're forced to Iono those energies back into the deck and hope Blood Moon Ursaluna EX can just go the distance the next couple of turns.
Yeah, you unfortunately just have to let this Squawkabilly go and just kind of throwing it to the birds at that point. And this Raikou is going to be absolutely hitting for knockout, but it's also hitting for weakness too. Rahul's Raikou, this is what I like to call Rainbow Lugia, because there's more than just special energy in the deck, but my goodness, look at all of those boss's orders in hand for Rahul. Definitely not the worst thing you could have asked for.
Yeah, this is the scary part now because Steven's basically like, yeah, you could take this Squawkabilly EX prize. Yeah, I want you to do it with the Iron Hands. Amp you very much. Sure, take 3 prizes. Because then this Blood Moon EX is attacking for free, and I'm taking a knockout on that Iron Hands EX.
Isagosa going to flip heads here for Rahul. Here comes the Earthen Vessel here, like we were talking about. Rahul using it, though, just as a little bit of a search here, see what we have left in the deck. But I definitely like the Iono play from Steven, saving the resources as well. But here's that Primal Turbo. We can just assume it is going to be a swing with this Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, Lugia V-Star into the Blood Moon even is potential. Just have it in the active, kind of damage it. But again, that's not really going to give you the win here. You got to take 2 prizes, hope to dodge a boss's orders. And, oh, yeah, boss's orders the Blood Moon. We're going to do this play here.
Fleetfoot for 1 just to see, just another Lugia V, but it is going to be the Lightning Rondo for 220 here. So we're taking our win condition here. Let's see if we can find a potential top deck here for a Blood Moon Ursaluna attack. Steven Varesco has been kind of on the line of just winning here, but unfortunately with the prize or with the energy cards being in hand, it's just not as easy here. See what exactly is going to happen here. It is so close in this game number 2.
I think there's enough energy for Steven to actually attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It just all depends on if there is a boss's orders to be able to take the game. Remember, the legacy energy on the Raikou means it's only a single prize attacker instead of the 2 prizes you normally get for knocking out Pokemon V.
Here's the problem that we have been running into this entire time, Jeremy, where it is, I have a way to get victory this turn, but my bench is full, right? You have Squawkabilly sitting there. You have Luminion sitting there too. So it is just going to be this single prize card coming up for Steven here. Has 1 prize card left. Rahul definitely going to get the Blood Moon Ursaluna out of play now, but what else can we do to ensure victory next turn?
Yeah, Steven's running low on energy and Pokemon to really attack with. This might be the opening Rahul needs to try to take out the game from under Steven's clutches.
I like this here. Rahul going to flip tails, thinking about the Luminion here. Could potentially go back into the deck, find another supporter if we really choose to. It's very interesting to see what lines we can take. I do believe there is a boss in hand already, but I don't see another line that would be as optimal as just throwing out a Tempest Dive and then just taking 2 prize cards here.
Yeah, if it's left in the deck, the Luminous Sign for the last Iono could be huge, but we're just going to see a Jacques here. So not able to disrupt the hand from Steven, and it's going to allow him to even flip the script next turn after taking this KO.
So close here. See what exactly is going to happen. Has the Luminous Sign here, but the manual attach of that double turbo energy onto the Pheasantipity here will be the Tempest Dive, discarding Mesagosa as well. And now Steven has a big, big choice to make. It is going to be looking like, I mean, I think all of these Pokemon just have a retreat cost of 1, so it doesn't really matter what we're throwing into the active here. We'll see how we recover, because all Steven needs is, oh my goodness, think about it, Jeremy.
Yep,
he has nothing to kind of work with, right, Rahul? or Steven has full bench, so we're unable to really get the Weird Deer down all the way through, especially with a V-Guard energy attached. Rahul will be able to recover after a series of unfortunate coin flips.
Yeah, I think there was about 2 total energy left available for Steven, 1 in hand and then 1 in the deck. That is not enough to attack with anything that's left. You were really hoping to have that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX for that last turn of the game. And it's interesting because you had to kind of bench it because of the hand disruption, and Raul having that boss's orders to be able to just put pressure on it, and that legacy energy finally coming in clutch, having that Raikou just stick around for so long.
Yeah, it was getting tons of mileage there. Dare I say the MVP. But it always is, it just feels like the tempo of the match is just always going down to everybody's first turn. So we are going to check out the replay here to see how Rahul was able to stay in this match, because honestly, Jeremy, for a while here, was not looking too good.
Yeah, decided to go first. That's what you want to do, but not having access to any Archeops in the discard until your opponent finally got the great play to do it. Mezagoza, the top deck from the fleet-footed, the heads, finding that second Archeops Ultra Ball opened up this play of the Raikou V to be able to take the return KO. And from there, Steven just was lacking energy. 4 of them in the prize cards this game. Granted, taking a bunch of knockouts and setting things up pretty well, but just unfortunately ran out of energy and attackers once the game went long.
Going back to game 1, you have to think about how much mileage Iron Hands EX got with that legacy energy there, and forcing to use it onto the Minccino, and great, that does a good job of, you know, offsetting the prize trade. It's not exactly what we want to see, but this is what I'd like to see. Both players starting off with their Lugias in the active, no Blood Moon Ursalunas or Weird Deers in the active. It is just going to be more of a standard start, but it is going to be the Capturing Aroma flipping heads here for Steven. Got to look at the prize cards though. That Iron Hands EX now still in the prizes alongside an Iron Bundle, but only 1 double turbo energy in the prizes for Steven. That's looking a lot better.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with this. You got access to your 2-2 Cinccino line. It should be good enough. You can even get that Minccino down thanks to that Capturing Aroma. Meanwhile, Raul, those prize cards, you got your 1 of Minccino again. Maybe it's the Cinccino. They both look the same.
It's
with
the
the
Cinccino.
great
I
art.
can
Yeah.
see the little scarf.
Along with the Squawkabilly EX. It is a little unfortunate if Raul has to go that game plan, but I do see Illumineon V in the hand, so you never want to bench it, but with the Iron Hands in the prizes, maybe it's okay.
Not the worst just pass in the world. We did have a choice there whether to go for the Minccino or for the Squawkabilly EX. We did have access to it, but still, speaking of supporters here, we are going to be able to see Lumineon V for that Luminous Sign and grabbing Professor's Research, and we're going to start going through this deck as fast as possible. You know, both players have so much on the line here. They've already made top 8, which is a great accomplishment, but it's 1 game that's separating them between here and top 4.
And it's kind of deja vu, except now for Steven, kind of mirroring Raul's turn 1, where there's just no Archeops in the discard and is really going to have to work for it on the next turn, but a big Professor's Research discards 2 energy and that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
There are tons of lines that we actually have off of here. We could go for the Capturing Aroma right now to try and discard, try and flip heads, and for the first time, we're not even going to be able to see it. Rahul just cannot flip heads too often here. Well, we had an Ultra Ball there for a discard potentially, but this may just be a read the wind type of turn here for Rahul. I can only imagine if that Capturing Aroma turns up heads, Jeremy, would have been a much different of a turn.
Yeah, honestly, you still have access to the Ultra Ball with the 1 Archeops in the hand, so you can Ultra Ball for another Archeops and then read the wind, discard it to draw 3 cards. That way you have both of them in the discard for the next turn. You also have a second Lugia V on the bench, so even if the active gets knocked out, you're still able to recover with that Summoning Star on the following turn.
It is just going to be the read the wind of the Archeops there. Kind of stacked hand if you're Rahul, but over on to Steven's side, we're going to see the evolution into the Cinccino already. We get Jet Energy as well. Has the Research already in hand too. So I believe we were looking for some Archeops. There's 1. We just need to find another, and it's so risky in a matchup like this to just Summoning Star for 1 Archeops. You really have to dig. It's really coming down to some of these capturing aromas, which you either hate or you love to see. Big roll right here, unable to find it. I don't know if it flipped up heads or not, but it's tails. And once again, you cannot go and grab an evolution Pokemon with tails here, so you have to figure out what else you can do to reinsure something, but this could be a huge miss for Steven.
Yeah, fortunately for Steven, does have an Ultra Ball in hand, so you can Ultra Ball the Archeops that's in the hand, go ahead and grab the Lugia V-Star, use Summoning Star, grab both of the Archeops onto the bench. Primal Turbo can charge up this Chinchino and take a knockout on the Lugia V. The unfortunate thing, though, is, well, I guess it's not really unfortunate. Roll has a ton of cards in hand, so the gift energy is doing nothing.
Yeah. What a prize trade here, and I think it's something to note out here on Steven's side here too, is that I felt like last game our bench was a little kind of tight for attackers. We weren't really able to get anything kind of set up here, but that's the perks of playing our 2-2 line of Minccino and Chinchino here, is that we actually have another attacker almost ready to go here. You have the Lugia V-Star as well, but it is just going to be the Primal Turbo onto our active Chinchino here, so we're going to start getting things ready to roll.
Special roll.
Yes. That was a joke. Thank you, Jeremy.
Oh, you're welcome.
See the 5 special energy onto this Chinchino. Going to be taking the knockout, but like you said, the gift energy isn't going to activate all the way here because Rahul has so many cards already in hand.
So with that knockout, Steven again starts the prize race here. And Rahul finally gets that heads off capturing Aroma, so we can find another Archeops. Already has the Ultra Ball in hand, so that guarantees the V-Star and that Summoning Star.
Got to get set up here too, though. I mean, we can take out the Chinchino with a Lugia V-Star. That's no worry at all, but we're not even considering the fact that Steven has another one waiting on bench. Also just pulled the Iron Hands off of the prizes as well. Legacy energy hasn't even dropped onto the Pokemon yet. So we have a ton of different routes over Steven, and I'm not seeing any other plays. I mean, this could be a play here too. I mean, we could hit the Chinchino for 2 prizes and still hit that 2-2 prize mapping.
It will require something like a retreat with the double turbo energy from the active or a jet energy attached manually to that Iron Hands EX, but I believe it is in Roll's hand to be able to pull that off.
So double Primal Turbo here going on over into the Iron Hands. We are just, or considering another line of way to go. And that's the cool thing about playing Lugia. Depending on what your deck list provides, you could be kind of throwing your energies in different ways here, but it is just going to be the gift and the jet. I like throwing the gift onto the Iron Hands as well here for Rahul. We definitely want to keep drawing those cards and seeing those cards, but I mean, this could be spelling trouble here too, Jeremy. I mean, if we could easily just see a Luminion bosses, Luminion V, Luminous Sign bosses orders here too.
Well, here is the Ampu very much taking 2 prizes off the Chinchino. Steven does get to draw a couple cards with the gift energy, which is always nice. Again, he is just trying to set up another Chinchino for the following turn, or it might even be too taxing on the energy and maybe have to go a route of attacking with this Lugia V-Star. But again, this V-Star is not taking a knockout on the active, will be forced to try to find that boss's orders like you were saying.
Misagosa flip here, and it is going to be the tails. It's not going to find us that boss that we need here. We got a lot of stuff going on in the hand. I did think I see an Ultra Ball at some point, so we could actively get the Minccino here, but we are going to flip the script first before we use any of our resources here. Both players, it is so close. Another Ultra Ball here too, where we are going to discard just Lugia V and Lugia V-Star. It's already served its purpose, right? Especially in a matchup where Rahul's playing that Raikou line too, and you definitely don't want to see that hit for weakness.
Ultra Ball is most likely going to find this Luminion, grab that boss's orders, and honestly, yeah, taking out the Luminion. You could also maybe eye down an Archeops, but that's just not really the game plan you're going for here with the prize mapping.
Not the prize mapping that you could want at all here too, and I think it's also important to note that unless Rahul goes for the manual attachment of the lightning energy, Ampu very much is not going to take down Lugia with the lightning weakness either because it has evolved here. So double primal turbo coming up here for Steven Varesco. Definitely getting in line to call it checkmate, if you will. What are the lines that Rahul can even do to kind of bring this back into favor?
Well, you at least have to maybe just try to take out the Minccino on the bench. You're still going to have access to Ampu very much, and that's the one Pokemon that can take a knockout outside of the Blood Moon Ursaluna now, or even the Weirdeer, but we do see the Weirdeer in hand for Steven. Even has access to the Ultra Ball, like you were saying, but Boss's orders bring up the Lumineon, easy 2 prizes, leaving just one more big knockout for Steven to move on to top 4.
We haven't even seen the Legacy Energy hit the bench just yet. Very active threats on Steven's side, setting up for the checkmate here. This is a very big turn for Rahul, but finds a couple Boss's orders off at the top, so we'll see what exactly the line is. And like you said, Jeremy, I mean, we could go for another Ampu very much, but I mean, the thing is here too is that the double turbo energy attached onto Lugia also buys us some time, allows the Iron Hands to take the hit. So if anything, I'm really just kind of seeing we power up this Lugia V-Star, we knock out that Minccino onto the bench, and then we just hope for a turn to kind of play around.
Yeah, best case scenario for a roll here is having the Iono in the hand just to be able to hand disrupt Steven and just dodge that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. The one thing that's rough, though, is Iono's still stuck at the top of the prize cards for Rahul. I don't know if he's already played the second one for the rest of the game here, and you're kind of forced to Boss's orders this Minccino anyway. So I think this is just game over. As long as there's energy left in the deck, you need one to be able to attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We see the Jet Energy in hand along with the Ultra Ball.
It all makes sense to me here. Top deck is going to be just the Archeops, but like you said, Iron Bundle is going to be the decision there here. It could also just be a Iron Hands with Legacy Energy coming down here too, but it is going to be the Weirdeer here.
This will be enough.
Yeah, 40 times as many energy on it, and thanks to Lugia V-Star, you're going to have a ton here. So it is going to be activating Weirdeer's Frontier Road, where you're able to just take all of the energy up into a vacuum and spit it right back out from that Weirdeer onto your opponent's active Pokemon. I see it here, and that will be win for Steven Varesco as long as all of the energy is there. Still counting it out, but I'm pretty sure it's go time, Jeremy.
Yeah, and there you go. Jet Energy helps the Weirdeer V bring all the energy to the active, and just like that, Steven Varesco moving on to top 4 with Lugia V-Star. Then pretty much the most traditional list we've seen throughout this format.
Honestly, it was such a hard-fought battle for both competitors here. We saw a ton of heartbreak in coin flips as well, but a great masterclass on different ways that you can play Lugia, different types of energy that you can put in there, different types of attackers. Personally, I love Rahul's list, but unfortunately, it will be Steven Varesco winning this match. And you know a big hug's coming in for these two players who have known each other for so long. But I gotta say, Jeremy, we gotta check this replay for what a wildfire of a top 8 match we had.
Now let's go ahead and take a look here. It is just pretty insane how a mirror match can shape up depending on how the cards fall and the coin flip as well. And that's how this first game went. Steven starting off first, starting that Iron Hands EX with the Legacy Energy to attach for turn 1, turn 2, Summoning Star after that Ultra Ball double Archeops, taking the knockout, and then Minccino coming in, taking the knockout on the Raikou V, doing what it does best, using its favorite special roll, happy hour at Sushi, and it really was just smooth sailing for that first game. Game 2 was a little bit different. Raul going first, did not have any Archeops in the discard, no route for Summoning Star, but was able to get it out in play just a turn after Steven did. But Raikou V proving the difference in this game with that Legacy Energy, just taking knockout after knockout. And eventually, Raul was able to take this game too.
Such an exciting set here, but dare I say, Jeremy, that if you went first, you won in the game. And honestly, a lot of our players that we saw today and throughout the weekend playing Lugia had really creative routes of getting the Archeops out, whether it be just all natural, finding Ultra Ball, double Archeops, or using things like Read the Wind, capturing Aroma as well. We see kind of the downfall of this deck at times can be just having to miss a turn because either your bench is too full or you just can't find that second Archeops, but Steven Varesco is going to be moving on in this tournament. Rahul, a very respectful top 8 here at his, honestly, home regional here, Baltimore.
Yeah, doing one better than World's 9th place, but of course, great accomplishment still just to make top 8, and it shows the consistency that you're able to accomplish as well. And of course, both of these players were still looking for that regional win. Steven Varesco still has an opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, doing it with Lugia V-Star too, a deck that was pretty low on the day 1 graphic. A lot of people were not really counting Lugia V-Star in at all this weekend. They were just kind of riding the Reggie Drago V-Star Ancient Box hype train, and even Raging Bolt there too, but I don't even think we had a Raging Bolt in top 8.
Yeah, well, I think our interview is ready with Steven Varesco, so let's take it down to Skarsgård in the lounge and see how things were shaping up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with the winner you just saw on stream advancing in the tournament, Steven Varesco. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while since I've been in a top 8. It's been a while since I've been on stream. It just feels good. Playing against Rahul was great.
Yeah, I know that you and he go way back, obviously.
Yeah, I've probably known him since I was 14, 15 years old, maybe 12 years at this point. Like, my local, you know, we grew up together.
Yeah, and he's been playing Lugia for a long time. Is he the one who put you onto the deck, or is it just a mutual thing?
Well, what I do for every tournament is I contact Michael Pramawa and I say, what should I play? And he said, you're going to play Rahul's list minus 3 cards plus these 3 cards.
And did those changes you made to the Lugia deck actually matter for this mirror?
Probably not for the mirror, but I would have lost 1 or 2 rounds earlier in the tournament if I didn't have 2 Cinchinos.
Okay, yeah, so the Cinchino's been going up and down as the meta has shifted, and so it ends up just needing more of the single prizers right now?
Yeah, it's like the single prizers because there's a lot of turbo 2-prize decks, but also there's a lot of decks like Blocklex and Cornerstone that you need these like non-ability Pokemon to kill the Cornerstone.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so, break it down for me when you went into the finals and you were playing the finals, you know what I mean, the mirror match, your final boss, so to speak, of taking down Rahul, a friend of yours on the same list. When it comes to the Lugia mirror, players tend to boil it down to, oh, just win the coin flip, just evolve first. Is there a little bit more to it than that?
Oh, there's definitely a little more to it. Like in game 2, I messed up. I benched that Ursaluna, not thinking that he could just boss and hit it, and then I made it so I didn't have anything to kill anything on his bench anymore.
Okay.
So there's a little nuance to it, but going first is definitely just the biggest factor. Go first, get turn 2 double Archeops, and don't make egregious misplays.
I see. Even though there are certain factors that give you an advantage, you still have to execute in game. And speaking of which, of course, coming down to the wire at the end, you set up a pretty good checkmate, it looked like the casters were saying.
Yeah, so if he went boss on my Minccino, he couldn't Iona me, and then I knew I had enough in my hand to win the game. But if he Iona'd me, he wasn't going to knock out the Cinccino. So then I could evolve into Minccino and take the 2 prizes with the boss and enough energy.
Okay, yeah. So once you get into a position like that and you are super favored, it's got to be so great.
Yeah, it feels good. It's just you just can't mess it up when the checkmate arises. You just don't want to make the wrong move and lose it.
Yeah, and when we talk about the overall experience right here, beginning of a new season, now you've put such a strong foot forward. Is this giving you a little bit more enticement to keep on playing, keep on chasing these top placements?
Yeah, you know, I honestly thought this might be my only regional this year because it's local. It's like an hour drive. Normally, I don't really do too many regionals. I just try to do one international, but with this finish, I might chase an invite again. It's been a while since Yokohama. I didn't do it last year.
That's great that, you know, this potentially would reignite that competitive fire in you. And when we look at the other parts of the tournament. Is this the meta that you were kind of expecting, or are you just glad that Michael Pramawat and Rahul kind of had your back with just playing a good list regardless of what was going to be brought here today?
I mean, Michael Pramawat said that Lugia was good for this tournament, which is why he recommended it for me. And I think Lugia was actually way better for this tournament than people expected. They were afraid of all these Miraidons and Iron Thorns because of the World Championships.
Yeah.
But those decks can't beat these stall decks that were appearing. People were trying to like adapt and build new decks towards the meta. So this was kind of like one step ahead, but not very innovative.
You know, you can't hate on it, right? It's winning here. It's doing great. This has been, I think, a tournament of a lot of decks that people thought weren't going to be great picks, ending up being very strong. You know, Lugia, Gardevoir showing up out of nowhere seemingly. And is there some advice maybe you have when it comes to picking a deck for the tournament? Like, let's pretend Michael Pramawat, you know, didn't pick up and you had to pick a deck. Was there something that you particularly were comfortable with that maybe you would have brought, or something that you thought was going to be good if you didn't play Lugia? Was there like a very close second?
The close second just would have been Drago, but I feel like that deck has a lot of nuance to it, and there's a lot of sequencing errors that can go wrong in resource management, and I did not practice enough. So without practice, I didn't want to play the Drago.
Okay.
So I was going to go with something very turbo and simple, maybe like Miraidon or Roaring Moon.
I'm glad you went with you know, your friend's pick, and it ends up working out here. Steve, congratulations once again. I'm going to let you go so you can prepare for your next match. Get some rest, certainly, but don't go anywhere because we're going to go to a quick break, and there's more Pokemon action on the way.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, you know, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championships, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season, at least, would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind, it's really tiring, but just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfits.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks, and
how all the matchups go, and like just to see how like the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me like focus and all them, and like I have good testing partners, so it's just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against like the matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Baltimore Regional Championship, where I'm here with our juniors champion, Liam Stunts. How you doing, my friend?
Good.
This has been a giant tournament, and you managed to win it all. What deck were you playing?
Raging Bolt.
Now, Raging Bolt is a very popular deck, not quite for the Masters division, but you managed to win with juniors. Anything special you did to prepare for this tournament playing Raging Bolt?
I didn't prepare.
Oh, so you just wanted to jump in and play some Pokemon. Did you think that when you joined the tournament playing Raging Bolt that you would make it all the way here?
No. No.
So you surprised even yourself by getting this big win with Raging Bolt. Was there any specific matches that really stood out to you that were particularly fun or particularly difficult?
During the top 8 top cut, I played against Gardevoir EX. I donked him game 1 and 3. In game 1, he prized double Gardevoir EX. So that was pretty free.
So even though you had one interesting match, it was just your opponent getting pretty unlucky, but then you managed to go all the way. Even though you didn't prepare too much for this tournament, what kind of Pokemon experience do you have? Is this your first regional?
I got 16th at the Charlotte Regional in North Carolina with Rapid Strike. And I played Torterra EX at Orlando. I played Blissey EX at NEIC. I played Miraidon at Worlds, and I did Rapid Strike at San Antonio.
So just playing some different decks here and there, playing Pokemon whenever you feel like it. Was there anything in particular that made you want to play this regional?
My brother and my dad was going.
Okay. So you had an opportunity to show up with family and have a lot of fun. Do you think you're going to continue to play some more regionals throughout the season that you've got a big win?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so for all of you competitors out there, Liam might still have your number. Any other special shout-outs you want to give before I let you go?
No.
A man of few words indeed. A big win and maybe some more down the line, but that's going to be it from us. But stay tuned for more Pokemon action.
Baltimore, Maryland, where we have kicked off our 2025 Pokemon season, and we are here on the trading card game stream with only 2 more stream matches to feature. Our top 4 and then of course our finals here before we decide who will be the winner of our very first regional event in Baltimore. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. We're back on the desk with y'all. The Boo House coming in.
Boo! Did I get you? Are you scared?
Yes, I'm frightened.
Good.
Kyle, I'm frightened. I mean, honestly, I think one of our players is going to be a little frightened as well heading into our next matchup here, too. We have seen some incredible skill all throughout the weekend, throughout our day 1, which was a very long day 1 for our players, into day 2. Wrapping up our Swiss rounds, of course, we just saw multiple top 8 matches, which was really cool to feature now that we have our asymmetrical cuts. But now we're down to only 4 players here, and one of them in the match coming up will advance to our finals. It doesn't get more exciting than this, Kyle.
Yeah, it's really great to see. We have so many interesting decks that we've seen along the way too. And I'd like to take a moment to highlight the decks that we've seen reach the top 8, and maybe we get to talk a little bit on some of the top 16 stuff. A couple players falling just short in that asymmetrical cut. This time, however, it was not Rahul Reddy. He squeaks in, and he's here now, but
not anymore.
And he's gone.
Aw,
as quick as we welcome him, he unfortunately falls there to the hands of Steven Varesco, a very talented player, once again in the top 4 of another regional championship. And you see as well 2 big name players with regionals under their belt, Rowan Stavino and Ian Robb there with the Reggie Drago V-Stars.
I mean, yeah, this is stacked here right now for us. This was our top 8. A lot of Lugia V-Star flying high in our top 8, and those players, 2 Reggie Drago, of course, and that 1 Roaring Moon EX player in Emmett Hurley, squeaking by there, taking it from the world stage into Baltimore here. Now, of course, got 2nd place at the World Championships. But 2 other decks that I'm sure a lot of people were not expecting here in our top 8 meta share.
Say.
The Cornerstone Control is what they're calling it, with that Cornerstone Ogre Pawn EX, Noivern EX, blocking all of its opponents, and then of course Gardevoir EX, which we already saw earlier on stream from Henry Chow.
Yeah, Henry was putting on quite a performance, taking down a great player in Rowan to reach the top 4. We'll be able to highlight a little more Gardevoir action potentially later on if he's able to make his way through his side of the bracket on the top 4. Nolan, however, falling in top 8. We're not going to see any more of the Cornerstone. Emmett, we will see more of with that Roaring Moon. It's potentially had a chance to win the World Championship. Played a little bit off in that final game, but maybe Emmett's going to be the right pilot for this deck.
Yeah, could it get some redemption now at our very first regional event after the World Championships in Baltimore? We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure all of these players are very happy with the success that they saw here in Baltimore, but still, 4 of these players have to move forward in this tournament. And guess what, Kyle? Our stage is ready. Our players are getting prepared here. Let's take it to the table and introduce who we're about to see on our stream. And I gotta say, Kyle, you may have been the one to make the best meta call in Baltimore. Not in the deck, but in Kieran Farah, sitting on the right side of the board here, representing Canada.
I chose the most handsome horse in all the land, and he's definitely running quite a race for me. Kieran is crushing it right now with this Lugia V-Star deck. And I mean, look at the accomplishments. He's been yet to break through, but he's had these big moments already. The top 4 in LAIC, and recently the top 32 in Yokohama, the top 8 in Vancouver, top 4 in Toronto when he was trying to defend home turf. And of course, Canadians love to show off at the beginning of a season. I put all my eggs in the Kieran basket.
Yes, you did. Put your eggs in the Kieran basket, which means you're putting your eggs in Lugia V-Star as well. Kyle, how do you feel about that?
Flying high.
Flying high indeed. Well, we'll see if Kieran Farah is able to make it through this last match to advance into the finals. But standing in his way, of course, on the other side of our table is going to be Emmett Hurley here coming up for you all. While they get set up, they're gonna get prepared here, but Emmett is gonna be our competitor over on the left side of the table. I believe Representing U.S., I think you said maybe Florida area, Kyle. Let's take a look at the accomplishments here for Emmett. I mean, wow, look at this. 2014 has been playing this game for a hot minute. You can see Wisconsin State champion there in the seniors division, as well as 2 top 16s, multiple years in a row at our regional championships, and then a top 64 in 2024 for Portland. But this is the standout accomplishment here for Emmett Hurley. Being in the top 4 in Baltimore in 2025, kicking off this season so strong here. Will he be able to take things down with the Roaring Moon, the Turbo Moon EX deck? Facing off against Lugia V-Star, it's gonna be one for the ages, Kyle. I mean, this matchup can be very close, that is for sure.
That is for sure. It's dangerous on both sides of the table. You can see a lot of fireworks early on, trying to incorporate maybe some of that single prize shenanigans that you can see from a Chinchino on one side, a Baby Roaring Moon on the other. Just depends on when you can incorporate the right Pokemon at the right time, but big knockouts from Roaring Moon EX, and on the other side, the Iron Hands. Obviously, 2 Pokemon you need to keep your eye on in this match.
Yeah, it's going to get dicey here between our players. I think so much of it is going to come down to the initial setups here that we potentially see, and that all starts with the prize cards. Hopefully we see not anything too bad, but we have
Hands.
Roaring Moon, a Mew EX in the prize cards there for Emmett. Over on Kieran's side, Iron Hands, like you said, Kyle.
Yeah, the
Squawkabilly as well.
Of Squawkabilly, of course. It's not pleasant to see on that side, but of course, you Lugia, you just got to get your birds in the discard pile, right? You'll make something work. You'll find your pieces maybe at an opportune time and incorporate the Iron Hands into that middle or late stage of the game.
Yeah, those are the keys for sure for Lugia V-Star to be able to unlock the door into potential wins here. We're going to see how it turns out in our top 4 match here in Baltimore. Let's kick things off, Kyle. We've got the fist bump. We are underway between our players here, and it is the 2 monsters themselves here. Pokemonsters in that Roaring Moon EX. Lugia V starting out strong, and Pokestop's going to roll straight away, netting an Earthen Vessel here to Emmett, and one of those Dark Energy hitting that discard pile as well.
Right, exactly what you want to see.
Yep.
Throwing away those energies early on. Give yourself an opportunity to use one of those 4 Dark Patch that you see featured in the list. So important to start to accelerate those energies and put on some early pressure. You could see a little peek of the hand. Pokemon Catcher is a card featured in this list. And that means Emmett is looking to take aggressive V knockouts whenever possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the name of the game in this matchup. When you can take out those Vs, race to the prize cards, that's where you want to be if you're Emmett Hurley for sure. Let's talk about these lists as Emmett checks out the deck here, because we do see a little bit of a spicy inclusion that is actually huge in this matchup, Kyle. We were talking about it backstage. Why don't you introduce it here for our audience?
Yeah, Emmett, he's not a fan of Lugia, it seems. And
nope.
Sure enough, brought the Enhanced Hammer to try to hammer out some of those issues that we see. Specifically, you can run into issues with the Mist Energy when you're trying to take that automatic knockout by way of Roaring Moon, or that pesky Legacy Energy. I like my prize cards, boo.
I like them too, Kyle, and I don't blame you for that one. Yes, Legacy Energy, that one copy that Kieran plays. Emmett will have the potential to take that out of play with that Enhanced Hammer tech in the deck. It's just one, but that's sometimes all you need if you're Emmett. So we're going to churn through this turn 1 here. We saw the Nest Ball to get Radiant Greninja. And now we're seeing the Earthen Vessel to get rid of one of those supporters in that Professor Sada's Vitality. And we're going to see some Radiant Greninja action here in this concealed cards. 2 extra for Emmett to draw.
Yeah, for Kieran on this side, you've seen your opponent throwing Dark Energies all over the place, discarding Professor Sada, which is one of the best cards. So what in the world are you holding in that hand over there?
Exactly. And you're looking at it.
There's certainly a little more play, but yeah. Sadas.
2 more. That's a lot of Sada, if I do say so myself. Sada. That is a lot of Sada here in our Baltimore top 4, Kyle. But we're over here on Kieran's side of the field now, hopefully to kick things off just as strong for the Lugia player. Of course, we just featured a Lugia mirror match in our top 8, so Kieran is going to be following those same strategies that we saw as far as getting those Archeops into the discard pile. Take a look at the quick look at the prize cards in those couple of Pokemon stuck in there as well, and a couple of energy too. That Mesa Goza making it even harder to maybe align some Pokemon that you need to either discard or get down in the first place for Kieran. So did you get a look at the hand for Kieran to start with, Kyle?
Nope.
All righty.
We're flying blind. It's going to be a dangerous time, but this is actually just it. Woo! That is perfect to see the Ultra Ball double chops. No need to go spinning the wheel to throw away birds. We got everything we need right here.
Lining up nice and clean. That's what we like to see. Ultra Ball, double chop down into the discard in those Archeops. Those are going to be able to be sought out later to be able to start accelerating all of these special energies needed and keep up in that prize race that we've been talking about so much. As far as the edge of decks for both of these opponents. Now we see two pretty solid setups for both of our opponents, and none of them seem to be bricking too hard here in this matchup. Where do you think it goes from here? Of course, Emmett was able to go first. Is that going to come into play here, Kyle?
Certainly. I think that Emmett not only has an opportunity to capitalize on an early Lugia V knockout, which we see Kieran respecting with the second Lugia V placed on the bench, but Emmett didn't really have to commit any of those awkward Pokemon, that Squawkabilly, that Mew, that Pecharunt, whatever it may be, just some early Pokemon to target down and maybe steal additional prize cards with an attack from your Lugia V-Star. It's not on board. Really clean setup from Emmett, and it means that Kieran has to either overextend early on or just accept the fact that you're not taking a turn 2 knockout.
Yeah, that would be tough indeed, but Kieran churning through this first turn here. Professor's Research is going to help out a bit with that fresh 7 cards to the hand here. You see that beautiful pink card in the hand for Kieran that might come up later, but that's going to be it for the turn. So securing that Lugia V on the bench there, has a Mist Energy attached as well. And then it's just back over to Emmett now. This is where it gets kind of dangerous, Kyle. You could see some pop-off turns. This is called Turbo Moon for a reason. And we'll see how this kicks off with this concealed cards. 2 cards into the hand for Emmett. What are we working with?
A little bit of danger now.
Uh-oh.
There's no additional energy in hand after the draw from the Radiant Greninja. So if we see the Professor Sada finding an Earthen Vessel or a Dark Energy would lead to Calamity Storm helping out and trying to deal with this opening Lugia V. But we don't see that yet. Pokestop certainly could help out a little more, but why not thin a little bit here with the Nest Ball?
Calamity Storm or Frenzy Gouging, they both require the same amount of energy there, but that Calamity Storm makes things, it does the math nice and easy. 220, knocking out a Lugia V and a Night Stretcher as well. Coming in clutch here? Kyle?
Yeah, it's typically you don't see this resource used in that fashion, but honestly, just to find a Dark Energy might be enough. Who needs it? We've got Earthen Vessel now to help out, and when you don't have to use resources awkwardly in the opening, maybe you can hang on to those later on.
Pokestop has rolled, and it has netted us some cards here. We see the Dark Patch, we see the Earthen Vessel that can discard a card, get those energies out here as well for Emmett. And it's just a matter of what's being played now, and it's that Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, once again, it's just a clean board that we see from Emmett. To be able to charge up onto your Roaring Moons, take this opening knockout on the Lugia V. Yes, you're discarding the Stadium, which is also something that potentially comes up in a match like this. You have to count the Stadiums and consider how much damage you're really dealing with Calamity Storm against these misted Pokemon. You really want to remove that mist energy from Lugia V. If you can attack into that Pokemon and not have to worry about any frenzied gouging stuff, that's a free 2 prizes you love.
Yes, that would have been perfect math there on the perfect Pokemon, but unfortunately it was a heads there on that Pokemon catcher, or sorry, a tails on the Pokemon catcher. Wanted the heads, couldn't make it happen, but Professor Sada's Vitality, there were 2 in the hand from Emmett, one of them being played now, drawing into 3 additional cards after accelerating those dark energy onto the field as well onto those ancient Pokemon. And we are rolling here. Energy's out. We still have the attach for turn from Emmett. That is the 3 energy required here to get this Calamity Storm going. And we're not stopping, Kyle, the Dark Patch 2 to start getting that Roaring Moon on the bench prepared for these upcoming turns as well.
Yeah, 5 energy in play. Quick knockout on the Lugia V on the back foot real quick. And yes, this is the right Pokemon to help out now. Lugia V with that mist energy.
Look at
Stick
that.
around once it evolves.
Fantastic cards off the prize cards as well in that Dark Patch and a Trekking Shoes that gives Emmett a couple more options on coming up on the next turn. Kieran is going to have to prepare here now, starting off with a Jacques to get some evolutions out of the deck in those Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, this feels too safe. You know, this is fair Pokemon, and we don't like fair Pokemon. So use that V-Star that cheats out those Archeops a little bit now, and certainly you have that attack lined up, but it doesn't just work for you. 230 is a tough number to incorporate into the mix. So,
that's
that's the play there. Jet, Big Bear.
Big Bear indeed. The Blood Moon Ursaluna is actually going to be the choice here from Kieran. This is a card you don't usually see until the later game of our matches, but when you're playing Lugia V-Star, you have the ability to activate these Primal Turbos, get all of this energy out onto the field thanks to those Archeops here after that strong summoning star from the Lugia V-Star. And that means you have a lot of potential to attack with these alternate attackers, which is what we're about to see here in this Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Right, and what's the answer from Emmett? The response is very awkward when you see the mist energy. Yes, you have to have that enhanced hammer solely to take the knockout now. 260 hit points. Yeah, it's very difficult to take a knockout there. You could slow down and try to chip away at it with a Roaring Moon, but you're just asking for punishment on the other side.
Yep, 240 damage here with Blood Moon. What a move as well. That's going to take out that Roaring Moon EX that only had 230 HP there. Kieran is going to tie things up. 2 prize cards each from both of these players as we get into this next turn here from Emmett. Radiant Greninja being moved into the active position here just to start the turn. Emmett does have a lot of cards to work with at least, and is going to increase that even more with the Trekking Shoes, deciding whether or not to discard this card drawn and draw another. It's going to be a Judge drawn off that Trekking Shoes for Emmett.
Yeah, prize map switching up a little bit now. If you can incorporate a second Roaring Moon into play, Sadas, and start to get those energies played out, you use the Prime Catcher to target down that Lumineon V, and maybe you can knock out that Pokemon, take your 2 prize cards, and take that sneaky win by enhanced hammering off a mist energy and closing out with a final frenzied gouging. I think that's got to be the plan from this point forward.
I think you might be right, Kyle, and we're seeing all of that security being engaged here now. Double Dark Patch, lining up those energy on the benched Roaring Moon EX that just came back out from the Night Stretcher here. Prime Catcher, the A-spec of the deck here being played. Lumineon is coming into the active position, as well as that Roaring Moon EX being shoved up there as well, ready to fight here in this battle, and that's paired with a very strong Judge as well, Kyle.
Little Baltimore seafood, sign me up. Judge to close in on that too. Just find 4 more cards. You only need 1 more energy for your Roaring Moon on the back end, and just finding additional energies altogether, drawing with the Radiant Greninja and getting 1 step closer to that enhanced hammer is the name of the game here for Emmett.
Yeah, exactly. That's how this deck plays. I feel like whether you're playing Roaring Moon EX or even the small Ancient Box Roaring Moon deck, it's all about that consistency, getting those attackers out, being prepared for every next turn, because you are just taking prize cards turn after turn. You got the map, the prize map down, and you're good to go.
Little Fizzendipity action potentially here. Protect yourself when your opponent likely takes a knockout next turn. You did not deal with Blood Moon Ursaluna. There's no surprise what's going to happen next turn.
No surprise at all. Fizzendipity EX once again being utilized here from this nest ball from Emmett. You love to see it. It has been so strong so often here for our players. Let's see if it can pay off here for Emmett. 3 additional cards being drawn off of that flip the script.
Yeah, I'm not terribly, this isn't really the one I care about. Next turn,
that's the one we
the
care
big
about.
script that we need to flip here. But just draw cards, put the
in your deck,
get these resources out of the way, and you're expecting your opponent to have knockout and plus Iono on the next turn. As long as Pheasandipity's there to help out, you could find the hammer next turn.
Yeah, we got the consistency, we have the security, we have the spicy text in the former turns. Emmett Hurley is literally setting everything up possible here, showcasing this deck to its full potential. We're just going to have to see how Kieran reacts to that on the other side. Lugia V-Star is a formidable opponent, and with all those extra attackers here, especially that Blood Moon Ursaluna getting some play, we're going to have to see if Kieran is ready for that enhanced hammer to go down.
Yeah, looks like Emmett really wants to draw the additional resources now. I feel a little more comfortable holding on to some of those energies, potentially being able to draw into the next turn off of Iono, because each energy you see, that's 2 more additional cards with concealed cards when you need the hammer next turn.
That's true. Well, that's an Ultra Ball and another Dark Energy off that concealed cards now for Emmett. Still playing through this turn nice and steady, nice and slow. We got some crowd action out there as well, Kyle. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds exciting.
It's a lot of counting.
Yes.
We got a little bit of counting
here,
going
right?
on over here. It's, I suppose this was one of the issues that Emmett was looking at.
Oh,
I don't have a stadium.
Yeah, true. That actually is pretty crucial.
Yeah,
here, Kyle.
it's not great. It's not terrible. You're probably getting knocked out either way, but being 30 away from a knockout never feels great, and it does lead to situations like this. Speedwing can take the knockout here now, and Emmett has to deal with a single prize Pokemon in the active spot. It's not what he wants.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that is actually so brutal. No stadium in play to utilize off the Calamity Storm here on that Roaring Moon, so it's going to take a lot of damage here. 200 to be exact, attacking itself and taking out that Lumineon V. Is going to be another 2 prize cards. Still has only 2 left to take for this next turn to close out this game here. But like you said, that's a single prize Pokemon, Kyle, in the active position. That's taking a 2 prize knockout right now here with Speed Wing. It is very speedy indeed with that knockout on that Roy Moon EX. And it's up to Emmett now. Can he close out the game here, Kyle?
The hand was not disrupted. There are Pokemon catchers in the deck, so it doesn't have to be boss's orders directly. But I think we'll find out very soon. Nest Ball to thin out. If there's anything left, there's a bundle, but there's another Archeops to consider there. Just thin this card out. Draw with the Radiant Greninja. Maybe you find the Pokemon catcher, the hammer, whatever it may be to help out. Getting closer, but not all the pieces are there yet.
I mean, where does he even go?
There's Pokestop. We can spin the wheel.
That's true.
It's a combination of item cards you're looking for at this point. If you find the Pokemon catcher plus hammer, you're there. I think boss's orders is actually in the hand. So if you're able to spin the wheel, find the hammer itself, you can have that combination to take a knockout on either the Lugia or the Ursaluna.
Yeah. Yep, we're going to have to see if the cards fall into Emmett Hurley's hand here, if he's able to pull off this turn. This is the pivotal start of the match. Iron Bundle is going to be used here to bring up just the other Archeops now. Mew EX coming down onto the bench here for Emmett as well.
Oh, yeah, Emmett actually able to play this hand down fairly well at this point. We get to do some counting ourselves. 1, 2,
3.
It looked like around 10-ish, 12-ish cards that were hanging out there. A little bit of draw from the restart. Ultra Ball there, too.
Oh,
play your energy for the turn.
Pokestop is in play here now for Emmett.
He just slammed the ball. Oh, he wants to draw first. We'll see how this works.
All right, 2 cards.
Pokemon catcher. Maybe then you can switch your supporter for the turn.
Yeah, that's true. That's an option here for Emmett. Is going to start off with this Pokegear, top 7 cards. can net you a supporter if you see it in there. We're also going to see the resources that are in the deck here now that Emmett's looking at as well.
Oh, we don't like any of those.
Nope. Yeah, none of
Y'all
them.
don't work.
Exactly. Reshuffling here. Maybe the other ones were just at the other side of the deck, I guess, Kyle?
Could be. I think you try the Pokemon catcher, see where you're at, and if this hits, you can Ultra Ball away the boss's orders, draw 3 cards, heads. That's a big hit.
That is huge. Heads, bringing up
We're
this
churning,
Blood
we're
Moon.
burning.
Ursaluna into the active, churning, burning indeed, Kyle.
Looks like
Through this
pile of items, which is great news for a player that's going to see 3 additional cards by way of the Mew, 3 additional cards potentially by way of the Pokestop. A lot of draw here.
I mean, yeah.
And remember, Supporter was not played yet, so there are Sada to draw a little more too.
Yep, and that is the energy being attached for turn. This is the 3 off the restart, restarting this hand from Mew. That's
no energy to thin out with the Vessel. Trekking shoes to thin down even more.
Looks like taking a quick count here.
Yeah, there's Pal Pad, which then you need to consider if you use Pokestop first in that mix.
Yeah.
If you use the Pokestop now, well, let's just try the shoes.
Trekking shoes. What was it? It was a Night Stretcher. This is going to be the card to hand. Just another Pokestop.
Oh, this is so close.
Gosh.
This
Pheasantipity now.
rolling out. Well, look at that. There's a few more cards to see with the Pokestop now. Spin the wheel, flip it all over. There's the hammer. And we're going to take that mist energy right off the board. It lines up so smooth. Frenzied Gouging to take those prize cards, and we're moving on to game 2.
That is the only card you needed to see. A 1-of tech of that enhanced hammer, removing that mist energy that was protecting that Blood Moon Ursaluna from just being auto knocked out from that Roaring Moon EX in the Frenzied Gouging. And Emmett Hurley was able to get there in this game and take things down. 1-0 here in our Masters top 4.
Yeah, that was destructive. So many cards flying left and right. He burned the entire deck.
Yes.
What was that, 4 turns? Like, it is unreal how fast both these decks operate. And you can see the clock that Kieran's on when it gets to this point. That Iron Hands has to be incorporated. We did not see it this time around. The prize cards did not let us incorporate that. But the Blood Moon Ursaluna made a quick entrance and took a big knockout early on in this game.
I mean, that's just got to be one of the coolest looking Pokemon I've ever seen, that's for sure. Utilized to the best of its ability, and everything was utilized here as well for Kieran. That Lumineon went down from Emmett's side, but then we saw the knockout here with the Speedwing. That Archeops having a lot to do here in this matchup, getting another 2 prize cards down for Kieran, but Emmett was able to make everything happen, calculated to the best of his ability to narrow down the deck as much as possible, secure that enhanced hammer, remove that energy, that pesky mist energy, and that 1-of tech is coming in nice and handy here to potentially lead Emmett Hurley into our finals if he could just get another game here, Kyle.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're dreaming about when you went to sleep last night. An opportunity to make it to the finals, go through one of the best players in the game right now in Kieran. And similarly for Kieran, he's got to be thinking to himself, oh boy, that deck is fast. I got to come up with a plan and come up with it quick, because I probably got 3 or 4 turns before I'm going to be grabbing my prizes from the prize wall.
Yup, and that was with Kieran having that double Archeops discarded immediately with the Ultra Ball. I mean, things were lined up there. Kieran had the answers, but now seeing what Emmett's deck has to offer, this is pretty scary, actually, if you're Kieran going into this next matchup. He's got to figure things out, hope that Emmett, or either Kieran can do something to slow down Emmett, or Emmett's deck itself slows it down, but these turbo builds, they are built to go quick, and it's only a rare amount of times you see it be its own enemy, I suppose. So we'll have to see how the start is for each of our players. We've got the fist bump. We're heading into our game 2 here in our Masters top 4, and Emmett is going to be starting things off once again with the Roaring Moon EX. Kicking off with the trekking shoes. We're going hiking.
Yeah, that's and what do we always say about trekking shoes? They come in pairs.
They come in pairs, hey.
Whoa, Radiant Greninja, sign me up. Yeah, this hand is looking pretty cool. A lot of search in the hand still. Maybe a earthen vessel away from jumping out of my chair.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, there's a bunch of Ultra Ball in the hand. We got the Nest Ball as well. We have the concealed cards potentially for Emmett to make a better decision here, drawing into a Pokegear 3.0, as well as a Pokemon, I believe.
Well, we're going to get a lot of information on how Emmett wants to play this game right now. There's the opportunity to go find Mr. Squawkabilly himself and get aggressive, throw cards left and right, have a full board, and get all those energies in play. But golly gee, that is a bad Pokemon in this matchup. 3
Yes.
prize cards to Iron Hands, easy knockouts for Lugias, and just about anything, honestly. What do you do?
Emmett's going to have to take that risk, see if he's willing to do that or not. You see him lining up all those Pokemon, see what the options are that are in the deck versus the prize cards for Emmett, but we're going to have to see what the choice is. Will Emmett be aggressive, fast-paced, as turbo as possible here with that Squawkabilly, getting into more resources, aligning this first turn off pretty well, and just try to take the aggro strat against Lugia V? Honestly, Kyle, if it was me, I think I'd do it.
It's scary. The hand says you need a lot of help because you've got Pokegear for next turn, sure, but there's no guarantee there's even a relevant attack going on next turn without an energy attachment right now, and we don't have it. So for Emmett, he's going to play it safe. He really liked that opening he had just last game with a nice clean double Roaring Moon plus Radiant Greninja, and there's always a chance that you'll just find all the right pieces.
Absolutely. Well, we see the Pecharunt.
Hit him with the poison!
EX, exactly, coming down here for Emmett. That Pecharunt, it's a new card that we've been dealing with here. Oh, we see it, Kyle! That Roaring Moon, it's got the poison. We rarely see the poison markers come out, so we're very hyped here on the caster desk. But that Roaring Moon being switched up with that subjugating chains here for Emmett. And it's just chilling now.
And this is the spot that Kieran wanted to put Emmett in. Said, you know what, go first. Because I need a little bit of time. I need a second Lugia. I need to find the right pieces. And this is one way to find the pieces, I suppose. Give your opponent a fresh hand and put nothing in the discard pile.
Nothing in the discard pile. Oh, no. Well, we'll see where we can go from here. At least Mesa Goza is in play now as our stadium here for Kieran.
Hey, what city are we in?
What do you mean?
Is this is Baltimore,
Baltimore.
Right? The reading city?
Yes,
the city, that reads.
reads.
Are you ready to read the wind?
Oh, no. That is not the reading I wanted to be doing, Kyle. That is for sure here.
Oh, well, giddy up because it's looking like it's probably going to be the way this turn ends.
Oh, no. That is tough to see here from Kieran. At least we're playing out a couple of cards here. We saw the Capturing Aroma. It's going to be a Tails, which means a basic Pokemon here for Kieran to be able to bring out of the deck. But, yeah. That's looks like trying to capitalize off of a slow start for Emmett Hurley, but Kieran is just not able to get here, starting off with in a pretty slow way himself. Good thing there's like 50 minutes on the clock for both our players.
Plenty of time, yeah. if we gave them a collective 12 turns, I think they'd be able to figure this out all together for all 3 games.
Oh, well, look at those prize cards here for Kieran. Several energy that we see. Jet, Double, Gift, none of those essential energies that are very key in this matchup there, but still a lot of energy to be in the prize cards. An additional Lugia V as well, and a couple of other additional cards to draw out for Kieran. So we'll see what happens, but for now, Minchino gonna join us. Kyle, one of your favorites, right?
A good pal of mine, yes. I do like when he evolves and gets the special rolls going.
You said that like y'all have dinner every Wednesday together, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, look at that Ultra Ball double Archeops in the discard pile. That's what you want to see if you're a Lugia player. So we're getting one step closer here for Kieran. Not as explosive as we would have liked to see, but we got the pieces lining up now for Kieran. And of course, taking that damage from the poison on that active small Roaring Moon here for Emmett. And we're going to start off with the concealed cards. I gotta say, Kyle, I love how calmly composed Emmett plays this game.
Yes. There's a lot of chaos going on here. and poisoning yourself, throwing dice around, using your opponent's Mezagoza, switching up for the Pokestop, and just burning and churning, trying to get this opening turn 2 knockout. But just do it with a little bit of grace.
A little bit of grace. Hey, Emmett Hurley is doing it well, that is for sure. Roaring Moon EX coming down here. Nest Ball being played to search right back through the deck for Emmett, but that's the key to this. We want to see some knockouts start happening here for Emmett, and he's got that chance here. Just got to get there.
Yeah, the hand has definitely some potential. I think we need a little help from the Pokestop. Double Dark Patch and Energy in hand. Looking good.
Double Dark Patch. Oh, Emmett did it last game. We're seeing it again. Once those Dark Energy are in the discard pile, they can be thrown out onto the field with those Dark Patches, throwing some Band-Aids there on that Roaring Moon, but he doesn't need it. He doesn't have damage. He's just trying to look cool. 3 energy now on top of him as well. Pheasantipity EX coming down for some recovery, some protection in these upcoming turns potentially as well for Emmett. We are going to see the poison here, of course, from that Petrunt EX on this Roaring Moon EX, but that's going to get it into the active position, and that's exactly where we needed it, Kyle, to take that huge knockout on that Lugia V. 2 prize cards taken.
Yeah, talk about walking into a bear trap, though. It might not be Blood Moon Ursa Luna time, but that poison damage, along with the Lugia, that's a perfect knockout. That's not where you want to be. 0 energies will be in play for Emmett Hurley at this time, and that's kind of where I was looking at a card like that Pokestop. Maybe just continue to burn through, try to find some additional resources. It's tough to just rely on double Dark Patch and have no supporter that turn, and hope that 3 energies gets you the rest of the way. Last game, it was 5 energies in this spot. Turned out completely different.
Yeah, it could be very risky here for Emmett, or an uphill battle potentially to deal with, especially since we've already seen double Dark Patch there. So that's a lot of resources down. Kieran, on the other hand, has now utilized that Summoning Star. Those Archeops, they don't need basic Pokemon. They're popping out onto the bench here. That's what's allowing Kieran to accelerate all of these special energies from the deck onto the field here. Take this knockout on that Roaring Moon EX. Now, from that Lugia V-Star, that is huge here. 2 prize cards down. Our players are matching each other in momentum, but now we could potentially see the momentum absolutely diminish on Emmett's side potentially here. Kyle, what is his best strategy at this point in time in this match?
Find another Enhanced Hammer, because Kieran played around everything. Not only having no other V Pokemon in play on the bench to target this turn, but double Mist Energy Lugia V-Star is so filthy. How do you handle this? You can't work your way through just one of those with finding that early Enhanced Hammer. You're going to have to just attack through, and that stinks.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Kieran did see the knowledge, or did have the knowledge from seeing that card from Emmett. So now has more knowledge taking into this game too to protect his Pokemon here on the right side of our field. So it makes a lot of sense from Kieran, and that's just one more obstacle of many in Emmett's way.
Yeah, it's an uphill climb, and this is the strategy you probably go for then in that point. It's almost not even worth dealing with this Lugia. Hopefully your opponent just gives you some of those single prizers, start knocking those out. If you can target down Archeops, that's not a terrible strategy. Maybe your opponent doesn't have the resources to extend into Iron Hands and start stealing some more 2 prize knockouts.
Yeah, it's going to be the Iron Bundle. I mean, he's definitely hiking up the mountain there with his little cannon here. He's going to switch out that Archeops. Of course, your opponent gets to choose off this Hyper Blower, and then it goes straight to the discard pile after helping out the team here a little bit. So Emmett Hurley going to utilize, of course, this Professor Sada's Vitality on these ancient Pokemon. Line up these energies, draw an additional 3 cards here as well from that supporter for turn. Oh, please draw them.
Oh,
there
thanks.
We go.
Yeah.
Emmett, you need cards.
I do like cards. There is a lot of draw 2, draw 3, flip 3, do this.
Oh, I've done that
loop.
many times, because you're just like, okay, I need some energy here, and then you kind of get lost.
They can't possibly be giving me more cards, right? I already got 2 energy.
Exactly. So it's going to be the energy attachment for turn here now onto this small Roaring Moon. It is just a one of in this deck here, and it's out there. It was poisoned before. It's got a couple of damage tokens on it, but that pink card, the Prime Catcher Ace-Spec here, bringing up this Roaring Moon as well as that small little mouse. I'm sorry, your Wednesday night dinner date is gone, Kyle.
I'll have to call somebody else. We'll see.
Maybe your wife, I don't know.
Yeah, she probably deserves one. The mice are so cool, though.
That's true. They're very cute.
You know what else is cool? Legacy Energy. You can potentially incorporate that with an Iron Hands at some point.
Gross.
I don't know if you wanted to draw that card, though. I already had Jet Energy in hand. Was probably looking to use that with the Iron Hands. But this is all hypothetical. We need to hit heads on Mezagoza first.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. I mean, we need to have a Mezagoza, and there it is. Kieran putting it down here. Let's see if it's a heads or a tails to get a Pokemon for Kieran. Oh, that's a tails. That is not what you want to see. That is a big fail, unfortunately, from that Mezagoza. Putting it into play as well. So that's a stadium in play there for Emmett to utilize. Kieran using this ability on Archeops, that Primal Turbo, to get out some more energy here. That gift energy lining up this Archeops to potentially get some moves in here down the way.
It would have been too clean if the Mezagoza hit. Like, I could feel it in my jellies. We were just not going to get there. And
that's how Lugia always goes, right, Kyle?
Yep.
Every time.
It's just not the way this pans out. This leads to that awkward exchange now. You take a knockout, you do not need.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need it. I guess you have to take it. We're going to see the energy attached from hand as well for Kieran. There's actually a lot of energy in the hand right now, which is a bit awkward from a deck that likes to accelerate energy from the deck. But we are going to see that Mezagoza now be removed nice and steady. Both
another energy to the hand from the prize cards.
Oh, brutal. We don't want the energy in the hand necessarily, one or two maybe, but that is rough here. At least we have another prize card down. Both of our players now at 3 prize cards. The stadium being removed there by that Lugia V-Star, that Tempest dive as well. Both these players remove stadiums. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's why they go away so quick, and then you start to wonder what's going on. It's this is at least a spot where Emmett has some follow-up, has a Pokestop in the hand. But you're in that same position as last time, except you used both resources that move Lugia last turn. You used the Iron Bundle and the Prime Catcher. If it was only one of them, maybe you'd be in a spot to easily knock out one of these Archeops. The gift energy's not doing very much because Kieran's hand is clumped with all those energies anyways. And I still don't want to attack this Lugia.
I know, yeah, this is a weird position to be in here. Earthen Vessel at least going to seek out these 2 Dark Energy. I believe it's the last 2 in the deck, I think, that I saw for Emmett. So Earthen Vessel getting those out, shuffling up the deck now as well. Squawkabilly EX going to the discard pile. No longer needed, Squawkabilly.
Where he belongs.
Yeah, thanks for doing nothing, I guess, this round.
You were available turn 1. We just know better than that.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Squawkabilly down here. Lots of energy in the hand for Emmett. The 2 from the deck, the 1 already in the hand. Concealed cards potentially could happen from Emmett here as well, but we're going to see a Pokegear first. 7 cards here can get an additional supporter to the hand.
Yeah, I think in this case, you're just looking to thin out supporters to hopefully draw into another Pokemon. Roaring Moon, or I suppose it's Roaring Moon EX at this point, would be a great addition to the bench so that you start to get a little more value from these Sadas. You're going to need these energies later on.
Yeah, you need to get the energies onto essential Pokemon. You need your ancient Pokemon here. Just the boss's orders coming out of the deck off that Pokegear, but like you said, Kyle, that's pretty good because Emmett Hurley is an absolute champ in thinning out this deck and realizes, okay, if I'm going to get into these Pokemon, I need to at least avoid some supporters there. I'd rather have them in the hand. So,
yeah, I don't think boss's orders is a play that we see this time around. Have to take this opportunity to start to accelerate energies. Pokestop potentially could find a card like Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, something to help out.
Yeah, lots of items there. We'll have to see if it turns out here for Emmett. Top 3 cards. You can keep all the items if you get them.
Stretcher, little help. That's the wrong guy.
I was going to say, whoop. That's going to be the flip the script here off that Pheasantipity EX to draw into 3 cards.
Stretcher, okay.
Yep, that's something. a Sada, a Night Stretcher, and an Earthen Vessel being drawn off that flip the script so far.
Now the questions. You don't have Dark Patch. You do have Sada. You can help yourself out there. In the spot where poisoning to move this Pokemon doesn't feel great. We need some help.
There you go. All right, 2 to the discard here, and that Judge in the Pokestop, but does net a ball here. Not a net ball, though.
This is tough. Do you Night Stretcher for the single moon, the little moon, and try to incorporate that? It just doesn't feel great. You don't want to poison this moon and send it in the active spot.
No, that feels bad. That feels really bad. Ultra Ball being played here from Emmett now. The ball we just got from that Pokestop. Discarding an Earthen Vessel, has to choose an additional card to discard to get another Pokemon out, so at least we'll have that. Supporter has not been played for the turn yet. We do have a bunch of Professor Sadas in the hand already here for Emmett. Get the energy out, stabilize the board, draw some additional cards. I mean, that hand is crazy big for Emmett already, but that's where you want to be with this deck. You want to have these options to be able to streamline all of your turns here and get to those last 3 prize cards needed. That's all Emmett has to get to here. Concealed cards going to be activated here off this Radiant Greninja in the active. 2 additional cards for Emmett to play with.
Is it any help? There is a Dark Patch. I don't want to use Dark Patch just yet. I want to hold on to that for the Pecharunt closeout potentially later on. That'd be a great way to clean up, surprise this Lugia V-Star, take a big knockout. If you can use the Night Stretcher for Iron Bundle, target down one of these Archeops, bring it into the active spot, and then attack with this Pokemon here. Give your opponent those prize cards and say, you know what? I don't care if you go down to 1 prize. In fact, that's good for me. I can surprise you with the Pecharunt and deal 300 damage with the Irritated Outburst.
Yeah, that is not something that we've really highlighted very much because there's not many decks that even play this Pecharunt EX, but it doesn't just have the subjugating chains to be able to switch up these dark Pokemon into the active. It does have that move too. Irritated Outburst, that is a great name for it because it just takes huge knockouts.
He's a mad little lad.
At the end of this game, exactly, Kyle. Mad lad, 60 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken, and that could be devastating here. So I'll have to see if Emmett will be able to close things out, putting another Pecharunt EX onto the field. Iron Bundle being activated. We got some Hyper Blower action. Archeops with that energy attached being brought into the active now for Kieran.
Yeah, for Emmett now, is there any additional cards that you could play if your opponent does find that Iono? That'd be helpful. You know you're going to give your opponent maybe, 2 extra cards, and they draw for the turn, so 3 more resources to find Iono and start to frustrate you a little bit. You can play 1 Dark Patch now to a Pecharunt. If your opponent does boss's orders, you have the Dark Patch already in hand for the second one to attack. I think this lines up very well. Emmett's spotting all the lines here, trying to close out and reach the finals.
Exactly. I mean, earning the keep here, Emmett Hurley is indeed. Of course, this Roaring Moon EX is going to be brought in. It is going to be poisoned thanks to that subjugating chains here.
Oh, man, I'm poisoned. Please don't knock me out.
Oh, man. Yeah.
That'd be such a shame.
We've talked about bear traps here.
Yeah.
What kind of Pokemon is that? Some sort of bird? I don't know.
This is a Canadian moose trap?
Yes, exactly. But that's what we want to see. Roaring Moon EX coming in hot here, taking that knockout on the Archeops. Just 2 prize cards left to take for Emmett. But as we've outlined, there are plays here for these turns. And Kieran Farah just has this Lugia V-Star, the lone Lugia that is here now, and the lone Archeops to hang out to get some more energy out. But do we still have all those billions of energy in hand?
Yes.
Yep.
Four of them it looks like. The Legacy is one of them. Looking to accelerate now, and
yeah,
I guess you incorporate a single prize. I don't even know how to do this at this point. It's so tricky.
Figure it out, Kyle. It's your job.
All right. There's a Legacy energy. That's probably one of the main pieces to sticking around for an additional turn.
True.
Luminion also in the hand, so that Iono that we saw Emmett trying to play around, using that 1 Dark Patch early and holding the second one, something you can think about too. You don't really want to take a knockout because then you walk into Pheasantipity. Maybe you can set up a play where you attack in with the Archeops, put some damage onto this Roaring Moon, and close out with Iron Hands for 3 prize cards.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the best potential play here for Kieran. Just looking through the deck is not going to do any energy.
There's no way that works anymore now. You'd have to use this to at least accelerate onto the Archeops, attach return to the Iron Hands, but even then, if it gets knocked out, you have no more energies to work with. Yeah. Oh, that's a cute way. I'm not going to knock you out. I'll throw a DTE on here so that you stick around. I don't want to win.
Not walking.
It's strictly correct, too.
It is. It is. That DTE, the double turbo energy.
Emmett looks over at the judge like, can he do that?
Well, maybe was not expecting that at all here. Emmett was putting that Roaring Moon EX, hoping it would be knocked out, but it survives there. It's still poisoned, but it still has that 10 HP left on that Roaring Moon EX. So Kieran not falling in to that trap from Emmett. And now we're back on the other side of the field. Emmett Hurley has been playing this game flawlessly so far, but he still has to close things out with another 2 prize cards. How is he going to get there is the question.
Yeah, we were all in on the Petron at that point.
Yep.
You need the prize cards to happen. You need Kieran to slip up and take that knockout. It's not the case this time around. And 1 energy to work with here. Looking at Mew for potential copying. There's nothing really to attack with that helps you. You don't want to take a knockout on a Pokemon like the Archeops, really. You're not getting anywhere, and getting out of the active spot feels like #1 issue here, but Petron will help you there.
Yeah, exactly. Petron will help you, and it'll remove that poison. All effects go away once you rejoin the bench as a Pokemon here if you're on Emmett's side. I mean, and you only have 10 HP left, so a little awkward there.
I think we need to move.
Yeah, we need to move out of here nice and quick here. That poison evaporating off that Roaring Moon EX. Pheasantipity joining us in the active position now. That's where Emmett Hurley's going with this, attaching that energy there. It, of course, is poisoned now as well from that subjugating chains. Pokestop also coming out into play, and we're going to see that last Dark Patch being played here from Emmett, and it's going on to that secondary Pecharunt EX as well.
Yep, we see this is one of those issues with closing out with the Pecharunt at the end. You need the energy attachment, the Dark Patch to get the job done. Sada's not going to work for this Pokemon, so yeah, you have them lined up. It's Night Stretchers that can help out at a spot like this to get that additional resource.
How many of those do we even have? 2?
2. We used
We already used 1.
That's 1. We got 1 left.
Oh, we're doing math here, Kyle. We are doing math.
Yeah,
1 left.
The plan, you have to put some damage onto that Lugia V. You cannot really, you can't do it with the Roaring Moon, can you? Is this going to attack in?
Yeah, I mean,
this is so dangerous though. There's Iron Hands to think about.
That is really scary here, but that's going to be that Roaring Moon EX, of course.
This is a huge window here for Kieran.
I'm scared, Kyle.
Help!
I'm scared.
There's a Nest Ball. There's a Legacy. There's Iron Hands.
Oh my gosh.
Looking for the rest of the help from Archeops.
Wow.
Just going to take a look there with the Nest Ball, see if the resources are there. There is a DTE. There is another energy. And Iron Hands is going to be lined up.
We have that
Boom!
big pink
And the
card
3-prize knockout there.
in the hand here for Kieran. That A-Spec helping out, accelerating that Iron Hands to be able to take, as you said, Kyle, that 3 prize card knockout on that big Roaring Moon EX there. Take this game away. Kieran able to pull it off by the skin of his teeth.
I don't love a lot of people, all right? I've got my family, I've got some friends.
You got that Chinchino or the Minchino.
I love Kieran Barra, dude. Oh my gosh, what a great play there. We have to highlight that one more time. That double turbo was sneaky good. We can take a look here and see just how things went down in game number 2. I mean, this is what a great play by Emmett to bait into there. bring up the poisoned Pokemon, say, go ahead, take these prize cards. They're all yours, pal. I definitely don't read Petulant like the world's finalist didn't. And here we are now, an opportunity. Sneaky, sneaky plays.
Sneaky plays indeed. Went completely under the radar there. I mean, even the flips there for Kieran were not really going his way. He was up against the wall here for Emmett, but didn't fall into any traps. Looked at all of the lines here, knew the cards, knew the situation, and was able to pull things out with just that lone Lugia V-Star, that lone Archeops, but then right at the last minute, just when he needed it the most, he had played right into this incredible turn here. You see the double turbo, the jet energy, that beautiful legacy energy, allowing Kieran to take those 3 prize cards in the end of this game. We see that big smile, and that's gonna bring us to a game 3. You couldn't ask for anything better here, Kyle. Kieran, of course, I'm sure super happy to be in this spot.
That smile said everything you needed to know. That is a clip that Kieran can hold on to for quite some time, but he's not here for clips. He's here for trophies. He's trying
Gold
to get the job
Pikachu
done.
trophies too, or should I say medals, I suppose. But also, really cool still, the Canadians, representing the Canadians in Kieran, they're hanging on here in this Masters Top 4, Kyle, and I'm sure that's what you love to see too.
Well, this isn't something we love to see from either player. We are going into game 3, but hey, guys. You remember how to play Pokemon?
Well, that's one way to start off a game 3 here in our Masters
But check this
Top
out.
4. What am I checking out here, Kyle?
He'll do it. Just wait. He'll get there.
He's got a lot of cards.
All right, he's gonna make you wait. He has
actually gonna make you wait.
He has Ultra Ball double chops ready to go. This is.
You gotta set things up first, Kyle.
Yeah, come on, Kieran. We'll get it together.
Kieran, we're here for the show. Come on.
Yeah.
Wow, I did not even see that. That is bonkers here. I mean, that's the ideal turn you want to see, at least for Lugia. Pretty awkward with the Iron Hands, but not the worst at all, especially when you have double Archeops, Ultra Ball. You're hanging out here, and the Nest Ball support as well on this initial turn.
What if I said Iron Hands might be one of the better starters in this matchup?
No way. Elaborate, Kyle.
230 hit points is kind of good. You have a lot of jet energies. You get to maintain the fact that you're not giving up those initial prize cards on turn 1. You just absorb a Calamity Storm. Who cares? You're just going to jet and move into some Lugia sweeping. And if you do that double miss strategy again, I think you come out on top there.
Where's the Halucha when you need it, huh?
Honestly, yeah. Can he borrow it from Rowan?
Yeah,
He's not using it right now.
Rowan, I need your Halucha real quick. Slide it over. Yeah, that is actually pretty solid point there, Kyle, for sure. We're going to see Kieran set everything up here. I'd like to note as well, Emmett has gone first in both of these last games that we saw.
Not always by choice.
Yeah, not always by choice. But Kieran is now going first this time around. That could also kind of change the pace here in this matchup, especially with what we're seeing here as far as this initial setup. This is where Emmett is seeing,
Come on,
great,
man.
opening hand, Ultra Ball, double Archeops. I mean,
Emmett's over here thinking he got away with one. He's like, oh, yeah, good. I can handle Nest Ball. This guy's not doing nothing. And blam.
That deserves an applause right there for Kieran Farah. I mean, representing all the Lugia players out there, streamlining this deck as great as possible that we see. It's just a pass over now to Emmett. Awkwardly starting the Pheasantipity EX, does only have 1 retreat cost, so it's not the worst either here for Emmett.
Good card, bad card, bad
card.
card.
Very bad card. Bad double card here, Kyle. Both of those Professor Sada's Vitality hitting the discard pile on turn 1
jeez.
from the Pokestop. That is brutal.
The Dark Energy was so huge, it at least activates a Sada that's in hand, but we are down 3 Sadas turn 1.
Yeah,
at this
that's
point.
scary. We got a Pal Pad in there, right?
Sure, if we get there.
Yeah, true.
Our opponent is throwing away chops.
Exactly. This could be very fast-paced here from Kieran's side. But, double Dark Patch and a Trekking Shoes. I'll take it. And there's that Pal Pad as well, straight away from Emmett. So really weird to see all those Professor Sada's Vitality hit the discard, but we've got answers here. Trekking Shoes. It's going to be an option. Do I keep this card or do I throw it away? It's going to be a keep there within that Nest Ball here for Emmett.
Yeah, one of the few cards you want to keep at this point. And typically
Yes.
just burning and churning through the deck, trying to find some additional resources. But eyeing down likely a card like that Radiant Greninja is going to be beneficial there. Plenty of dark energies in hand, it looked like. And if you can just draw into a few more resources, there's a chance to get a relevant attack off this turn. Although it doesn't feel great when you're not knocking out Iron Hands. The real beauty would be if you could do this with the Iron Bundle.
Ooh, I mean, we've seen it several times here from Emmett. It hasn't been too pivotal there, but Iron Bundle is a little cutie that Emmett does have at his disposal there and has identified that in the deck as well. So taking a look through here, you saw a quick look at the prize cards there for Emmett. A couple of Pokemon, nothing too wild in there.
Yeah, I suppose the one highlight is the Squawkabilly. If you wanted to risk all the biscuits,
No way.
you could go for it. This is kind of the setup where you're like, oh,
true.
crap, I might need some cards. And,
Yeah,
it could go down that route, but it is in the prize cards this time around. Might be helping him out, though, because we know how that ends. Iron Hands is already in play. Those 3 prize cards are going to fall at probably the most inopportune time.
Yeah, that might just be too much of a liability, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But I think Emmett Hurley still has some play here, as long as we see that same strategy being utilized here from Emmett, just consistently drawing these cards, lining up these Pokemon, accelerating these energy.
That's the card.
Stabilizing.
Ultra Ball, that is the card. It lines up everything. He found not only the Ultra Ball, but the Petron. Now he has the free retreat into this Pokemon, could use Iron Bundle with the Ultra Ball and take a knockout on a Lugia V. It's dangerous. You throw away your whole board trying to get this set up. You deal 10 additional damage to your Roaring Moon by way of the poison. You walk right into the Lugia again. But you keep up. You get those first 2 prize cards, and maybe you can put Kieran on the back foot.
I think that's what Emmett Hurley is eyeing up right now, just mapping it out in his head as we speak here, looking at the hand, making sure everything is utilized great here. Double Dark Patch, an Emmett Hurley classic at this point.
Yeah, that's why the Ultra Ball was a part of the mix, if he needed to do that. But he has the energy attachment as well.
Yeah, true. You could just hard retreat here for Emmett. Petron EX is going to come into play here, though, for Emmett. But, yeah, this is pretty solid. I mean, we've had some good couple of cards being drawn, and we have even more here for Emmett to get through. We saw so many of those Professor Sadas hit the discard pile, so it's nice to have those recycled there for the following turns for Emmett. 2 Sadas back into the deck. That's nice.
Yeah, I think Emmett wants to go a more conservative route than the one I laid out. And there's the plan to attack into the Iron Hands, soften it up for later, maybe clean it up with Baby Moon later on. And you don't walk into the issue with that gift energy, as that would likely be the Pokemon promoted, knocked out, and then Kieran with his small hand size, if you give him 7 cards, he's going to knock you out next turn.
Yeah, that is very true. Could knock you out, and
We're just going this knockout. Yeah, this works too. This
yeah.
It doesn't feel great, but I suppose you can just take them.
Forgot, you have just like a free knockout anytime you want. You just have to have 3 energy attached here, of course, and do 200 damage to yourself. But you can take out anything you want, and it's going to be the Iron Hands EX being taken out there from Emmett. 2 prize cards down, wiped off the field here. Kieran does have that Lugia V-Star now, and that brought out our Archeops. Primal Turbo is being initiated in this turn here for Kieran to accelerate these energy. Of course, that Mist energy, Gift energy, V-Guard energy as well.
This is not a situation where Kieran wants to go for the double Mist. We've seen that before. It's one of the big ways that Emmett could take a knockout. You sneak and surprise in with that Enhanced Hammer, remove that, and then have access to the Frenzied Gouging one more time, clear out this big Pokemon and all of its hit points. And Kieran's going to take a risk here, and it might work out, because if you can hold on to that Mist Energy at the right time and your opponent doesn't have access to Petra knockout, you're going to be flying high.
Flying high. Well, Tempest Dive is going to fly a little bit more here for this Lugia V-Star, reaching for that 2 prize knockout there on that Roaring Moon EX. It was heavily damaged. It was right for the picking, and Kieran took that. Tying up the prize cards here. Of course, Kieran went first in this matchup, so Emmett Hurley has to keep up the pace in this match as well. Radiant Greninja, the active Pokemon right now here for Emmett. And it's just some support Pokemon on the bench here for Emmett so far in that Petron EX, that Pheasantipity as well. Trekking Shoe's going to kick us off into this Flip the Script.
Yeah, found the Sada, which we saw shuffled back in by way of Palpad on that opening turn. And Emmett, he has to do so much to keep up in a match like this. Kieran's just cheating energies onto the board left and right. Emmett's doing it the old-fashioned way. He's got to surprise his opponent and find the patches, the Sadas. And sure enough, that enhanced hammer is going to come into play now. It was found, and that could remove the mist energy.
Ooh, yeah, there's only one mist energy there. Like you said, Kyle, no double mist. We only have one hammer, but that'll do it. Discarding that special energy, allowing for frenzy gouging here from Emmett.
Yeah, one mist energy in the prize cards for Kieran.
Ooh,
maybe
yeah.
Just didn't feel comfortable seeing that, or maybe he was stuck in the hand.
True.
Don't see the hand just yet.
I know, Kieran's playing it close here to the chest with that hand. Haven't seen much, but Emmett also playing it as close here, making sure to line everything up as properly as possible. This is scary here, Kyle.
So tense.
I know, it is. It is very tense. We're both on the edge of our seats here, trying to see which way this is going to go, because it's only going to be a few more turns until we have whichever deck, whoever player is going to be advancing into our finals. So everything's on the line for both of our players here. Ultra Ball going to be kicked off here. Discarding an Ultra Ball, discarding a Pecharunt EX here for Emmett for any Pokemon from the deck.
You see 3 dark energies in the discard pile. There is that dark patch. There is the Sada. No energies just yet in the hand, but a few more ways to potentially find them. We saw the Pokestop in hand to draw some additional resources. Sada will net you 3 more cards. And at this point, you just want to continue to thin down. Use that Ultra Ball, find another Roaring Moon. 2 targets for the Professor Sada's Vitality.
Yeah, that's huge. That is definitely huge. 2 ancient Pokemon, that's what you need to utilize this Professor Sada's Vitality. Get these energy out of the discard pile onto those ancient Pokemon. Draw an additional 3 cards, getting us more resources here. That's what Emmett needs. We have that dark patch in the hand. We need 3 dark energy to be able to attack with either of these Pokemon.
The dark energy.
Ooh, off that Sada.
Emmett even thought about not having the second energy down on the room. He's like, well, what if I leave myself the opportunity to find second dark patch as an alternative? I'd like to keep energies in my discard pile. And he said, well, I've already got one. I'll be okay here. And sure enough, is rewarded by finding one of those energies that was pretty likely to be found.
Yeah, Professor Sada's Vitality, showing the utility of that card, drawing that energy. Nest Ball now can be played to get out a Mew EX as well onto the field for Emmett.
Yeah, full-on glass cannon mode from this point forward. We're poisoning ourselves. We're throwing Pokemon around left and right, damaging our own Roaring Moon. It doesn't matter. Just start the race. You're already ahead a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. That Mew EX. Nice little option there for a pivot in the future turns for Emmett, for sure. A lot easier than the Radiant Greninja, but we got some subjugating chains as well. We're hanging out here, Kyle. Emmett, of course, using that dark patch we've been talking about. This is 3 dark energy now in all-in-one turn here, Kyle, onto this Roaring Moon EX. And that's exactly what Emmett wants to see here. It's going to be poisoned now from that subjugating chains. Here's the enhanced hammer. This is the turn that we've been waiting for. Miss Energy gone here now from Emmett.
Yeah, both players with the disrespectful last-second surprise. We saw the Ultra Ball double chop as the last action, and now the hammer as the last action. It is a beautiful game to see as we see them really battling it out here.
Exactly. I've heard from a lot of players that that's exactly what you want to do. You want to play an impactful last action so that you essentially throw your opponent off in the very last second, right before it's their turn. Now they're playing a totally different field because that Lugia V-Star is gone here for Kieran now. Emmett Hurley, 2 prize cards left to take. Kieran has to respond to this. We see these energy coming out now, and that is going to get us somewhere in this Mist energy as well as the Legacy energy that were in the deck here being drawn out from this Primal Turbo. But Kieran still needs a couple of pieces here.
Yeah, honestly, I think I like Kieran's spot a little better than Emmett's at this point. It depends on if the rest of his hand is going to help him out, but Lugia V, along with the Mist Energy, the Legacy, as long as you can evolve,
That's what I'm saying. How do we
should
evolve?
be fairly comfortable.
Did you see something in hand? I've only gotten a couple of peeks, but I didn't see any.
Well, let's find it. What are we doing?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Come on, giddy up.
Kieran always surprises us, so
It's
I'm
the last
still,
action, right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm expecting it still, but we're going to have to see where Kieran goes from here. But we do have those energy being applied onto that Archeops on the bench here. Gift energy, Jet energy.
Jet energy works fine here to promote this Archeops attack with this Pokemon. You're pretty safe with the Lugia V there. Obviously, with the Legacy energy, you're only giving up 1 prize card.
It's just supporters. It's just supporters in the hand, I think, from Kieran.
Yeah,
so that's just the Lugia V, but that's still a knockout there on that Roaring Moon EX. Kieran matching the pace here in this matchup. Just a single prize card Pokemon left in the active here for Kieran as well. Familiar, reminiscent turn that we saw from game 2 here between these players. Now we're in the game 3. 2 prize cards each for both of our players. Is Emmett Hurley going to be able to pull things off here in this game? That is the question, Kyle. It's all coming down to this turn.
There's no way to steal that additional prize card anymore. Enhanced Hammer could remove the Legacy, but it's not there anymore. We saw it last turn on the Mist Energy. So just
It's
a
gone.
single prize everywhere you look.
I guess, yeah, you can only take out the Mist or the Legacy, and now Kieran has got both. None of them were, well, actually one Mist was prized, but that seemed to be okay. The Legacy was not stuck in the prize cards, and that's protecting Kieran here now. So Emmett is going to have to keep things up here, but I think you're right, Kyle, about Kieran looking like he's in a pretty mighty fine spot, potentially, even without the Lugia V-Star.
Right, you don't worry about finding that Pokemon to deal the additional damage. At this point of the game, Emmett's taking enough prize cards. Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to just run over any Pokemon with 2 that gives up 2 prize cards and lock this game up for Kieran potentially. Of course, you want to see that in combination with the Lumineon of Boss's Orders, because I think Emmett's going to find a way to take this knockout, but he's trying to do it with a single prizer, and where are we getting with this hand? It's just a bunch of junk.
Yeah, that is tough. Just a bunch of junk. I mean, we can draw a couple more cards here. That Pheasantipity EX helping out just a little bit with the flip the script, but it's just more junk. It's just like 3 Pokestops there.
Yeah, there's so many cards, so many resources. He's got Judge there as a last-second attempt, but trying to not throw away that Pokemon unless you have the Stretcher to go along with it.
Oh, yeah, that Roaring Moon going into the discard pile here for Emmett.
We've already seen the Iron Hands from Kieran. It fell as the first prize cards for Emmett, so attacking with a single prize Pokemon would fare pretty well.
Wow, it's going to come down to this, Kyle. I mean, we're in the final turns here of our top 4 between these players. Is it just going to be too much pressure that Kieran has mounted over there on the right side of our field? Is Emmett going to be able to do anything here? I mean, we got a single prize card Pokemon, no more Enhanced Hammer here. We're going to see the Earthen Vessel to get out the single Dark Energy from the deck now. Judge being discarded to that Earthen Vessel, but Emmett, the cards are just not falling in his favor in this turn right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's masterfully played by Kieran to set up this position. You don't have an answer to this Archeops immediately. The only Pokemon that can check it right now is a Roaring Moon EX, which likely to be knocked out by a Blood Moon Ursaluna on the following turn.
Exactly. That's just the options Lugia has at its advantage here that Kieran's going to be able to utilize in these next couple of turns. Iron Bundle being thrown into the discard pile off that Trekking Shoes here for Emmett.
Both players just playing with the bench space so well. It's the spots you don't see that are so impactful, as there's just no good targets right here. Yeah, you can target down the Archeops, I suppose. You're trying to not give up an attack into a gift energy Pokemon, but you want to do this in combination with Judge?
Yeah, true. Which
He's like, I just got to punch this Lugia, I guess. I don't know. I'm just throwing cards.
Exactly. That's what it seems to be here. I mean, throwing cards down, drawing cards, throwing cards, but what are we actually doing here? Are we advancing anything? And I think the answer to that, unfortunately, is just going to be a Fezandivity EX in the active position here, being moved up. We're going to see the Prime Catcher being put into play. Mew EX going to join the active position, as well as that Archeops, like you said, playing around that gift energy. I guess here's another Judge. We discarded one with the Earthen Vessel, but we had another Judge here, and it's a beautiful one as well.
Yeah, at this point, find a Dark Patch. Remove that Pokestop from play. Do not give your opponent an opportunity to maybe find a card like Capturing Aroma, Ultra Ball, something to find that Blood Moon Ursaluna. If you can take a knockout on this Archeops, still stay in the prize race, have an opportunity to come back here.
Yeah, we definitely need to see the knockout here so Emmett can clean things up on the next turn of this game, but that's only if Kieran is not standing in his way at this point in time in this matchup here. 4 cards for each player after shuffling up their hands into their decks.
Another chance to thin. Restart has not yet been used, so finding a way to move some of these cards, find 1 additional energy here, Ultra Ball it away, draw 3. Could find Dark Patch.
I mean, where has the time gone as well, Kyle? This game has been going here. These players are laser focused in all of these resources Emmett is looking through right now in the discard pile. So much of this game has progressed here for Emmett, and we're in the final turns here. We'll have to see what is going on. Earthen Vessel throwing away a Professor Sada's Vitality.
See 2 Dark Patch in the deck from this point.
Yeah, taking a look at the resources for sure.
At least 15, 17 cards maybe. Can
thinning
burn
things
these
down
resources
as much as possible. Thinning to the absolute best. Pokegear is going to be the last thing going down. We're shuffling now. We've thinned as much as possible. Emmett Hurley gonna use this restart.
This is just for a chance.
Exactly.
To take this knockout, hope that your opponent didn't find the right cards off of this Judge, and he's not asking for much.
No, not asking for much. Well, we've shuffled here. We're gonna have the cut from Kieran. This is the restart. 3 cards here for Emmett. Let's see what they are, Kyle.
Ooh.
Night Stretcher. That's
Sees the single prize Pokemon that you can promote, but you already have the Radiant Greninja, I suppose.
Yeah, true. Just taking a look at this discard.
Oh, this is so tough. He's not finding the cards.
Just brutal. I mean, it was only 3 cards. Such a slim chance here for Emmett Hurley to secure what is needed for this turn. And this is dangerous. I mean, already being put in somewhat of a checkmate position here from Kieran. And if this is a missed turn, I mean, that is brutal. But that Mew EX gonna join the bench once again. That free retreat cost. Radiant Greninja in the active. Can Kieran run away with this game and advance into our finals? That's what we're going to have to see. Primal Turbo being utilized to start the turn.
This is Kieran's favorite spot, right?
Yes.
Thin my deck out, throw energies around left and right to count the final resources. We don't see a Pokemon that immediately closes out the game just yet. Lugia V doesn't take the knockout, and there is an additional bench space. There is Lumineon that can search out boss. But you're going to have to spin the wheel, Boo.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. We need some more pieces, and Kieran does have the option to spin that Pokemon Go wheel. He's
been here before.
Yeah.
He's been in this spot just trying to maximize the odds. Give himself an opportunity.
Ooh. Well, both Primal Turbos being utilized here from Kieran. All of these energy here out.
With not much else to consider.
No.
It seems like Lumineon's should search out the boss, find that card, and then use Pokestop.
Yeah, but we're shuffling though. Oh, well.
I'll just speed wing.
It's just going to be a speed wing here from
Wow,
Kieran.
that's so safe. But I suppose your opponent hasn't really put the pressure on you.
I mean, I guess so. That Radiant Greninja surviving. Just 10 HP left there. Sorry, 30 HP left. And Kieran is playing it safe. Speed wing attack, 120 there. And wow.
You start to wonder if that last stream game that he played is really starting to mess with him. He's thinking back to a time where he did go all in.
And it burned.
And it burned him.
Burned.
It was his first loss of the tournament. He fought his way all the way back here, gets to the top 4 now.
Okay, how do you feel about Emmett now being in this position here, having additional turn? We just saw the speed wing onto the Radiant Greninja. It survived here now. We have the Night Stretcher to bring that Roaring Moon up. Is this a chance for Emmett?
1,000% yes. The Roaring Moon was the opportunity that he needed. If you can
and it's there.
Start to set this Pokemon up, attack in, take a single prize knockout, that'd be great. But this is an issue you run into with this deck is you don't necessarily play a ton of ancient cards. We'll get the count, I'm sure, later on. But
yeah,
it's you have Sadas, you have a few Earthen Vessels thrown in, other Pokemon that get knocked out along the way, and you just hope that you reached at least a relevant knockout here on Archeops by this time.
Yeah, that's true. Relevant knockout on the Archeops. Well, we've seen these energy come down on that Professor Sada's Vitality. The cards have been drawn into already. There's another dark patch into the hand as well for Emmett. Looking through the deck, or sorry, the discard here from Emmett, but got these Pokemon. And honestly, this feels like an extra chance at this game here for Emmett, but which way is it going to go? Oof, subjugating Chains going to allow Emmett to bring up one of these Pokemon, dark Pokemon. Oh, just flipping the wrong. Just flipping the wrong one.
You can't flip the script. No one got knocked out last turn.
Yes. Does have to have a knockout to flip some scripts there, but Subjugating Chain's going to bring up this Roaring Moon into the active. It is going to be poisoned here. Love to see it, Kyle, but
I'm assuming the numbers are already there. There is an Earthen Vessel in hand if you need one additional card, but the ancient cards probably taking the knockout at this point of the game. And for Kieran, he's going to see a little more resources there with the gift energy. Maybe he finds the cards. Lumineon already in hand. He's looking for Lugia V-Star. He's looking for Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Down to this.
Something to help here.
Wait. Okay, all right, here we have the gift energy being drawn off, the Archeops in the active now.
Well, look, I think he's got the Nest Ball there. He can go find that Blood Moon Ursaluna if it's hanging out. He's found the boss's orders. He has the Lumineon in hand, and there's the Blood Moon Ursaluna to lock this game out. Of course, sequence it all right, buddy, but he's got it. Take your pick. 2 prize cards are going to be lined up, and both players see the writing on the wall. Kieran Farah in the finals.
Kieran Farah taking things down with Lugia V-Star. It was a match, or should I say 3 matches that were treacherous here for both of our players, but Kieran coming out on top. 2-1 record in the top 4 here in Baltimore, advancing into our finals. He's going to need to compose himself once again before this next matchup because, I mean, that was a long game of play, but both of our players showed the best skill possible in those matchups and utilized their decks literally perfectly.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Such a great match that we had between our 2 competitors here. Emmett was working, and we can take a look at those replays one more time.
Gosh, there's so many games.
What an amazing match that we had between these 2 players. I mean, Emmett was just taking knockouts as reckless as possible, and that's exactly what you have to do in this kind of matchup. It's the only way to keep up with the turn 2 chopping.
Yeah, turn 2 chops, and Kieran was able to secure that, I think, in every single game that we saw, which definitely helps out Koi a bit here as a Lugia V-Star player. But we saw Kieran just line up everything in these matchups. We played 3 games here, so Emmett took our first one. It's our second match now where cards were just flying, but we saw this incredible turn here. Iron Hands coming out to play, a double turbo, that legacy energy. fully ready for Kieran to take that game. And this was our game 3, where things really went back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a destructive opener on both ends. You have to take the big knockout with Frenzied Gouging, and you run into a situation where you're just giving up prize cards left and right, but that's what you need to do here. Starts to play down the Sadas, find some additional energies to help out, but you're not dealing with the main threat. You use that Enhance Hammer early on, and then it starts to get to this choppy mid-game where both players don't really know how to handle themselves.
Exactly.
We're speed winging, trying to close out games. And I mean, what a big call here from Kieran to slow down the game state and take his time, and then by this turn, Gift Energy activated, Boss's Orders, Blood Moon Ursaluna. He's making his way to the finals.
I think that's the name of the game here, Kyle. Making his way to the finals by identifying every single out possible there in that matchup and really setting up those checkmates. That's exactly what Kieran did flawlessly there in all 3 of those games.
Yeah, he's going to have to switch up the pace. It's going to be a completely different animal on the other side of the board. Henry Chow with the Gardevoir.
Oh my gosh.
2-0
That's
against
news
Steven
to me.
Varesco.
Woo!
Against Lugia.
Oh.
Just took it down. Showed off some skill in that matchup with the quick 2-0.
That's
Had
not what you're
plenty of
thinking,
time
huh, Kyle?
to sit here and watch. Yeah, it can go the other way very quickly. Iron Hands can start doing work. I won't give away too much. We're going to watch it pretty soon.
Yeah, that's true, Kyle. Hey, I am honored, honestly, to be able to watch this finals match coming up. It's going to be Lugia V-Star versus Gardevoir as well, and that is going to be epic, that's for sure. Cards that we've had around for quite a while here, Kyle, but they're coming out to play in this format right now on our table very soon. We're going to be getting to that. We should probably let Kieran maybe take a little break, take a little breather,
Yeah.
get some water. Those were some matches.
Well, it is not the only finals that we have going on here. We also have our trainers Pokemon showdown
One of us
happening.
is in that finals, and it is not me, Kyle.
Oh boy.
This is on you.
I got some work to do, don't I?
I think you do. I mean, Mudkip and Cyndaquil doesn't get better than this, unless Oshawott was there, but just saying. I mean, there are so many fans of Mudkip out there. It's been unstoppable all weekend, but Cyndaquil is just so cool. Typhlosion is sick. And Emily has been defending it quite well this weekend. So.
Are you just starting your
I'm
rant
literally,
early? What
no,
is this?
No, I'm not defending it. Emily's defending
okay.
her Cyndaquil, but you're
What
going
team
first,
are you
Kyle.
on, pal?
Yeah, no, I'm just hyping up. I'm casting this right now, okay, Kyle?
Okay.
And guess what? You're first, so good luck, buddy.
You gonna start me off?
Go for it.
Okay. Mudkip. 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 The best Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon. I like them. I love them. I don't need to do much else. If you can handle them, sure. Good luck. Emily, you have a lot of work to do. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, I don't care. Good luck. What do we got to do? 5, 4,
3. It's blue. It's orange.
Kip.
It's Kippin. Wow. Good effort, Kyle. You're literally getting booed out there right now in our audience.
He's going to do just fine. Kip
I
doesn't
know,
need me at
honestly,
this point. I've trained him well.
The Mudkip fans out there are unstoppable, but we're going to see if that was good enough, Kyle. Emily is standing by, ready to defend the Cyndaquil. Emily, it's all on you.
Listen, if I am Cyndaquil's representative, look how many people I have here out on the ground cheering for Cyndaquil. It's my first regional on the desk, and I'm hitting finals this strong right here, right now. Cyndaquil's going to take it all the way. I don't even need 30 seconds to tell you I've been defending it to the core. Look at all these people behind me. I definitely have it. It does not matter. Cyndaquil forever. Here we go, putting Kyle to shame.
Putting Kyle to shame. Wow. Well, Kyle, I think I know who was booing you out there.
Come
that
on,
was
man.
brutal.
What are we doing here?
That was just
Twitch chat.
I think we're about to get demolished here.
All right, hopefully none of them have phones
That's
because
good.
I need them to not be here for the next 2 minutes while the
don't
votes are
log in.
collected.
Don't log in
It's
right
on
now,
you,
okay?
Don't fall for their propaganda. They're over here trying to coerce you. Cyndaquil's not better. Do your job.
We have water on our side.
Come on, Water.
Let's go. Water indeed. Well, I'm really excited to see how that turns out, Kyle. And to see, I mean, I feel like you're going to need every Mudkip fan in the book here.
That's everyone.
That's
You're lying to yourself if you click that button for Quill.
It is. It's so cute. It's so cute. It's so cute, so cuddly. Cyndaquil, I mean, where's its eyeballs?
I need a moment to collect myself. Emily has destroyed my world. We'll be right back with the winner of our contest.
Hello everyone, Skarzig here on the floor of the Baltimore Regional Championships, and I'm joined by our senior champion, Landon Ellison. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling amazing right now. I can't believe that I won.
It has been a big tournament for every single age division, and you managed to take it all. Tell the people what deck you were playing.
I was playing Lugia V-Star.
Okay. Any particular changes to the deck that you want to shout out, or was it just a standard list and you played clean?
Well, I played Fluttermane to help me with the Iron Thorns matchup. It didn't really come into help at all, but
okay.
Yep.
So Lugia ends up being a really strong pick for this tournament. Are you a long-time tournament player, Lugia player, or did you pick up the deck specifically here for Baltimore?
I played Lugia before rotation, before EUIC, and then I started playing Charizard, and I decided to go back to it for this event, and I'm very happy I went back to it. So
that's great that it did pan out for you. Were there any specific matches that really jumped out to you that were particularly fun or difficult?
I'd say probably my most difficult matchup. It was finals. It was mirror matchup. It was very close, and yeah.
Yeah, a close mirror match in the finals is something that we see from time to time in the Pokemon TCG. Do you want to tell the people at home a little bit about your history with the game so far?
Well, I haven't had any top cuts before, but my best finish was top 16 at a regional before this.
So now you're finally potentially starting to make a name for yourself. Do you want to give a shout out to anybody who maybe helped you practice the Lugia deck or just for this tournament in general?
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to our testing group. We had 4 people in top 8, all playing Lugia. Devin, Kobe, Jesse, and then we had a junior in top 8 too, Callan. And then also my family too. My 2 brothers, they helped me test a lot, which one of them was in top cut too, but wow. Yeah.
So a lot of friends, a lot of family helping you practice and also seeing success in the Pokemon TCG. That's fantastic to hear. Now that you've got a big regional win under your belt, what's next for you?
I'm going to try to win another regional or hopefully get on stream this season.
All right, that sounds amazing. I'm glad that maybe you can be on stream here with me for this interview. Thank you for sharing your story and a little bit of wisdom about Lugia with the people at home, and hopefully we'll see you at another tournament. Any final thoughts I can get from you before I get you to go?
I think Lugia was definitely the best call to this event, so yeah.
Okay. So Lugia believers still hanging strong. Thank you so much, and stay tuned for more Pokemon action.
Hey everyone, Jeremy Jallin here in Baltimore Regionals, and I'm here to talk about some of your local tournaments that you can play in. You can show up to your league at your local card stores, play against some Pokemon fans, Pokemon trainers, and earn these prize packs. So I'm gonna open up a couple and maybe we can see if we can pull some good stuff here. I always love opening packs, so when you get to do it for free just by showing up to your card store, it's always good, and sometimes they have some really cool stuff. Now you're always going to get a code card in these as well, but here first we got Earthen Vessel. I love that. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Not really a good playable card right now. Boss's Orders. Now that's a good one. We got Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And the Basic Fighting Energy. All right. Started out strong, didn't really end too strong there, but pretty cool cards to see. And again, these are playable cards in the format, so you can have some cool additions to your deck. Now we got one of the newer cards, Atticus. Gonna be cool. Morty's Conviction. Got a Groudon, some fans out there. Rescue Board.
Definitely one of those cards that is pretty good in some certain decks. Nest Ball, that card is good in every deck. And Metal Energy. Well, you can get these packs by participating in your local Pokemon leagues, league challenges, your cups, and hopefully you can build a cool deck and eventually come out to regionals with us. Thank you.
It's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes Out of Pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of Pocket, your NAIC 2024 champion. There's the lightning energy. There's a draw free.
Fighting
He's got
energy
the fighting
to
energy.
the hand.
So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh, Neo Upper Energy on the pitch shot, KO with +3 win, and Nathan Osterkat is your North American International Champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fate. The North American Championship, and there it is, the Prime Catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Is Sandsear Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with this Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championship. So the Calyrex, with this Astral Barrage, able to move before this Urshifu, is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your Senior Division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Fresh off the World Championships, we've seen our champions lined up from those incredible videos just now, but we have one more champion coming up for you all. We are in our Masters Finals here on the Trading Card Game stream. We're the only game left here in Baltimore, Maryland, in this convention center right now, and we're gonna bring it home nice and tidy for you all very soon, but it's gonna be an incredible matchup. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sabuhouse. And Kyle, I just wanna ask, where am I at? What format is this?
Honestly.
What's going on right now? We have Lugia, V-Star, and Gardevoir.
It won't go away.
Yes.
we had
happening?
the Lugia Archeops International Championships, what, 2 years ago?
Exactly.
We
They're
just,
back again.
We just can't stop. It just goes to show that, I mean, these decks are resilient, and so are our players.
Yeah, this is our 2025 season here. And yeah, we're kicking things off with some familiar decks, some familiar faces as well. But, you know, I'm talking about one champion, but we actually have two champions that we get to crown. Kyle, you potentially could be one of those
I don't know
champions.
how I possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, that would be
After
wild.
what I heard out there, that'd be something else.
That would be incredible.
I trust the
but
people, though.
You trust them?
I got Twitch chat on my side, right?
You trust the
Right?
water Pokemon, you trust the Twitch chat? Well, we'll have to see how that paid off for you. Will you be our caster trainer Pokemon champion? Wow, kudos,
Let's
Kyle.
go.
Claps to you. I'm
Cry
gonna
all
say,
you want. Cry all you want.
Listen. When we had a pumpkin carving contest and Kyle drew with a Sharpie on a Clementine and also won, he's unstoppable.
People love memes, and I'm a memester. I'm a meme lord.
You literally
This is what
are
I
a
do.
meme. You are a walking meme.
Yes, thank you. That's the highest honor, and I accept it on behalf of Mudkips all around the world and mine. That's my best trainer pal. You know, we got the job done today. And
Any last words for your winner's interview here for Mudkip? Brutal. Well, that's our champion here for our casters that have been just having a fun time all weekend. But like I said, we're here to crown our real champion today.
I tried my best. Come on.
Listen, there's only two
Do you
more
think
players.
that I worked as hard as they did?
That's what I'm saying. They've been playing all weekend here, Kyle, and you've been barely saying 3 words.
I had
okay?
3 30-second debates where I just said Mudkip a lot.
Yes,
Or
exactly.
nothing. I did beat my attorney in the finals. That helped.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true. That may have helped you, actually. But let's take a look at our bracket here. We have 2 players left to feature on our stream, and this is their journey that they have faced so far from our top 8 on. Now sitting in the finals, it's going to be Henry Chow versus Kieran Farah. And it has been a grind to get there. Not as much for Henry Chow, but we did actually feature Henry Chow on the stream facing off against Rowan Stavino with that Regidrago V-Star. And I was shocked when that went so heavily in Henry's favor. I mean, it was literally just by one turn missed, was able to take the win off of Rowan and took a 2-1 there. Top 8 semifinals, took down Steven Varesco, another Lugia player, 2-0, Kyle. That is pretty bananas. Now sitting in our finals. What about your boy Kieran?
Who's got the better plot armor at this point? Is it Kieran Farah, who I selected as my player to watch for the entire year and the tournament?
Yep.
Who somehow made
Double
it to the
picked.
finals of a 2,300 person tournament? Or is it Henry Chow, the undefeated Gardevoir? How do I even say that right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Undefeated Gardevoir has only taken wins and ties here in Baltimore, Maryland, and has made it into our finals. But like you said, Kyle, I guess the Twitch chat is not the only thing you've rigged. You've somehow picked out one of our players from over 2,200 players, almost 2,300 players, and Kieran Farah sitting in one of those seats in our finals now. Kyle, I don't know what you have going for you, but it's going well.
Yeah, we just keep on winning over here. And, you know what? Why not give me a finals to remember? We're going to take it down to the table and see our players. They're locked in at this point. They know exactly what is at stake. An opportunity of a lifetime for Mr. Henry Chow. Was so close. Few times around, has that regional championship from the seniors division way back when. And has reinvigorated himself with an opportunity in 2024, that NAIC top 8 run with the unusual Gardevoir list at the time, top 32 at Indianapolis, and he's bringing it back. Maybe just sleeved up a few new different cards, most of the bravery charms.
Yeah, has been in school, has come back, bringing Gardevoir to our table once again, performing so well with it. Fresh off that NAIC top 8, but Kieran Farah choosing the lucky seat that he just won in top 4. Now gonna have to do it once again here in our finals. But look at this star-studded accomplishments list here for Kieran Farah. Hailing from Canada, of course, representing all our Canadians. We see a top 4, 2 top 4s, I should say, top 8 as well for Kieran. And now in the finals here in Baltimore, ready to face off against Gardevoir with Lugia V-Star. Kieran's gonna have to bring out all the stops in this matchup because Henry has gone undefeated so far this tournament, has just cleaned up a 2-0 on a Lugia V-Star in top 4. Will he be able to do it again, or will Kieran Farah just prove that he is by far the best Lugia player here?
Certainly trying to do just that. We'll see if the prize cards have anything to say about it. Solo chop, little Chino, double DTE on the other side. Little dippity action. Those double earthen vessels could be pretty relevant, actually.
That is a bit awkward
we've seen games where Henry struggles to find those initial energies.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to point that out. Henry Chow, we got to see him on the stage just before, I think it was the game 2 against Rowan. Just could not find energies.
Can I attack with anything?
But he still won that, which was crazy.
Yeah,
so who knows, honestly, what could happen.
That's how you do it at this stage. We are underway here. We're getting things going. And I mean, I guess you could start off this way if you want. We're going aquatic.
Aquatic, 2 blue cards starting off our Masters finals here, but it's not going to be all blue for very long here as Henry Chow putting down these purple guys.
Oh, well, I thought you were hinting towards the pink. There's a secret box in the opening game.
Hey, we saw, oh my gosh, the secret box was so cool. Sorry, I'm just remembering back to the match we saw it played already from Henry. I believe it was in one of the opening turns too, and it was used very well from Henry. So having that in the opening hand, but not doing anything with it. It's just the Ralts. It's just the concealed cards. And then we're over to Kieran now. Starting with that Lumineon V, sort of unfortunate there. But that Capturing Aroma is going to hit a heads here for Kieran. So that's going to allow for an evolution Pokemon to be sought out of the deck here. 1 Archeops in the prize cards. Several energy there for Kieran, as well as that Boss's Orders and Little Mouse. But we'll have to see where Kieran's going here. Did you get a look at the starting hand for Kieran? Is it looking all right?
I mean, I could share that with you. It's
Go for it.
It's gonna be Kieran's favorite play.
No way.
His absolute favorite play.
Again?
Again. He's got it once more. It doesn't look great with the Lumineon start, but he doesn't care because once more, double chops Ultra Ball is waiting in the wings. He's going to search out a Lugia V-Star, and that's because his hand is just that good.
What is this Canadian plot armor, Kyle? I
love
gotta
it.
know. This is like, what, the 4th game in a
Yep.
row here for Kieran?
His deck is just drenched in maple syrup, and it just keeps bringing us victories left and right.
Exactly. I mean, you love to see it if you're Kieran here. I'm sure we're going to see another one of those fantastic smiles that we saw taking the win in our top 4. But Lugia V is going to come out first here for Kieran, as we already saw a look into the deck as well. So identifying the resources that he will be without, locked in the prize cards. But that is going to be it. That's our initial turn here from Kieran. Has the Lugia V out, has the Luminion still in the active. Henry going to draw straight away with concealed cards, getting those psychic energy into the discard pile. That's what we need to see here from Henry. There's a lot of cards to use here. Gonna have to see a 3-card discard for that secret box. It is, yeah, what is in the box, Kyle? What's he going for?
There's all sorts of cool cards. I like the item card specifically. That Buddy Bunny Poffin would be super. You also have the tool, the supporter. You could go Arvin. You can really just get everything from this stage. And as long as your prize cards will help you out there, which it looks like they will, there's that potential for the TM Evolution if you want to go down that route, or you can go super aggressive, go for the Candy Gardevoir, and just start chugging along, take some prizes.
Yeah, that Ralts has been sitting there for a turn. It is ready for some evolving action here. But as we see these cards being drawn out, we're finding out what is in this secret box here for Henry. We have the rare candy for the item card. That TM here for the tool card for Henry, TM Evolution. Now we're still finding those extra cards here.
Yeah, the TM Evolution could honestly be Ultra Ball fodder at this point, and we'll see if that's the case.
Took off a Band-Aid? Is that what just happened?
That is a top-tier play, and you got to look out for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, opening the wounds up. Everything's on the table here now, Kyle, for Henry Chow.
Yours is covered in maple syrup, mine's in blood.
Exactly. Both these players earning their keep here in this match. We're going to see this Ultra Ball being played now for the fodder you were talking about. Gardevoir EX being drawn out of the deck thanks to that Ultra Ball rolling around here. We see the rare candy already.
Does Henry have a flight to catch? I mean, what is happening here? Look at this. Gardevoir never goes this aggressive, but he's got an opportunity that he doesn't very often see.
Hey, you were talking about, Kyle, how did Henry take a 2-0 victory on Lugia? Maybe this is the strat here.
Yeah, beat him up.
Beat him up. Pokemon League headquarters coming into play here, increasing some requirements for our basic Pokemon if they want to attack for an additional energy. Henry Chow had that Professor's Research, fresh 7 cards here now. I mean, he's going real fast.
I love it. There's a couple different routes you could go this way. Yeah, I see Pheasantipity, I get excited, but maybe you don't want to give your opponent an opportunity for a 2-price knockout that is around that 220 hit point marker. That'd be bad. So you go for the Scream Tail instead, and with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, not only can you get aggressive and start taking prize cards with the Gardevoir, but you also can start to set up the reserves, get the Curlia for next turn going after you bench those Ralts.
Yeah, we're setting up here indeed on Henry's side of the field. We already have that Gardevoir EX, the Scream Tail coming out as well, thanks to that Hisuian Heavy Ball here. Of course, shuffling up those cards, putting them back into the prize cards. Hisuian Heavy Ball, nice at the top there for Henry, so able to get some other utility out those prize cards down the line. Double Ralts here, thanks to that Buddy Buddy Pop, and as you mentioned, Kyle, that's exactly what you want to see. You just want Henry to establish the board as much as possible here. And I'm liking this strategy so far. It's going pretty swell.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Kieran's strategy, so often it's turn 2, Iron Hands, attacking in, stealing prize cards, and if you can get 2 attacks off, 4 prize cards is an insurmountable amount of prizes
look at that.
in 3 turns. Instead, Henry knocking out Fish,
so
setting up a Pokemon with so many hit points.
We're here in
Kieran
Baltimore.
needs all the answers.
We are here in Baltimore, and like you said, Kyle, seafood, it's the #1 pick here, and Henry is going to utilize that. What was the online username? I eat food or something?
Yeah, Eat Food 86 or something.
Eat Food 86.
He's just ripping fish out of the Chesapeake right now, and it's working for him.
Henry Chow taking things down nice and early here. That Miracle Force from the Gardevoir EX accelerated those energies with the Psychic Embrace, takes out those 2 prize cards as soon as possible. And Kieran, now, after losing that Lumineon V, was a liability. Unfortunately, was the starting Pokemon, but still able to get this Lugia V-Star out. Now going through the deck with a Nest Ball. As you said before, Kyle, we had a pretty wild starting hand here. So Kieran's got some play, but losing that 2 prize card Pokemon so early definitely hurts.
I'm curious if Kieran feels comfortable going for super aggro Weirdeer in a spot like this. Maybe you can pull out the Buck and take a big knockout and surprise this Gardevoir. It's
true.
It's rare to find an opportunity to deal that much damage, but
if anyone's going to find the lines, I feel like it's Kieran Farah, that is for sure. Lugia V-Star, of course, getting charged up here. Gift energy, double turbo energy. That's 3 total energies required for the 4 needed from the Tempest Dive that we're going to be seeing from Kieran. And that was only 1 Primal Turbo, of course. We still have another one to utilize for the turn. But first, it's going to be a Professor's Research. 7 fresh cards here for Kieran, as well as the Mesa Goza coming into play as the Stadium now.
Still an opportunity to deal a big chunk of damage to this Gardevoir and also remove the Mesagoza from play after you get a flip attempt. We'll try that out now.
Lots of flips here. Ooh, it is a Tails, so no Mesagoza usage, but I think I saw a bunch of other flip cards in the hand from Kieran. We're going to see the Primal Turbo here first from this Archeops. Lots of energy, per usual.
Yeah, get used to it.
Kind of the name of the game.
This is how Lugia operates, and you have to consider all of your resources when you start to use each and every one of these energy cards. You already have a gift energy loaded up, so if there was a surprise big knockout from a Drifloon, you're prepared. You can draw those additional resources. Yeah, your opponent's going to go down to 2 prize cards, but there's a world where you can Iono and come right back.
Yeah, it does have to pick and choose which energy are going to be brought out, and it is going to be that double mist energy to charge up this Lugia V-Star here in the active position for Kieran.
Just eyeing up a few of these big resources, and I think the play, yeah, you just have to punch through, and it lines up for Iron Hands potentially to take this Pokemon out. Your opponent has to have the Curlia this turn. If we see Henry start to draw big, he's got the resources too. Earthen Vessel for a couple Psychics, Radiant Greninja lining up for a few more draws. You find these stage 1 Pokemon, it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's just so much Psychic energy already in play. And that was also with the double prized Earthen Vessel. Of course, one of those was drawn off of, and that was the one that was just played to discard another Psychic energy.
Another rare candy.
Chow. And look at the hand, too. So many cards in hand. We see the rare candy coming out. Gardevoir EX, number 2 on the bench here now. Screamtail coming down as well for Henry.
Okay. Does the strategy shift from this point? You're not knocking out Lugia. You can use Screamtail, target down that Archeops if you want to reduce some of the energies flying into the board, or you could take down a big threat like that Minccino that could turn into Chinchino, knock out anything on your side of the board.
Yeah, that is pretty scary. Right now it's just a cute little mouse, but it can change real quick once we see some energy go down and evolution could get dangerous here. So like we said, Henry Chow just faced off against the Lugia V-Star, so obviously whatever strategy he chose for that match worked out pretty well, and we're going to see Iono being played now.
He wishes it was Lumineon or just another easy prize card to take, but kudos to Kieran for playing another clean bench and trying to set up these situations where you have to play the prize map a little differently.
Yeah, not giving Henry Chow any outs here in this matchup. But Iono being played, both of our players, Kieran drawing into 6, Henry 4 additional cards. We've seen the refinement here now from that Curlia on the bench. Buddy Poffin as well coming down, bringing out another Ralts. Henry is just setting everything up here now, Kyle.
Turn 3, double Gardevoir Curlia with 2 prize cards taking, aiming for 3rd, maybe 4th. Like, how do you get to this point with Gardevoir with only your first refinement just right now?
Exactly. I mean, I gotta say though, Henry, the entire Limitless page it's actually only Gardevoir. So I guess
He eats.
yes, eats indeed. Henry Chow knows how to operate this deck, and it has only gotten better with the attackers that it has gotten.
My bird.
And yeah, Screamtail being one of those. 4 energies going down onto the Screamtail, taking out that Archeops, taking a prize card off of it, and now it's up to Kieran to respond.
Yeah, where do you think we're going here?
I wonder.
We're throwing hands.
Yeah, we are
in the parking lot.
We're throwing some hands. We are getting violent here, Kyle, on this stream, but in an electric type of way. Iron Hands EX, of course, with that legacy energy, huge coming down onto it as well. It is so gross if you think about it. It takes extra prize cards. It reduces its own prize cards.
Yep.
I mean, that is just dirty.
Then don't scream at my bird. this is your punishment. Accept it.
Retaliation.
Yep. And there were 2 chances there. I mean, you could realistically have used Boss's Orders, knocked out a Gardevoir, and gone for a couple extra prizes. I do like the strategy of using the Iono, trying to slow down an opponent who has seemingly found everything.
Popped off.
Maybe they, with the one refinement, will slow down just a little bit.
Little bit. We're seeing the hard retreat for thanks to that double turbo there on that Lugia V-Star. Iron Hands EX coming into play. That's what Kieran needs to do here. Take some extra prize cards, knock out these single prize card Pokemon, but they're not single prize cards for very long. That's Screamtail. It took a knockout, but it's getting knocked out itself here as well as Kieran Farah now. 4 prize cards, Henry Chow, 3 left to take. Gardevoir EX coming back up into the active position. This is our unhealthy Gardevoir now that we have here. Concealed cards, we're playing quick. That was the Iono hand we were working with, but now we have a couple more refinements, drawing 2 additional cards.
Looking for a little bit of help. Professor Turo, perhaps?
Some Turo?
Great way to remove all of this damage from the board.
Yeah, that'd be
Open
great.
up that bench space. Find maybe a cute little balloon.
Oh, we're about to blast? Blast off?
Got balloon ready to go, but not going to remove this damaged Pokemon from play. There is Ultra Ball, so if you wanted to dig a little deeper with the Curlio, you could, but it's a lot of resources to throw away at this point.
Well, we're just seeing that those energy go back to the discard pile now. Hard retreating this Gardevoir EX onto the bench here. Balloon Blast lined up on this Drifloon. It's got the Bravery Charm attached. It can take all of this damage and deal it back. 30 damage for each damage counter that this Drifloon takes here from Henry Chow's side of the field. This is how Gardevoir works. It takes the damage and it deals the damage right back at you.
And what do you do in a spot like this? You have 4 prize cards remaining. If you're Kieran, you have to handle Drifloon, seemingly, because it's going to knock out whatever's going on the other side. And you need to take EX knockouts from this point of the game. You probably have a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, this is going quick here between these players. Henry Chow has set up a board. He's only got 2 prize cards left to take, and Kieran is being put up against the wall here now against this such a strong Gardevoir player in Henry. Kieran has to choose what he's going to promote here after that Iron Hands EX did go down. Of course, thanks to that Legacy Energy helping out with the prize map a little bit, but honestly, the prize map was already set up for Henry there, so it didn't even matter.
Walked right into that one.
Yup. And we're just going to have that Chinchino in the active position here now for Kieran. 1 Archeops to work with. Remember, the other one went down a couple of turns ago. And now we just have one Primal Turbo. Of course, this Chinchino has been shining all weekend. Actually, was not really shining for Kieran, unfortunately. Too soon, Kyle, too soon.
Yeah. Where were you?
Yeah. Oh, well, we're going to see the manual attachment here, that gift energy onto the Chinchino. Special roll, of course, 70 damage for each of these special energies onto the Chinchino, but Primal Turbo is going to put the gift energy and a double turbo onto the Archeops as well.
Yeah, you see, not able to take the knockout just yet with the Chinchino. A little bit short there if you go for the Gentle Slap.
Gentle Slap.
And, that means you're probably taking the knockout elsewhere. And you're not handling the big threat, which is the Drifloon.
Exactly.
Which means if there's a Boss's Orders looming, a Luminion, whatever it is, you're in trouble.
I know it's scary, but hey, at least we get a couple of prize cards here. We'll have to see what was taken for Kieran there, but Gardevoir EX finally going down that dangerous Drifloon, heading back into the active here. Kieran Farah, 2 prize cards left, but Henry Chow also on the other side with 2 prize cards and a very scary Drifloon on the board.
Okay. Thinning is winning at this point. What resources can you start to go down with? I mean, you have a chance to draw a little more. Radiant Greninja, Kirlia, Ultra Ball for another Kirlia. Just keep flying to find the boss's orders.
Henry Chow starting off with this refinement. Arvin going to the discard pile. We see a second Kirlia now thanks to that refinement. We're going to just refine some more. Psychic Energy being drawn for Henry. Going to see those concealed cards.
Oh, he finds the boss's orders anyways.
Off the concealed cards. I mean, that was 6 cards being drawn here for Henry, and that's going to be it. The boss's orders here is going to be the ticket Henry needed to take those last 2 prize cards from Kieran Farah and take this first game in our set here in our Masters Finals in Baltimore.
Oh, the sequencing was getting so scary at the end, Boo. Was just not flying through, didn't use the Ultra Ball to search out Kirlia, ends up drawing into double Kirlia. Those could have been any other cards at that point.
Yeah.
You had Buddy Buddy, maybe you could have thinned out the Klefki. Who cares? Card 6 was boss.
Exactly, and that's all that we needed. 6 cards there, and the 6th one was the boss's orders. That's what Henry needed to take that win, but this is a quick recap of where this match went between our players.
This was ferocious. What a start from Henry. Turn 2 Gardevoir, attacking, knocking out a Lumineon V, follows it up by even more damage, and then whips out the Scream Tail, knocks out the Archeops, puts so much pressure on Kieran, leads into the Iron Hands on the one side, but that's just a simple balloon cleanup, and from there, Henry's just eyeing up 2 prize cards. He's just a boss away. Kieran tries to come up with a cute play there, has the gentle slap to take a knockout, but can't escape fate, and card 6 was waiting for you.
Exactly. I mean, this is just so many people have given up on Gardevoir, and Henry Chow is on our stream right now proving how strong this deck can truly be here, even into this format. Has not taken a loss here in Baltimore and is up 1-0 now in our Masters Finals with Gardevoir after a long break, I believe, from Pokemon as well. Coming back, bringing Gardevoir back. And this game 2 is about to kick off between these players. Kieran Farah will be our first opponent to make some moves here in this game 2. We're gonna have to see how it goes, but Henry Chow played that so comfortably, and Kieran, it wasn't misplays. The cards were in his favor there. He couldn't keep up.
Right, I mean, he was playing too fair at that point.
Exactly.
It's sure enough, it's just the aggression that we see from Henry was devastating on that side, and it looks like he might have another one of those hands cooking.
Oh, yeah. Are we going to see another Ultra Ball double Archeops? I mean, I would just be like, no way at that point, Kyle. There's no way.
For Kieran, he's in a little bit of trouble.
Oh,
to see these prize cards, double chops, double DTE, the legacy energy as well.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, this isn't great.
Oh my gosh, what is this? 2 double turbo, 2 Archeops, the legacy energy, and a capturing aroma. I mean, that's rough. That is not how you want to start off a game 2, but especially in our Masters Finals here. There's plenty of time on the clock. We're not used to that with our Gardevoir players. It usually goes pretty slow, but when you're facing off against Lugia, you have so much opportunity there.
All right, put on the sad face. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Yep, just real somber. Oh, just pass. He's actually holding Jock and the Ultra Ball. He's ready to go.
Gosh.
Full send.
If it's not in the hand, he's going to make it happen.
Like, oh, man, don't Iona me. I'm just going to rub my forehead real quick. I got nothing, buddy.
Yo, he is acting right now,
Yeah, that's
Kyle.
right.
You love to see it, playing the mental game. But I don't think that's even going to phase Henry because Henry's got his game plan down. Unfortunately, does have double Kirlia in the prize cards. But as well as, I mean, Earthen Vessel, Iono, but really those double Kirlia might be kind of rough for Henry, but we do have plenty of Ralts, so that's cool.
I mean, he doesn't care about Kirlia. He's
I
got
know,
rare
he
candies.
just rare candies in a Gardevoir, whatever.
He's holding a rare candy in his hand already.
Really?
He's thinking about the future. The problem is he has no energies to go along with this unless he found an Earthen Vessel. I haven't identified all the item cards in the hand just yet, but
that's the key to the puzzle.
We see all the energies hanging out right there, so he'll find them.
They're in there somewhere.
Eventually.
Yes, I mean, those are the pieces that you need. But, I mean, last game, Henry was able to get so many energy so early on into the discard pile. If we don't see that this time around, it could be a little bit difficult, as we've seen in the past from Henry, not getting the utilization of those energies early on. But Radiant Greninja is going to help out. Maybe we could at least get one. Is there even an energy in hand?
I did not see it.
Oh, well, that's rough.
Earthen Vessel is the one card I'm looking out for. I think this turn ends in an Iono. It doesn't matter how Kieran acts his way through this one. He's
gone. Look, it took a quick look at it there.
Everybody,
so sad. Tried his best there to keep that hand, but Henry Chow needs a new hand here. And we've got it. What is that? Yo, secret box cracked.
Unreal. Finds a couple energies and the box to go with it.
It literally is cracked. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's cracked open there, and it is helping out Henry Chow so much here. Look at that Iono hand. Fresh 6 cards here. We've got the energy there on the Ralts. We've got the Bravery Charm coming down onto the field here for Henry too, but those are some cards you want to see for future turns here for Henry to be able to utilize, and that is fantastic. So.
10. Sign me up for the teleportation burst.
Burst here. Yeah, 10 damage. We're bursting onto the bench as the Ralts there. Radiant Greninja going to join us in the active, and Kieran Farah going to go with this turn too. Okay, so we saw what was in the hands before the Iono. Now what are we working with? We have a Jet Energy, Lugia V flying into the active position, but that's it. Professor's Research going to discard a whole hunk of resources.
Currently solo chopping at this point.
Oh, yeah. And, whoa, we have a Capturing Aroma, but that's it. Oh, my gosh, this is huge. Tails. So that means it's going to be a basic Pokemon.
Is there even Lugia V-Star in that hand?
I don't think there is. No, I didn't see any Pokemon in there. We rolled for a basic, though, so got that.
Wow.
Oh, no, there is Lugia.
Oh, it's a little one. And Iron Hands as well. Mesagoza in the hand. It's not the cards you're looking for.
Yeah, you need the other Lugia.
Well,
got the Minchino for our basic coming out. Oh man, this
could be.
Yo, if that hand had just stayed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was cooking. Mesagoza really would love to see an additional resource, but a decision to be made here.
Oh my god.
Do you go solo chop or do you read the wind?
Hey, I mean, at least
We're
it hit. At least it hit at this point, right?
It's
amazing goes up.
It's Baltimore. We love to read.
Yeah, the city that reads. We are gonna have to read the wind here for Lugia V, but hey, at least we have another Archeops out here for Kieran, so that's something. But this is definitely not where you want to be, especially when you know your opponent's already gone with a very aggressive strategy in your former game that you just played. Archeops going to go down here. That's it for that turn.
Oh, the hand didn't get much better.
Oof.
It's crazy how Lugia operates. Sometimes it's got everything it needs, an embarrassment of riches, and sometimes it can't even find an evolution.
Sadness. So sadness. I mean, I feel like we've missed the evolution quite a bit here. And now, of course, a heads roll for Henry Chow off of that Mesagoza. Yeah, you love to see it here if you're Henry. You're just going to take advantage of that for sure. Gardevoir EX coming out now for Henry.
Okay, the secret box is there. Rare candy in hand as well. Plenty of resources to be found on this turn. You have to think that this could end with a knockout on a Lugia V.
Exactly. That is not what you want to see if you're Kieran Farah here, but secret box, discarding these 3 cards. One of them, Klefki here. Henry going to have to make these other decisions. Monkey Dory going down, as well as a boss's orders. So valuing the rest of the hand more than that. Of course, the rare candy is already in the hand. Super important here for Henry Chow. And we're going to see a supporter, an item card, a tool card, a stadium, thanks to that beautiful secret box.
You even got the ordering right. Look at you.
Actually, yeah.
That was
cool.
impressive.
That was pretty cool. There you go. Well, some of those cards are going to be thrown away real quick here, thanks to that Earthen Vessel, discarding that Technical Machine. 2 energy cards coming out. Henry Chow, we're worried maybe there would be difficult finding some energy, but he's making it work here. Concealed cards. Discarded right away off this Radiant Greninja. 2 cards, one of them the Screamtail.
Yeah, looking for maybe a different friend in this case.
Wow.
But still a fantastic opening setup.
Exactly.
I don't know if this turns into a knockout exactly, but still really strong.
All right, well, we're going to...
That's the piece.
That is the Iono here. That's the piece. Indeed, Henry Chow going to have a fresh 6 cards now. Thanks to that Iono. And
my.
those other cards not needed at the bottom.
He's just cooking.
Wow.
He's finding everything at this stage. Curlia can continue to draw. Even had a chance to go Rare Candy Gardevoir again. Could just have gone the double, but I like the strategy. Slow down, draw additional resources. You already have 1 Gardevoir that is clearly going to go unchecked at this point. And if you can draw into a card like that Drifloon, ooh.
Yes, exactly. Kieran needs to draw into an evolution or a way to get it, to be honest, at this point.
Help.
Henry just running away here with this Gardevoir deck. We already had the energy to be able to pivot out of this Radiant Greninja. We're seeing all of these energy fly onto this Screamtail. And Kyle, are we gonna get another Screech from you?
No.
Aww, letting the audience down here. Ooh. I mean, I guess it was a baby Screech here, but hey, that's a knockout.
It was 3 energy doesn't get the full scream, okay?
Yeah, that's true. That's valid. But hey, that's a knockout. That's a prize card here for Henry and Kieran. Look at that, Lugia V-Star.
A couple of them.
Yeah, 2.
That'll do. And
that will do.
Has the Archeops to go along with it.
Yeah, we finally got there.
Slow down here, flip over that V-Star for the game, and at this point, how comfortable are we feeling? can you go for? No, you can't. The legacy is in the prize cards.
Oh,
so Iron Hands is not going to be thrown around this time.
Yeah, exactly. I totally forgot that not only was Kieran working against those awkward hands, but also working against those prize cards, too.
Just in case. What's that? No pink. Okay.
No pink, no pink. That is the only good thing about, well, not the only good thing, but great thing about A-Specs. They're easy to spot in your deck, for sure. Ultra Ball, discarding 2 Pokemon here for Kieran. Going back into the deck, getting out another little mouse, Minchino.
Yeah, a great threat to have. Obviously, it checks that Gardevoir, and it takes a lot more energies to check Gardevoir if you're going to go a different route. If you want to go for the Weird Deer, you're losing every resource in the book.
Exactly. That is something you do usually in the later game to take out a big knockout, take a win. But Professor's Research going to help Kieran out a bunch here. 7 cards to the hands. Speaking of the book, it's in there. Wow, that's a lot of Ultra Ball here, capturing Aroma. We still have the Mesagoza, which is going to be a heads as well here for Kieran.
Yeah, it's a 3-2 line of Minchino, so there's even an opportunity to bench the second one and guarantee that you have a Chinchino to follow along.
2-2, I think.
We were lied to.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, it was corrected, but then you already said it, Kyle.
All right.
2-2 line, but yeah, still has that option there for Kieran. Alrighty. Just looking at the hand still here, but it's just going to be that Tempest Dive, taking out that easy knockout on that Screamtail. Hit a lot of damage, was pretty weak, easy for Kieran to take out. It's only 1 prize card. At least that Mesagoza is off the field now, thanks to that move as well, discarding it. So Henry can't utilize that once again, which honestly helped quite a bit in the last turn. But we're going to see where Henry goes now. Curlia in the active position, ready to refine.
And you start to count those psychic energies and contemplate, all right, now what's the reach here? Can you incorporate the Drifloon plus the Bravery Charm, start to take big knockouts on Pokemon like that Lugia? Or is it going to be another slow approach? Do you have to maybe knock out a Minchino once more and start to recycle some of these Pokemon with the Super Rod?
Exactly. Well, yeah, that Super Rod's going to be played, recycling those Pokemon. That's what Henry Chow's going to choose to do here to kick off this turn. It's our first action.
forget what side your deck is on.
Yeah, I'm left.
Oh,
Yeah, you had it right. No.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
Almost put the deck on the other side of the field. All right, well, we're rolling here now. Concealed cards, 2 cards. Refinement, discarding a Curlia there from Henry. But we got another one. It's going down. We're going to refine once again here for Henry. Here's a quick look at the hand as well. We got another, the Screamtail. We got the Drifloon. We got 2 Bravery Charms. We're going to utilize this Hisuian Heavy Ball as well. Take a look at these prize cards. Grab a basic if it's in there. Trade it out. I don't think it was in there, though.
Nothing to look for there. It's just identify as, all right, well,
here's my prizes.
Counter catcher. There's some things to look forward to. But we still got to take those prize cards. And it's tough sledding still.
Yep, that is a nice part of the Hisuian Heavy Ball. You do get a nice quick look at your prize cards, which is great to have. Get that information for the later turns of the game that Henry Chow made sure to notate. Putting those back out onto the field, though. Just definitely making sure to use these cards as he can. Ooh, yeah, still has the supportive return.
5 Psychic Energy. Just 1 more there. It's so awkward to see the 1 that's stuck on the Gardevoir at this point. He used Teleportation Burst to buy a little time, sprinkle it in, but that energy, you kind of want access to it in spots like this.
Yeah, that is definitely a strategy we've seen people play against our Gardevoir players. If they can stick all the energy on the board and it's kind of awkward and they don't have access to other attackers because of it, can definitely put them in a pickle, that is for sure. But Henry Chow still going through this turn here. I believe he saw, was that a Pokegear? What was that? No, Palpad.
There's so much going on here
Yeah,
in this
there
spot. The important piece is Drifloon has the charm, is ready to go.
Yeah, we've had that for a while here.
Retreating, and all the psychic energies can help out here now.
Help out? Yeah, that's definitely an understatement here, Kyle. I mean, they are carrying some weight here. Drifloon coming up into the active. Balloon blasting its way to a knockout on this Lugia V-Star. 2 prize cards down. Kieran being left to have to promote into this Archeops. Gonna see the draw for turn, but where's the hands looking? At least we got a lot of cards to work with.
You say the hands, and I just get sad thinking about Iron
The
Hands.
Iron
It's
Hand.
not an option so often. That is the check mark that you use. You knock this Pokemon out. You take those additional prize cards.
Sadness.
You can take a knockout here. You have the Archeops loaded up for the Speed Wing. You're not getting much done. This single prize only gets you to 4 prizes remaining. Henry's got a clear advantage and has not had to use too many resources to get the job done just yet.
That's precisely it. I mean, Henry has just played this, once again, so well here. Drawing tons of cards, playing it flawlessly, and putting Kieran in this difficult position here. We've seen the Speed Wings coming down, but then you're also losing your ability to accelerate energy. So sad seeing that nice pink card stuck in the prize cards for Kieran as well, but Primal Turbo is going to be able to still be utilized this turn to get some more energy onto that Minccino and charge it up for later. Double Turbo as the attachment for turn onto Lugia V-Star.
So many energies used, and what do you have to show
what?
for it?
Yeah.
Not
What for?
much.
1 prize card, I guess.
Yeah, it just has not turned into anything on that
Poor
side.
Kieran.
And yeah, you have the Iono. You slow down Henry a little bit, maybe, but he's set up so perfectly. Has the double refinement ready to go. Finds a Professor's Research off the 3 cards.
Gosh, Kieran. That is just rough here. Things not going in his favor. Not only that, but he is down a game right now. Like you said, Kyle, Henry has the significant lead here, the significant edge on this game. Ultra Ball going to be utilized here from Kieran. Thin out even more here from the deck. Do still have that buck.
You can fear the deer. It just doesn't line up. You have to knock this Pokemon out with just the simple single prizer, and you're still not providing enough of a threat. You're not advancing. You're not finding Iron Hand.
Yeah, you're just responding at this point as Kieran Farah. You are responding to the bullet train that is Henry Chow at this point.
Yes,
You're
truly.
taking a prize card. You're wiping that extremely dangerous Pokemon that just hit you for a lot of damage, took out your Lugia V-Star off the board, but that is it. As you said, Kyle, not advancing. Henry Chow is in complete control of this game here right now. Gardevoir EX in the active position now, and Henry Chow's looking like he's having a great time.
Yeah, you can't write up a better hand. Just throws down discarded, has Psychic, Dark Energy, Monkey Dory, draw 7 after Iono to 3.
Sheesh.
That leads right into Night Stretcher. There's everything going on here.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely something Henry does not lack is the draw support here, and we're about to see even more of that, drawing even more cards. 2 supporters to the hand off that first refinement on that Curlia on the bench. This is just brutal at this point. Kyle.
Honestly.
This is brutal.
What do you do here as Kieran? It seems like Henry has the potential to play down another Screamtail, target down, snipe a Chinchino, and you're in a world of pain. He could slow down and attack with anything that probably isn't Gardevoir and still be pretty fine. What is the decision here?
Exactly. It seems like there's still so many resources left. Taking a quick count of the energy as well. They're in the discard pile. Plenty in there for Henry Chow. It's like just playing out the hand even more. Ultra Ball discarding 2 more cards. Going down.
Just a little
in and out.
Just a little Scream.
Yeah, a little baby Scream.
Nothing crazy.
Little Scream Tail joining the bench. That's a full bench. Henry Chow's cruising.
Kieran just
Yeah.
trying to think
Kieran
his way out of this
Kieran
one.
is crying right now.
Yeah, honestly, what do you do from this spot?
So sad.
Your opponent's just flying through, damaging their Pokemon left and right, and there is nothing you can do about it. So many other decks have this checked. They have the Dragapult, and they're throwing damage counters all over the place. They're sniping, they're spreading, they're doing whatever they can, taking those multiple knockouts.
Have all the answers.
The only thing that you have is Iron Hands to try to combat this, and you don't.
You don't have it. You know, Henry Chow's over here drawing an infinite amount of cards. Kieran Farah's over here wishing he just had 1 pink card.
Can I just go?
And it's not there.
I just want to play Pokemon. I've watched you play this turn for like 6 minutes, and it
It's been
hurts.
a while. It's been a while, but
hey.
look at that. Even avoiding that gift energy, the Scream Tail taking down that Archeops on the bench there. 150 HP easy here from that Scream Tail single prize card Pokemon. Henry Chow's down to 2 prize cards in this game 2 here. Masters Finals. Kieran Farah still's got a smile on his face, but it is not portraying how this game is going for Kieran.
Right. Henry looks like he's going through it. In reality, I think it's just
opposite.
sinking in that he's getting very close to being
a dub.
the victor here. It's up to Kieran to find some semblance of comeback. Easy knockouts, but that's not the problem. The problem is you don't have much of a hand. Your opponent is seeing every resource possible, and the only way to slow them down is to avoid them finding a basic Pokemon to help out each turn. And he draws 5 cards a turn. He's gonna find something.
The issue is you're behind, and you are very far behind, unfortunately, here for Kieran. So even though, you know, he's going to bring out all stops, he's going to do everything possible. There's really not much you can do, but that is the way Boss's orders, bringing up this Gardevoir EX. That is what Kieran can do here. Special roll coming up here from this Chinchino. It's been lined up this entire game, energy after energy, and now it's finally coming into play, taking a knockout on that Gardevoir EX. So that's all Kieran can do here, down to 2 prize cards, but Henry Chow has this turn.
Psychic.
Finds the Psychic Energy.
Oh, wow. Look at that. What is that, 4 cards in the deck?
Okay.
4
Discards
cards.
this card away. Is there a Turo Drifloon strategy? Is there something there to go for? He's going to throw away everything.
I was about to say, the deck is gone.
Oh,
so
yeah.
There's a strategy here, Kyle.
I think the writing's going to be on the wall here. We're locking it up. Professor Turo, you can pick up the cards. And are we not going for the Screamtail strat? Oh, he's going for the double monkey push.
Double monkey push. I mean, that's probably the coolest way you could do this.
All right.
I cannot believe that. Henry Chow here taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX. Taking a 2-0 victory against Kieran Farah. Had multiple outs there at the end of that game. Used every single card in the deck to get to that win. And we have it here, our champion of Baltimore.
Yeah, what a way to close things out here. Gardevoir, an aggressive variant. Rare candies, throwing energies around left and right. The secret box
that's
of
wild.
all A-specs to get the job done. And has a path to victory, finds it so well, taking down multiple Lugia and truly finishing this tournament undefeated is quite an accomplishment.
I know, I was just shocked there at the end of what we just saw. I mean, we were talking about how difficult this could potentially be, but no, it wasn't difficult at all here for Henry Chow. You saw the lines nice and early on. This was our game 1. The aggression was there from early. We saw the rare candy into the Gardevoir EX. We got these attackers off nice and early here. Kieran even had the Iron Hands EX to respond to these strategies from Henry, take some additional prize cards, but Henry had the answers straight away here. We saw so many cards being drawn into, so many huge knockouts back and forth, had the lead the whole time. And Kieran was just not able to keep up in this game 1 between our players.
Yeah, it's so difficult when you don't have access to that Iron Hands early on in the game, and if it gets checked at any point, you're going to slow down. You need those 4 prize cards early on, and Henry's just going to keep Rare Candy and Gardevoirs left and right. You have no chance. Finds that Drifloon, takes a big knockout there on the Lugia, and I think from this point, Kieran kind of knew what his fate was, but he has to keep on fighting. Prize cards falling, goes for the strategy to avoid activating gift energy, and it just led to a spot where Kieran's just misusing his resources trying to stay in this game. And what a crazy way to close out here. Just throw down the Monkey Dory strat a few times, push the energy, and you're good.
Yep, exactly. 2 prize cards left to take there, and Henry Chow got there. That Scream Tail, huge being utilized there, and you saw the big breath after taking that win here in our Masters Finals at Baltimore, kicking off our 2025 season for our Pokemon Regional Championship circuit. Henry Chow is going to be our very first winner. Nice and proud on our graphic that we're going to see. Baltimore is now Gardevoir's territory.
I guess you can have it now. The storylines in shambles. Canada not taking that opener there, but for Henry to have
Your
that opportunity.
storyline, Kyle.
I mean, a lot of people are following.
Yeah,
Canada,
that's true.
Let's be real. For Henry, what a great spot, not only to build on that performance at the North American International Championships, but I mean, he came back after 10 years of a hiatus, and he has showed off that he not only knows how to play this deck flawlessly, but he can maneuver his way through major events and really not show any issues.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Henry Chow, I mean, that was incredible. And wait, that also means not a single game lost.
Yeah, undefeated.
Not a single game lost here
Pretty
in Baltimore. Good. Only ties and only wins here. That's how you do it if you're Henry Chow. And guess what? That's what led to a victory. First place, $10,000, a gold Pikachu around your neck. That's got to feel pretty nice.
And as for Kieran, fantastic run there. Obviously, it's great to see that you made it all the way through to the finals. I think this is probably better for me, honestly. If he won now, maybe he lacks the motivation to go and continue to win. I need him to build on this performance.
That's true.
Find his way back to this spot.
He can only go up from here.
He was looking for the finals result. He had the top 8s, the top 4s. He's got the finals. Now we're looking for champion. We'll be keeping our eye on you, mister.
Yeah, regional champion, the coveted title for sure. Let's take a look at how we got there, Kyle. Because this has been quite the event. Our players definitely brought some spice here to Baltimore. We saw a lot of crazy decks out there, and let's look at how it all shaped up.
Yep, our final standings. Henry Chow on top, Gardevoir EX of all decks. I think we were surprised by a few of the decks that made it to our top 8 here. Emmett Hurley with a fantastic run, 3rd place with that Roaring Moon. Nolan with the Cornerstone Control deck. that we heard a lot of whispers about coming into this tournament, and it definitely showed us that, all right, maybe it's not just thorns. There's a couple other cool ways to make your opponent cry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's definitely a strategy when you see a meta that has been ironed out nice and tidy. Nolan Randall came in there and spiced it up with that cornerstone control. So cool to see on the stream for sure. But yeah, we had a lot of Canadians here in our finals, and we were hoping that maybe one would take it down. Andrew Estrada, of course, in our previous season, taking that championship, but Kieran Farah just falling a bit short there from Henry Chow, but still tons of great competitors. Of course, Ian Robb, Rahul Reddy, familiar faces that just came from the World Championships with incredible placements, top 8 and 9 as well. And then Rowan Stavino as well that we saw. Reggie Drago V-Star, another one of those players operating a very powerful deck. There was 2 of them in our top 8 here in Baltimore, but they were taking the 7th and 8th spots here.
Of course, Henry, not our only winner at this Baltimore Regional Championship. We crowned winners in all of our divisions. Excited to share those names with you as well. Yes. We saw a few of these players introduced by Skarzig. We got to get to hear a few words, very few words from our junior champion, but I think your play did the talking for you.
Exactly, I think so too. Junior champion in Liam Stunts there. And we also heard from our senior champion, Landon Ellison. Fantastic interview there from Skarzig, talking about how he's just excited to get back and play this season. I mean, starting off strong. I sure am.
Yeah, what a great way to start your season. And I'm sure all of these players are names that we'll continue to see throughout the entirety of the 2025 season. It's a good start here for sure. Some players building on that Worlds performance. We saw our junior champion talking about all sorts of different decks that they've played. And it was the Raging Bolt this time, but honestly, it could be anything after some of the decks that I heard.
Exactly. Yeah,
I love it.
There was a lot out there, too.
He said he was playing Blissey at one point.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right.
You know, one thing to actually mention here, Kyle, not only did we just start the season, but Henry Chow could not even play the rest of the season and still be at the World Championships, because that's an auto invite there for winning, taking down this regional championship. So that's pretty cool to get as far as a win here in Baltimore.
Yep. Well, without further ado, Jeremy is ready to introduce our champions. We're going to crown some winners. Let's go ahead and throw it to the main stage.
Thank you, Kyle and Boo. Jeremy Jalen here to present our finalists and their medals for the weekend. And it has been a weekend to remember for sure here in Baltimore, Maryland. Now we're going to start off with our second place here today, Kieran Farah. Come on stage. Yeah. Congratulations. All right, so coming into Baltimore, it is the second tournament of the Shrouded Fables format. You just played in Worlds just a little bit ago. Why Lugia?
It just felt like people were disrespecting the deck. And just Drago, I felt like it was not my deck, you know? Lugia is a deck I've had success with in the past, and the meta seemed favorable. I'm like, you know what, I know how to play it. If I run hot, which I did this weekend, I'll have a good showing, so.
And now the past year or so, we basically just saw a dominance of Canada throughout the regional season, especially early. Couldn't get the win here, but are you going to be playing a lot more regionals coming forward?
Yeah, I love playing Pokemon, to be honest. So I'm just going to be playing as many regionals as I can, the ICs. It's just great, these events, and I just love competing, you know? And I still got to get that win, right? So got to keep going.
All right, well, last question. Any shout-outs, any friends or family that basically helped you along and to try to get to the second place?
Yeah, of course, biggest shout-out obviously to my family. They're my biggest supporters, my friends. You know, I really feel like I have the power of everyone behind me when I play, just checking my phone between rounds. Shout out to Team Spark, shout out to Shift Gear Podcast, shout out to Bucket Hats, and then just shout out everyone for watching and being so supportive of me this weekend. So.
All right, one more time for Kieran Farah, your second place here in Baltimore. Yep. And now the moment that everyone has been waiting for the weekend, our champion, Henry Chow. Get on up here.
Congratulations.
Really appreciate it.
All right, so basically, you did this with Gardevoir. Everyone was riding off the deck. We kind of heard you in the interview a little earlier today, but I just want to have you explain it one more time. Why Gardevoir, and what was your secret to success this weekend?
You know, I mean, ever since I came back to the game like a year ago, I've been playing Gardevoir, and you know, sometimes I second guess myself. It's like, am I really just shoving this archetype in, even though it's like actually bad? But then like you can just think of like, you have the Curly engine, you always just get there. So as long as you have like the right attackers, you're just like up trading into everyone. Like with Drifloon with 5 energies, just up trades into every single deck right now, and you just get it done. You just get it done. Drago, it's like a little suspicious, but you get there a lot of the time. And then like all the beat sticks, you get there. So yeah, it's pretty broken.
And basically 2 big inclusions, honestly. It's been essentially a year since we've seen Rare Candy in Gardevoir again, and then your ace spec of choice was Secret Box. Can you explain those cards?
Yeah, so full disclaimer, like the Rare Candy stuff I was pulling off in finals was kind of unreasonable. I got pretty lucky. Like getting turn 2 EX, 3 energies, it's not like definitely like less than like 20% probably, but we got there. And like the candies in general, it's just like, it adds a lot of flexibility to your deck. Like especially against like the Drago matchup, they can kind of target your Curlias and then take your EX sometimes. But if you have the threat of being able to candy back out into the EX, then that really keeps them sort of honest. And then like, yeah, I mean, with the Secret Box, it just kind of has this synergy where like you can really, like if you start with the Secret Box in hand, which happened game 1, like you can really push for some insane stuff. And also you can kind of get people on surprise. Like they'll Devo your board, try to think you can't get the EX next turn, candy EX, and yeah, it's just really good. I don't know. It's too bad like the format's gonna end, and like I'm probably not playing this type of deck next format. But yeah, I think if the format went on longer, people would realize how good this deck was.
All right, yeah, pretty great insight there. You are now our first player for this season to qualify for Worlds. How does it feel to basically be one and done? Are you going to go to any more regionals? What's the plan for Henry going forward?
It's a great question. I haven't really thought about it yet at all. I mean, I have Louisville and LAIC booked, so I think I'm going to follow through with those. I think I'm going to try to play as much as possible. I mean, Worlds is great and all, but I mean, my goal is just to win events, so I want to keep going with that.
All right, and then any shout-outs you want to give? It's a big moment, you know? You can't forget anyone.
Yeah, I mean, everyone I've shouted out on stream before, shout out to them. I mean, every New York player, people on Long Island, people I grew up with playing in Boston, my family watching, my friends who like don't even play Pokemon who are watching, just tuning in to cheer me on. I really appreciate everyone who's part of this.
All right, well, there you have it. Everyone give it up for your champion.
That this big win has not really sunk it in, let me tell you.
I mean, it's a relief to take Gardevoir all the way to the tippy top of the mountain. He's getting it done, and it's a difficult climb, man, to get through all that Lugia, but he 4-0'd it.
You get extra points because you get to be the Galaxy Brain player that was like, oh, I knew Gardevoir was good before anybody else. I innovated with Secret Box. My tech is what made me the first Worlds qualifier for NA. He's just gonna, hopefully it doesn't go to his head.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Secret Box edition too, being kind of the ace spec that wins Baltimore here, and it goes to show that if you like a deck, just stick with it and just make techs and adjustments for the meta. It just ended up working out so well for Henry Chow. I just want to see like a big smile on his face, because honestly, now that he's won Baltimore, he doesn't need to play for the rest of the season. He's already qualified for Anaheim.
Yeah, I just want to say Henry Chow is out there chowing down, eating food 86. Watch him on the ladder, all right?
Somebody had to make that joke. But he plans on playing at a few more regionals, so that's exciting. We'll see if he stubbornly sticks with Gardevoir the way a lot of other Gardevoir players seem to do as the meta shifts and flows. But we can take a look now at a breakdown of the deck usage here for Sunday. There's a lot of unexpected decks that did convert and maybe some stuff that didn't do too hot. What do you think about this, Kyle?
I like that unclassified. I know a few of those that were sprinkled in there were the Palkia Dusknors and a bunch of oddball decks that basically were just Dusknor and friends trying to get the job done. It never happened on stream. We tried so hard. it did not want to work.
Gotta wait for that one.
But I mean, to see the Regidrago at top, we're familiar with this game. It's truly the best deck. It's in the hands of some of the best players too, but they were not on top. the players that they saw in the top 8 are some of the best, and they know the strategy to get through and make their way to a finals.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you see here on this graph, we have new sets coming out. We have new cards coming out as well. So this is going to change up here. And if you're looking to get into the Pokemon trading card game, now is definitely the time, because you can innovate yourself and take us into a brand new format. So this was really cool to see in Baltimore, but I'm happy we're wrapping this up, putting a nice little bow on it, and bringing us into the future.
I think a lot of interesting decks just coming into this graphic in particular. Specifically, I was kind of disappointed by the performance of Ancient Box. Had a lot of hype coming into this regional, and honestly, it was definitely one of the most played here. But also to kind of note out that Raging Bull and Teal Mask Ogerpon didn't even make this graphic.
Leave me alone. Gosh, right to the heart.
Wow. Yeah, the Ancient Box and Raging Bull ended up being the decks that players prepped the most for alongside Regidrago V-Star. And I guess we can take our lumps now, y'all. We can take a look at the caster picks.
Don't. I'm good. Yeah, actually chill.
We have to. We had to eat our vegetables. Twitch chat knows exactly what should have been played. But apparently I did not. I was so hyped yesterday. Charizard looked like it was showing up for me. The Bayonet Dust Noir deck that also got a lot of interstitial hype between worlds, and now also didn't show up. The Dust Noir Rare Candy, I guess, ends up being a little bit too many moving pieces.
All right, well, I got several of mine in top 8, so
all right.
that counts for something.
Yeah,
I like how Jeremy made it in top 8 as well.
Jeremy made it in top 16 too. He had draft and roll with the Dusk Noir, so I almost want to give him a little more credit than you.
Yeah, no, honestly, that is way better.
Those are like ×5 choices right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, the cornerstone.
Honestly, I really enjoyed casting that match too, because I think out of all of the Ogerpon, aside from Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon, the fire type, we don't really look at Cornerstone Ogerpon. So this was really the first time that we actually got to kind of see it played at a super high level. We can see how it adds perfectly into the stall and control archetype. But dare I say, I think there was a Fezzidipity in Henry's list.
Yeah,
if I could at least get a little bit of props here.
And like 99% of the other lists.
I mean, this is the equivalent of throwing energy card in there for you, okay?
That doesn't mean
that
I'm wrong.
Emily's fitting right in here, grasping at straws to justify their caster picks.
It's just Heggy with a wig.
You tell us. You tell us in the chat or otherwise I'm putting Nest Ball as my next one.
Yeah, please do. Honestly, next
Secret
regional
box.
we should all put some of our favorite just random cards in there.
But
It's like putting Prime Catcher.
We'll definitely have to see how difficult our caster predictions are going to be heading into the next format as we look at our 2025 schedule. Baltimore now ticked off, and Louisville coming up next.
Yeah, Louisville. Gotta make sure you hit that Louisville.
Louisville. Yeah, I said it wrong, and my dad was like, "It's Louisville."
They will.
I said it.
I got family down there. I know how to say it.
Whoa.
I like those chibi 8s. Look at those blurry ones right there. What are those gonna be? Ooh,
They all look tropical, but
yeah, they do.
It's just
I don't know if that's gonna hold. They're all in Hawaii. Surprise!
But also, do not forget, folks, take a close look at these locations coming up. But our next regional is actually going to be a European event. Dortmund coming up. That's going to be September 28th and September 29th. So that is very exciting to see. You know, in a format like this, with Europe being known for stalling control, are they going to still keep that theme going for Stellar Crown? We'll have to see, truly.
Yeah, a lot of great chefs over there cooking something up. It's going to be exciting to watch what they've got in store for us, and it's always a good peek for us to check out what's going on the other side of the pond, and maybe we'll start to build from that too.
Of course, and I mentioned it earlier, Louisville coming up. Don't miss that one, October 11th to October 13th. So more NA regional action. And this is going to be the first event over here in NA for Stellar Crown to be tournament legal. It is out, but we still have to wait a little bit before it's tournament legal.
Yeah, we saw tons of people opening up their Stellar Crown booster boxes through either their prizing or just through the vendors here. I know everybody was popping off, pulling all of those Terapagoses, EXs, just to, spoil the format just a little bit further. But we are definitely in for a huge shakeup, especially from Baltimore to Louisville.
Yeah, and so if you are excited for Stellar Crown, let us know, of course, what decks you want to play, what you're expecting to do well. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon, and don't forget to follow the channels. I know you're still watching here on Twitch, here on YouTube. Follow those channels. I told you yesterday, I'm going to remind you again today, folks. It's very important that you show up to support us, because, you know, we couldn't do this without all of you lovely people in the audience, and I think that is going to be it from us. Thank you so much once again for tuning in this weekend for an amazing event, helping us kick off the season strong, and we'll see you next time.
Let's go. I'm gonna count you down. Ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go. But here it comes. It comes all down to this coin flip. He will finally be able to flip heads here.
Radiant Charizard was shuffled back in. If we see that card, it would have been a fire.
Oh my gosh,
and it is.
no! Playing through Pokemon Yellow right now.
Oh, okay.
And I named my Pikachu Butterball. 6 cards being drawn here for Henry, and that's gonna be it.